Thank you, ma'am. May I invite Dr. N. Vijay Kumar, Principal, Government Engineering College, Barton Hill, to deliver the welcome address.
The most respected President of the function, Venu sir, will be joining online. And esteemed guest of honor, Professor V.K. Ramachandran, Dr. Usha Titus, Chairperson, Managing Director ASAP, Kerala, Dr. K.P. Sudhir, Professor from IIT Madras, ex officio Principal Secretary S&T Department, and Executive Vice President KSCST. Dr. Shegar Lucas Kuriakos, Member Secretary, Kerala State Disaster Management Authority. Esteemed eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Janagi Antaria, Dr. B. Anil, former principal, my dear senior colleagues, of TPLC, beloved coordinators, Dr. Suja and Dr. Anish, and we are all tuned to hear from a galaxy of dignitaries. And I am not to prolong my welcome speech. My duty is I am entrusted with the duty of welcoming you to the function. At the outset, Venu sir, despite his hectic schedule of responsibilities and events, he has given his consent to preside over the function online. And I welcome you, sir, to this function. We are extremely fortunate to have Professor V.K. Ramachandran as our chief guest of the day and as an inaugural speaker to inaugurate our function. And I extend a warm welcome to Ramachandran sir. Dr. Usha Titus, who is a former chairperson of our advisory board, whenever we interact with her, we used to get a positive energy from her, and it was actually motivating and inspiring to us in the past few years. I welcome you, madam, to the function. Dr. K.P. Sudhir, Professor IIT Madras, he is also our member, a strong active member in our advisory board. We used to listen to him, his suggestions and advice for upliftment of our interdisciplinary center. And I welcome you, sir, to the function. Dr. Shegar Lucas Kuriakos, respected member secretary, Kerala State Disaster Management and Authority, I welcome you, sir, to the function. Reverend Professor N.C. Narayan from IIT Bombay, Ashang Desai Center for Policy Studies, IIT Bombay. We are conducting this event in collaboration with IIT Bombay. I welcome you, sir, to the function. Eminent keynote speaker, School of Disaster Studies, TISS. I welcome you, madam, to the function. Finally, Dean PG Studies, Dr. Bindu Kumar. I welcome you, sir, to the function. And our beloved coordinators, Dr. Suja and Dr. Anish, I welcome them for this function. Professor Dr. B. Anil, former principal, Dr. Dr. Jairaj PG, College of Engineering, Trivandrum, formerly professor and advisory board member. I welcome you, sir, to this function. My senior colleagues, beloved participants, and I welcome every kith and kin behind scene and kith and kin of our interdisciplinary center into this function. And I wish all the best to this function. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that warm welcome. Let's invite Organizing Secretary and Coordinator TPLC, Dr. Suja R, for giving a briefing about the colloquium.
Respected guest of the day, Professor V.K. Ramachandran, sir, and all other dignitaries on and off the dais, invited guests and dear participants. We are privileged to have with us such an elite gathering to witness the inaugural session and the majority to participate in the sessions of Icter 2022. This colloquium is an outcome of the teamwork between GEC Barton Hill, Kerala State Disaster Management Authority, and Asank Desai Center for Policy Studies, IIT Bombay. This event will finally be contributing to Sustainable Development Goal number 11, that is, make the cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable, and reduce the number of deaths and the number of people affected by disasters. As you all might have seen in the brochure which was shared, the theme of the colloquium centers on the topic, the role of higher education institutions in disaster risk mitigation, a translational perspective, and why this theme was selected. It is high time that every citizen in our state, be it professionals, policymakers, common man, or the learning community, understand the reality of climate crisis and become aware of disaster mitigation strategies to be adopted. Every citizen residing in Kerala must understand that the disasters which arise due to climate change are due to the combined effect of geography, land use changes, urbanization, development activities, and population density of the state. Every citizen residing in Kerala must also understand that the maximum distance between the eastern and western parts of Kerala is only 120 kilometer, the minimum being 35 kilometer. And within this 120 kilometer, there are places as high as 2,695 meters and places as low as 2 meters below the sea level. So one has hardly to travel this 120 kilometers to reach sea level from a height of 2,695 meters. Therefore, in case of heavy rainfall, water should flow smoothly from the eastern hills of Kerala to the west coast so that floods can be prevented. And every citizen of Kerala must also understand that although Kerala receives an average annual rainfall of 3,000 millimeter, the possibility of drought also looms large. Although geography and soil characteristics play an important role in drought, the major amount of rainfall received in Kerala falls into the sea in a short time because of the state's sloping terrain. So, it is essential to regulate climate disasters and create awareness in a densely populated state like Kerala. An integrated approach is needed to manage climate change impacts, and the higher education institutions can be a major partner in this endeavor. The data collected and analyzed as part of various research works, projects, etc., instead of remaining idle in the shelves of these institutions, it can be made useful to the society in disaster mitigation, which thereby enhances the translation of research into practice. Hence, this theme was selected. And among the national speakers for Icter 2022, we have speakers from IIT Delhi, IIT Bombay, IIT Madras, Department of Environmental Studies, University of Kerala, Institute of Climate Studies, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Kerala, College of Engineering Trivandrum, Kerala State Disaster Management Authority, CWRDM Kozhikode, Institute of Land and Disaster Management, Digital University, Department of Soil Science, Kerala Forest Research Institute, Niti Aayog, and GEC Barton Hill itself. And among the international speakers, we have experts from University of Twente, the Netherlands, Penn State University, United States, Vice President Data Science, JP Morgan Chase, Georgia, Cranfield University, UK, University of Cardiff, and the Advisor of Integrated Water Resources Management, Netherlands, Kerala collaboration. Among the participants, we have representations from government departments, LSGD, Harbour Engineering Department, Irrigation Department, Groundwater Department, IC Force, KIFBI, IT Mission, IDRB, Irrigation Department, Archaeological Survey, Mining and Geology, ASAP, Kerala Maritime Board, NATPAC, KTU, CDAC, and Kerala Police too. The participants also include faculty, PG students, and research scholars of various institutions. The colloquium is divided into 7 sessions spanning 2 days. The sessions cover disaster prediction and mitigation, climate change in the Kerala context, then building a resilient, flood resilient Kerala, disaster resilient and resilience and capacity building, geospatial technology for disaster mitigation, and digital innovations for disaster management. The details of the sessions will be given in the respective sessions by the session chair. After the 7 sessions, there is a panel discussion led by Dr. N.C. Narayanan, IIT Bombay, which seeks to arrive at strategies by which higher education institutions can partner with implementing agencies and work towards disaster mitigation. The potential research areas will also be explored as part of the discussions. As the organizing secretary, I request each participant to make use of this opportunity and take a step ahead in helping our government in its fight against the disasters and its mitigation. And I thank each and every member associated with TPLC, Government Engineering College Barton Hill, and partner institutions for supporting us in organizing this colloquium. A special mention to Dr. Anil B., former principal of GEC Barton Hill, who hosted the first ICT year and gave us the confidence to move forward. To make the colloquium more colorful, a cultural night has been arranged by the TPLC team, GECB Barton Hill. So we invite you all to enjoy the sessions as well as the cultural night. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. Now let's invite the President of the function, Dr. Venu V. IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Higher Education Department, for addressing the August gathering. He will be joining us in virtual mode.
The challenges of climate change that will affect the entire world. Translational engineering and research started in this institution some years ago.
Recording stopped.
With a very ambition of bringing students and academics closer to practical issues and finding practical and technological solutions to issues that affected society at large and the communities.
Recording in progress.
By definition, it is interdisciplinary. And the idea was that students, with a fairly limited vision during their academic life in the campus, are exposed to and provided opportunities for taking on challenges of a practical nature using their technical skills that have been acquired during college, but also trying to understand how the issues of everyday life are not as unidimensional as they may have thought, particularly when they go through their academics through a textbook, a classical textbook mode. I'm happy to see that translational engineering and research is slowly taking root. There is admittedly quite a bit to go, but it's important that we hold these conversations in order to be guided by people and experts who, without going into the details of this term, who have actually applied such aspects in their practice, have brought in students and academics into finding practical solutions and practical approaches to everyday issues and societal problems. And I think the TPLC is well on its way to provide a model for the entire state, even without a formal master's degree. I think the lessons learned from this institution and this center will be very valuable for many higher education institutions, particularly the technical ones. It is also important for us, particularly college, people managing colleges, to learn from policymakers and to also understand the perspectives of policymakers and practitioners. Programs like these, which bring together academics, practitioners, policymakers, will throw up issues and challenges which actually will be quite instructive for us, because from there we can frame these issues into proper research questions and also start individuals or groups orienting them towards these issues to be taken up from a research point of view. One does not need to overemphasize the challenges thrown up by climate change on the fragile ecosystem that is Kerala. We have disaster management will continue, has already taken center stage, and will continue to engage all of us, both in government, in academia, and practitioners, all of us, because of the multifarious kinds of issues and challenges that we will have to confront and face and find solutions to. We must remember that Kerala, while the disaster management scenario in Kerala itself is very dynamic these days. From a very regimented kind of approach that was dictated to us, what I call the classical approach in disaster management, Kerala is now forging its own path, its own way in managing disasters and in addressing the whole the entire spectrum of disaster management, particularly about hazard and vulnerability assessment, risk assessment, and also to find solutions. And for this, we have adopted a very decentralized approach. And today, it is no mean feat that our local bodies have now been empowered and entrusted with the task of disaster management, throwing open this whole arena to the examination of the common man, of the people's representative, and of technical people in the field, rather than confining it to an officer-led, an official-led kind of a scenario. And I call this a very exciting phase of disaster management, because solutions are being found even as we speak. Each local body is creating its own disaster management plan. Local problems are being addressed creatively, innovatively, and using technologies that are available, using the intellectual power that is available locally. But that is not enough. We all know that. The domain is crying out for very significant research initiatives that probably will need the collaboration of multiple domains. We do not have enough of material, of data that's been of information that is being created through hard research. The application of technology for our problems remains an area where a lot of work needs to be done. People like Dr. Narayanan has already initiated projects. Shekhar and his collaboration with international universities like Twente are also spearheading some of them. But I think it is important for us to understand that we need to approach this issue scientifically. So even while practical wisdom and practical solutions are being found out at the local level for their local issues, there remains this big domain, this big area of an area where we need more research, more collaborations, and more information that will give us the foundation to provide better solutions to the state's issues in agriculture, in water management, in civil engineering, in prediction, in soil. All these are areas where we desperately need more information, more scientific inquiries. And I think all these, I'm glad to see the schedule, and it is an amazing array of intellectual expertise here from the IITs of the country, premier IITs of the country, to research organizations and research universities in Europe, to practitioners in the World Bank. A formidable array of experts have signed up to talk to us and to partake in the discussions. I'm sure that at the end of the colloquium, we will be able to frame questions, and we will be able to throw light on research areas which should provide us enough information and enough advice that will take TPLC and other institutions interested in translational research into getting into these new areas and finding new collaborators. With these words, I have great pleasure in welcoming all of you once again to the colloquium. Thank you very much.
Educations, discriminations, and social oppression. He was formerly professor and head Economic Analysis Unit, Indian Statistical Institute, Bangalore. He has been a visiting professor at several national and international universities and earlier served as member of the West Bengal and Tripura's State Planning Board. He is none other than Professor V.K. Ramachandran, Vice Chairperson, Kerala State Planning Board. Sir, we are blessed to have you with us to inaugurate the colloquium. May I request you, sir, to inaugurate the colloquium by highlighting a traditional lamp followed by your inaugural address.
सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु
Can I be heard? Is it clear? Can I be heard? Respected teachers, colleagues and friends, thank you. Actually, I should actually be learning from the proceedings of this conference rather than inaugurating it. But thank you very much for inviting me for this inauguration and for the formal task of inaugurating the International Colloquium on Translational Engineering and Research. The particular theme for today's discussion, disaster risk mitigation, a translational perspective, role of higher education. This was a bit, it was quite intimidating when I was invited by the authorities, but then they simplified it for me. If you read it backwards, the role of higher education in creating a translational perspective for disaster risk mitigation, it becomes a more sort of manageable. But I recognize that this is a subject for specialists and keep my remarks brief and somewhat focused on the role of planning and the state of Kerala in this field. As you are aware, Kerala is the only state of India that retains a system of 5-year and annual planning. And disaster management has had a very special place in our planning in the last few years. One of the earliest statements, the first statements of the present government after the elections of 2021 was made by the Chief Minister at the press conference after the inaugural ceremony, indicated that Kerala today, and I'm quoting actually, has to meet the challenge of sustainable development in a scientific and rational manner. Infrastructure development must be resilient to climate extremes. Disaster prevention must be ensured in the development process and not as an afterthought. Climate change is bringing forth new concerns, especially coastal protection and the impact on our agriculture and natural resources. Kerala is one of the biodiversity hotspots of the country, and we have a special responsibility to ensure its preservation and enhancement, while we also monitor the changes caused by climate change. So this was, the very first statement that encapsulated a part of our approach to this very important question. Now, as you know, that while natural hazards or extreme climatic and geophysical events are intrinsic to nature, it is their impact on human society that transforms these extreme events of natural disasters or of natural origin actually into disasters. Despite their ubiquity in human history, it is actually in the second half of the 20th century that this disasters have emerged as a serious field of study in theory and practice. I need not say more about this since the expertise is all here. But we, in the first, every year of the 13th five-year plan in Kerala was marked by some kind of natural disaster. We started with a drought, we went on to Cyclone Oki, and then we had 2 years of extreme rainfall events, one marked by the biggest floods of the century, and the other marked by floods and mudslides all over in different parts, particularly in the highlands of the state. I think in some aspects, we have tried to, the government of Kerala and the planning process have tried to, and the policy process in Kerala in general, tried to raise the bar for disaster governance in India. And I think there's also been, to a certain extent, some contribution to the global understanding of disaster management. As I said, while each of the disasters that we faced during the 13th plan was of a different kind, each was significant in scale. The one which caught the popular imagination, both in India and in different parts of the world, was the extraordinary civic cooperation that was mobilized when we undertook relief and rescue work during the floods of the world. Some idea of what happens when governments from above get together with the process of civic cooperation at local levels. What were the achievements that can be made in such circumstances are quite extraordinary, and in fact very much still the subject of public policy research. As a plan in the 13th, and again, but more systematically, I think, in the 14th plan, which is now under formulation, Kerala's challenges for the future in disaster management maybe, let me just step back 1 minute. Before I go into that, given all this, we are particularly, the subject of your colloquium is particularly relevant because of the emphasis that the 14th plan is placing on disaster management, on higher education, and on advanced skill development in these areas. And of course, that takes into consideration translational research as well. So it is of the proceedings and the areas of your concern in this colloquium are of immediate and very important relevance to the whole 14th plan formulation process, which is now underway. Our challenges for the future, in our understanding right now, for the future in disaster management, may perhaps be summed up briefly in the term scientific disaster risk mitigation. The role of science and technology in disaster risk awareness and mitigation is essential on several counts. One is providing sound principles for determining when people are potentially in harm's way and ensuring that they are either protected adequately or taken out of the way of oncoming danger. The second and more challenging aspect is determining the nature of potential harm as an ongoing and dynamic question. Dr. Venu referred to that can change both with continued development as well as the potentially serious impact of climate change. Dealing with the latter particularly involves the intersection of natural sciences and technology on the one hand, and economic and social analyses and dynamics on the other. In this context, of course, I would like to flag the issue that the argument that no development at all or only minimal development is the solution clearly cannot be a valid one in a country and a state. Dr. Suja mentioned some of the specific features of this state, where significant development deficits, specifically in generating employment and livelihoods based on productive activity, based on the building of infrastructure, and based on the development of income-bearing services, have to be overcome. Science and technology are indispensable not only locating danger, but also the solutions to disaster risks. And that I'm very happy that to see the participation here in role also being played by the Kerala Council of Science, Technology and Environment in this colloquium. Of course, a number of specific scientific and technological questions need to be studied with specific reference to Kerala. Some of these came up in the Higher Education and Environment Secretary's ACS's speech. We have in the plan given greater attention and allocations to preventive action for disaster risk management, especially to engineering solutions that integrate local environmental and ecosystem peculiarities with the demands of social welfare. Our state disaster management plan was first written in 2016 in keeping with the guidelines laid down by the NDMA. And I think Dr. Shekhar and his colleagues are now very deep into the process of updating the state disaster management plan. The policy that we are now evolving during the 14th five-year plan, our efforts will be guided by the updated state SDMP. While I believe that while preparing this SDMP, we should consider, of course, a few things, and I know that this has been taken on board by the SDMA, but let me just flag some of them. One is to incorporate, to coordinate this entire effort of the SDMA with the State Action Plan on Climate Change. This is also currently under preparation by the SAPCC, it's called. The government will not relax on abbreviation, so it's called SAPCC. The government is now currently preparing the state-level action plan report on climate change, and SAPCC is intended to help translate national strategy and policy into local actions, and also to identify state-specific vulnerabilities and prepare an integrated plan for adaptive actions. And I understand from my discussions even this morning with Dr. Shekhar, the SDMA is indeed coordinating with the SAPCC. The second is to integrate play a very specific role in our society and polity. Our success in social mobilization through local governments played a very important role in responding to natural disasters. And mainstreaming disaster risk management into local governments through specific local government disaster management plans can of course help this process. And the planning board and the planning process are where we seek to support efforts to build local community capacity through training and by providing physical and communication infrastructure at the local levels. This whole process is underway, as was mentioned by the Additional Chief Secretary, and I'm sure it will come up in your deliberations. The two other points which I think the SDMA can look at. One is the whole question of a resilient infrastructure with respect to power, transport, and communication infrastructure. And the plan will support efforts by the SDMA to develop a comprehensive agency-level disaster management and recovery plan for electricity, transport, and communication. I have one more suggestion for the new SDMA. We have now, the government of Kerala has invested in cutting-edge spatial technology, including the continuously operating reference stations technology, the CORS technology, and which it is originally intended to be used in the process of land surveys and mapping and for the geospatial administrative tasks. But all over the world, most developed countries use CORS technology for disaster management planning and response as well. And I think that I do urge that our new SDMP look into the whole possibilities of using this technology for integrating it with our state disaster management plan. These were some of the points I wanted to bring up about in the context of planning and the state disaster management. Let me say, in the course of planning and the issues of higher education, translational perspectives, and disaster risk mitigation in Kerala. I commend the efforts of the sponsors, that is the Ashanti Desai Center for Policy Studies, the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority, the Directorate of Technical Education in Kerala, and of course, above all, the Bafan College, the Government Engineering College, Bafan Hill, for this very important effort. I take great pleasure in formally inaugurating this colloquium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those enlightening words. As a token of our gratitude, we would like to give a memento to you. I invite Dr. N. Vijay Kumar, Principal, Government Engineering College, Barton Hill, to present Professor V.K. Ramachandran with memento. Let's invite Dr. Usha Titus, IAS, former Principal Secretary, Higher Education Department and present Chairperson and Managing Director, ASEP, Kerala, for special address.
Dear Professor Ramachandran, Dr. Subhi, Dr. Janki, Dr. Narayanan, Dr. Anand, Dr. Jayaraj, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Dr. Bindu, Dr. Shekhar Kuriakos, Dr. Venu, and Dr. Suja, esteemed staff, faculty, students of TPLC and other colleges, dear friends. It gives me great pleasure to be here with you at this International Colloquium on Translational Engineering and Research 2022. It is true that I held charge of the Department of Environment and Climate Change as well as the Department of Higher Education for more than 3 years earlier. But I'm no expert in disaster risk strategies, neither am I a researcher. I believe I'm here because I support the idea of translational research and its goal of bringing science and research efficiently into practice. The theme of this edition of the colloquium is the role of higher education institutions in bringing strategies effectively into disaster risk mitigation. The host Translation Engineering and Professional Leadership Center in Barton Hill Engineering College stands out in the higher education landscape of Kerala for its success in molding its students of this MTech program into responsible professionals with a great social commitment. Disaster prevention is an essential part of any good business. Every facility under a business needs to have a prevention plan in which there is a clear policy statement, clearly defined activation authority, clear communication channels, and a trained workforce. At the state level, disaster risk is an indicator of poor development and of unsustainable economic and social processes. We are all aware that disaster risk is what ought to be managed even more than disasters. And disaster risk reduction is a part of sustainable development, as Dr. Suja highlighted SDG Goal 11. So it must involve every part of society, government, non-government, and education institutions. And successful disaster risk reduction and mitigation results from the combination of a top-down institutional changes and strategies and a bottoms-up local and community approaches. So how can higher education help in this? One, in the identification of new disaster risks and suggestion of strategies to measure it and to prevent it. This includes modeling. This includes tools that are available in higher education institutions. Two, knowledge development to mitigate the adverse impacts of hazards, flood defenses, new construction codes, the creation of resilient roads, all of which come under this. Thirdly, the transfer of resources, both technical and strategic, including the development of disaster risk financing strategies for our community. And finally, the use of the strengths of students, the innate social commitment in young students to teach the programs to the community and take it there. The success of TPLC lies in a passionate leadership that's committed to research and translation of that research to social problems. Secondly, the collaborations it has forged. Dr. Suja listed the number of institutes with which TPLC is collaborating. And the array of speakers in this colloquium reveals the depth of that collaboration. Thirdly, the emphasis on incubation of ideas in the curriculum that has been developed for the MTech in Translation Engineering. And that is why 3 of their students have gone into very successful startups. And finally, internship. I'll take a minute to emphasize the role of internship. I now head an EdTech company that under Government of Kerala that focuses on curation and delivery of higher order industry relevant skills. And every one of our skill program, 103 of them, come with a mandatory internship, even when the program is provided for by another training partner. We have close to 1,200 higher education institutions in the state, but it's only TPLC from Button Hill Engineering College who came forward and sought our help to provide internship. And the proposal that Dr. Suja submitted was for 3 batches of 100 students each over 3 years in the area of sustainable development project with a special focus on the Appalam rejuvenation program, which is a project which the Government of Kerala Tourism Department gave for as a consultancy project to TPLC and the Government Engineering College. And a total of 30 lakhs we earmarked under ASAP for this internship project. And in the first batch, there were 174 students who were selected across the state for internship, as against 100 students that were supposed to participate. Simply because there were so many applications that the center had received. And these students completed internships, gaining exposure in DWATs, floating wetlands, green bridges, GIS, and modeling of the COLLOQUIUM lake waterway. In the second batch, I'm told, the applications that for all the sponsors for this colloquium who believe that higher education institutions do play a significant role in coming out with new strategies for disaster risk mitigation, and I wish this colloquium every success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful words. As a token of our gratitude, we would like to give a memento to you. I invite Principal Dr. N. Vijay Kumar to present Dr. Usha Titus with memento.
Thank you, sir. Our eminent guest, Sri John B. Samuel, IAS, Director, Groundwater Department, was unable to attend the function due to some previous commitments. He has conveyed his wishes for the event. Now I invite Dr. K.P. Sudhir, Professor, IIT Madras, and ex officio Principal Secretary, S&T Department, and Executive Vice President, KSCSTE, and one of our advisory board member to offer felicitation.
Professor V.K. Ramachandran, Dr. Usha Titus, Dr. Venu, Dr. N. Vijay Kumar, my friends Dr. Shekhar and Dr. Narayana, Dr. Janaki Andharia, Dr. Bindu Kumar, Mr. Priyesh, Dr. Anil, other delegates, a good morning to all. It's indeed a pleasure for me to stand before you on the occasion of inaugural function of the ICT year 2022. I remember it was in 2013, October or November, I don't remember exactly. I was invited for the first meeting of TPLC in Barking. They were actually formulating the course of translation engineering, and there were several, I was called kind of an expert to formulate what could be the program and what should be the mode of operation and all. There were a lot of concerns at that point of time, whether it could be a diploma or it should be a postgraduate degree or it has to be an undergraduate degree. Finally, the suggestion from most of us were to have it as a postgraduate degree, more because a focused theme can be only a specialized degree. And they started in 2014. I was associated with the TPLC program over all these years, and I'm very glad that that has been successfully running in the state without any hindrance. Being in the government of Kerala, I know right now being in the government of Kerala, I know how difficult it is to run a program successfully over a period of long years. The support which was given by the government of Kerala, Higher Education Department, was tremendous, and the college owned it by itself as a special program of master's program. The Kerala Technical University gave the complete freedom for them to handle it in curriculum and all those things, which was appreciable. And I'm glad that they are organizing this ICTER 2002 after 3 years. The 2 years they couldn't organize it because of the COVID pandemic. And the theme of this colloquium chosen is basically the mitigation of natural disasters in Kerala, or getting prepared for the mitigation of natural disasters. In fact, if you look at every state or the country is facing two kinds of disasters. Both are one way or the other created by the human being. One of the disasters we'll talk about it in detail in the next 2 days, which is the natural disaster, but the other disaster is also very important to be tackled, which is the waste management. I guess they had a colloquium on waste management 2019 when I was just joined in the government of Kerala. But if you look at the translational engineering program has looked into various aspects of this mitigation of natural disasters, including waste management and the flood and landslides. Their students have become entrepreneurs. The faculty, they don't have, I guess, a permanent faculty in the system, but they have invited faculties, as Dr. Usha just mentioned, collaboration with different institutes, including institutions abroad. They come here and teach the students and train the students for taking up different tasks for basically leading a better social life, and that is what the translation engineering is intended for. Originally, when we were discussing about the program initiation, I was browsing through some literature about translation engineering, but the engineering, there was no literature on translation. Most of the translational materials were available in the field of medicine, because they need research and translate into an application. But then, this is the first kind of a program started in the state, and I guess it is in the country, and this has taken off very well. And I'm sure that the deliberations which they intend to do it for the next 2 days on different aspects of natural disasters are going to be wonderful, knowledge creative facilitations, and take the message home and let's summarize by the end of 2 days to develop some policy decisions for the government, or recommend some policy decisions to the government for what can be done for the mitigation of the natural disasters in the state. I'm giving a talk immediately after this, so I don't want to elaborate on this. So thank you very much, and I wish all the best for the colloquium.
Thank you, sir. It is always a pleasure hearing from you. I invite our principal, Dr. N. Vijaykumar, to give away our token of gratitude to KP Sudhir, sir.
Let's invite Dr. Shekhar A. Kuriakose, Member Secretary, Kerala State Disaster Management Authority, to offer felicitation.
Respected P.K. Ramachandran sir, Sudhir sir, Usha ma'am, Janaki ma'am, Narayan sir, professors from Hill. It's a pleasure always to be with guest audience. And yeah, I am a disaster man. I am a disaster myself. I've been doing this for a long time now, and therefore I never miss an opportunity to speak about my subject, my domain where I need a lot of help. and I don't hesitate in seeking help. Because, as I always tell my colleagues, the pie is too large for anyone else to bite along. It's so big, the problems are so wicked, that solutions are probably thought of in our minds as structured solutions, but sometimes are to be found from the locals in a consultative manner. This is a hard lesson that we learned, a lesson that, as Venu sir pointed out, was always advised to us as very instructive, very top to bottom. And it took hard lessons for the state to realize that it was not the way that to go forward. It is the bottoms up that we have to look for. And therefore, the pyramid has been inverted. And therefore, I these days only speak about how to empower local governments in disaster risk reduction. I have transcended from a very academic perspective towards disaster risk management, which was 10 years back, which was me 10 years back, to where it comes now as a local government empowerment and where locals are to find solutions to wicked problems, wherein probably our role is at the most limited to advisories. Having said that, it doesn't mean that we have to also wash away our hands as Pilatos did. That's the idea either. The idea is that we have to go immerse ourselves in the problem, work with them, find solutions, and that's where rightly Barton Hill Engineering College had been in our radar for a long time, and I was very fortunate when Usha ma'am invited to participate in this Arculum cleaning process, wherein a lot of inputs came from Barton Hill long back. We walked the long and breadths of Arculum to see what solutions we can find out. We tried to convince people that you need to really realize that you need to save that little piece of lake, wherein translational engineering department was very forthcoming in giving us scientific inputs. Translational science is something that is too much wanted in this world of wicked problems that we have created, not that nature has created. Nature is just interplaying with us. It's just interacting as anything else with us would do. Climate might be changing, might not be changing. We have lived too short for probably making a judgment on that. The Earth was once a solid molten rock, and now is a place where we can live. It means climate has always changed, but what has changed is probably what has not really tried to adapt to that change is only humans. So the moral of the story for us to pick from these 2 days of deliberations would be how do you translate your science knowledge into local actions, empower local governments, and finally, how do you empower every single one of us to understand that to understand what is in stock for us. I always end with this question these days. Have you all bought the tickets to Mars from Elon Musk? That's where I stop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I invite Dr. N.D. Jivamar sir to give away the token to Segaloko sir. I would like to invite Dr. N.C. Narayanan, Professor, Ashok Desai Center for Policy Studies, IIT Bombay, and one of our advisory board members for offering felicitation.
Good morning, everyone. Respected
Respected Professor V.K. Ramachandran, Dr. Usha Titus, Dr. Venu, Professor Sudhir, Dr. Shekhar, Dr. Janaki, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Dr. Anil Kumar. It's a pleasure to be here and to be part of this conference. As Professor Sudhir was telling, we could all have the opportunity to kind of engage with translational engineering right from the beginning when it started. and he explained, the kind of the evolution of that. And we were actually kind of very fortunate to have, pillars like Dr. Usha Titus, Dr. Sudhir, and many others who actually kind of, nurtured this, from the government side also. Translational engineering for IIT Bombay, we started this program titled Technology and Development from 2007 onwards, which was actually kind of very similar interdisciplinary program. Before that, we did a kind of South Asian study on water resources engineering, what's actually lacking in that. And then we found that, there are three issues. One was this lack of interdisciplinarity, and the second one was, lack of field knowledge, and the third one was, the pedagogy was very much sort of classroom oriented. So we actually tried to, integrate these three elements into our curriculum also from that time onwards. For example, the classical water resource engineering was kind of, design of infrastructure like dams. And then in the last 20 years or so, we are aware of the kind of, the problems of environment, sustainability, the problems of inclusion, social inclusion into such design. So can design actually kind of address these issues was the kind of beginning of what we were kind of looking at. And so how can this be translated into a curriculum? Then I think, we need kind of case study based approach. We need a very, deep field kind of immersion. So those elements were kind of integrated, and I was very happy to see, how translational engineering is also kind of, evolved in that way. And then the second phase for us was, design is being done, but how this can be implemented, because good designs we could actually kind of, integrate. And that's when we actually kind of, 2016 onwards, we started this, public policy program, where there is a very direct kind of involvement with the governance realm. How can that be kind of done? So 2017, we started this initiative with Kerala Institute of Local Administration. It was kind of immersion into Alapi, where we first looked at, the canal rejuvenation as an activity where, solid and liquid waste management, where it was a very interdisciplinary kind of study, both technical, social, and closely interacting with the local governance also. And that's when 2018 the floods came in, and then we were naturally pulled to Kutanad, where 2.7 lakh population had to be kind of completely evacuated from there. So that was our kind of first interaction with the kind of and there could be array of things that could be done. For example, 500 students came from all over India. So our model was basically that. Even in Alapi, we actually bring in summer schools and winter schools, many students, and then try to kind of, it was kind of immersion exercises where our kind of model that we were there, which is actually kind of continuing, and we are actually focusing on local governance. How can the design, technical design in local governance can improve? And the second one, how can transparency, accountability be brought into this governance also by this constant interaction? So I was very happy that translation engineering students are working with us also. The whole batch has spent some time in IIT Bombay last month. 5 students are now with us for 2 months, and they are working on this the flood mitigation, and they are doing a kind of local level hazard modeling also, which I was discussing with Dr. Shekhar also. We are trying to downscale this kind of hazard modeling, and the challenges can be downscale it to very local levels, so that this can directly get into local level planning by panchayats, and our plan is to kind of integrate it into the annual plans of the panchayat also. So Otherwise, there's a disaster management plan, and then we have the annual plans of the panchayat. So how can annual plans of the panchayat be disaster informed? I think, that's the challenge that we are trying to make. I'll kind of elaborate that tomorrow. I'm not coming into the way of keynote address by Professor Andaria, and I have to chair the next session also. So I once again congratulate the Barton Engineering College for organizing this conference, and hopefully we have very fruitful interactions so that we can come out with some policy suggestions by the end of panel discussion tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful words. I invite N. Vijaykumar sir to present N. C. Narayanan sir with a memento. Now let's invite Dr. Janaki Andaria, Chairperson, Center for Disaster and Development, Dean Jamshedji Tata School of Disaster Studies, TIS for keynote address. In order to view the presentation better, we invite the distinguished guest in the dais to come down and occupy the front row seats. Professor Janaki Andaria is currently the Dean of the School of Disaster Studies, Tata Institute of Social Science, Mumbai, and has over 32 years of experience in the field of community organization and social development. At the World Education Congress Global Awards for Excellence in Education, Leadership and Teaching, Professor Andaria received an award for her outstanding contribution to education. She has been involved in national and state level policy making work and has had a long association with grassroots organizations. Let's hear from her.
Good morning and thank you very much. I can see that people are either looking at their phones or sleeping or feeling quite bored. So I'm going to start with a little story to wake you up. I don't have a mobile phone, okay. I have two sons in their 30s, and both of them say that they don't want to have children. And the reason is not because they don't like children, but they are thinking people who read a lot and so on, and they're saying that what kind of a world are we going to bring our children in? And therefore, they don't want to have children. I think for a mother, or as somebody who loves her children, I think this kind of decision making rings alarm bells for all of us, because I'm sure maybe you have children or you are at that age, or soon you might be at that age where you'll have to take some of these decisions. So I stand before you today speaking as a mother, as a global citizen, and as someone who has been engaged in disaster management even before we actually started thinking about disaster studies, disaster management. My first tryst with the disaster was doing disaster response in Orissa way back in 1982. And since then, I have been involved in a large number of disasters, working with different state governments, working at the community level, leading teams of students from Tata Institute of Social Sciences to disaster sites, and working on research, working on field action projects. So we have been extremely engaged. I think translational is the word that you use. So I stand before you really as somebody who is deeply concerned about what is happening, and I want to share those concerns with you, and also look at how higher education could contribute based on my own experience. Alright? So I have a presentation, and I'm glad I have a presentation because we all like to look at screens increasingly, and particularly after all the lockdowns and so on, we tend to be much more sort of responsive to screens than to human speaking or lectures. Okay. So broadly, it's not moving.
Go back, please. Go back. I should do this. Go to the second slide, please. Why is my thing not working? Working? It'll work? Okay. So very broadly speaking, I know I was told first that it is 30 minutes, now I'm told it is 15 to 20 minutes, but so I have I think about 30 slides, some of them are visuals, and I'll stop whenever, give me 5 minutes and say 5 minutes and I'll wrap up. So broadly, my presentation covers the global context of climate change, disasters and extreme weather events. I will skim through the India and Kerala context because this has been spoken about by several speakers in the morning. But I think what I would like to focus on are pointers for higher education in addressing some of these issues and what could be possible issues for deliberation over the next 2 days, which are again linked to the curriculum framing, because all curriculum is framed within the larger context of UGC guidelines, the National Education Policy 2020 and so on. So I think there are opportunities and there are challenges there. So I'll touch upon those and I'm sure you will be discussing those at greater length. I am trying to go to the next slide. Yeah. Okay, so is it possible to switch off that camera, my wala camera? Because it's cutting off my slide here, but here it's fine. Okay, no problem. I'll look at that. Okay, so this is a simple slide which tells us why we are where we are right now. We have wreaked havoc on the planet, and there is a huge sort of ecological footprint which is problematic. And we know that on the one hand there is huge progress. We have enhanced our understanding of the functioning of Earth's systems. We know a lot about the environment, the impact of human activity. There's a lot of knowledge now about food, water, what kind of diseases are caused by, what factors, what are the solutions, and there are several solutions which we have piloted. So piloting of solutions is something that we are good at, but implementing them on scale is a problem. So I think this is an important issue that the world is negotiating. And despite all this progress, we have compromised on ecosystem integrity, and human security is threatened. Our lives are threatened, and we also know that we are struggling with energy security. As was mentioned by VK sir in the morning, Asia and Africa are unable to eradicate extreme poverty and hunger. So some of these are serious issues which we cannot ignore. So no matter how much we sort of say that all of this is indication of progress, we know that there is a strong underbelly to the growth models, development models that the world has pursued, particularly in the last 50 years. So we are talking about sustainability, which has become a very serious issue, and environmental risks loom large while pursuing goals of unbridled economic development. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, those of us who know about the idea of planetary boundaries, we know that we have crossed more than 9 planetary boundaries of the 12, and therefore, I mean, there is unequivocal, there's no debate about it. Yeah? We know that humans have warmed the planet, the ocean, the land. Okay, so also the atmosphere. So as a result of which, there are serious issues, and as Shekhar was saying, do we really, have we got a ticket to Mars? Because this planet is a ticking time bomb, and that's a reality. So let's not kid ourselves that, oh, some solution will happen because we have lived and so on. Our older generation might be telling us that, oh, all this is somebody's pressing alarm bells for no reason, but that's not true. Human-induced climate change is increasing the frequency and intensity of weather. Many weather and climate extremes in every region across the globe. So it's not just about Kerala, it's not just about India, this is happening everywhere. Can you pull the next slide, please? So not much of a difference between Port Arthur and Kerala floods, except that Kerala still has a lot of greenery, which at some level is definitely a saving grace. Next, please. So we are currently a world out of balance and a planet on which humans have caused havoc in the name of progress and development, and this is the Anthropocene that we are today confronting. Next, please. So what is this world at risk and what are we confronted with? Okay, so we have rising inequalities which we need to seriously sort of work on. There is socio-political conflict. We are in the middle of a war in this day and age. Effects of environmental degradation is well known. Very happy to note that we are at a site which has been it's a mining site which has been rehabilitated. Increased privatization is also causing risk, because when we have, when you privatize, the accountability remains that of the government, and there is a tendency to say that my agenda is only to make profits. So I think framing private responsibilities is equally important, but it's not happening. We are living in a globalized and a neoliberal world where a lot of polluting industries or pollution is transferred to developing countries with weak norms. So I'll not elaborate, but I think we need to recognize that what globalization is also doing. So standards of living have risen at the middle classes, and therefore there is a demand for consumerism. There is a consumerism which also fuels the developmental trajectory. Loss of access to commons, and rural, poor and tribal communities are the worst affected. So these are serious risks that we encounter as we move forward. I'm not sure, it's not moving, yeah. So there are many things we know, and how much of this is practiced, and again that's where your translational engineering comes into picture, that we already know a lot of things about climate change and disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation. What does it actually entail? We know that climate change will worsen the impact of disasters. Weather and climate-related disasters are already a major and costly concern, and climate change will make matters worse. These are things that are known. Adaptation and DRR are closely linked. Adapting to impacts of climate change and reducing risk to disasters are priorities that are best addressed in an integrated manner. So we can't talk about disaster management as separate from climate change adaptation. We need to work in a much more integral frames. I think those days are gone where we could wear disciplinary blinkers and just focus on one's own discipline. So the idea of building resilience, reducing vulnerability of communities, the kind of work that many of our institutions, what NC is doing, some of us at Tara Institute are doing, I think these are things which we need to focus on. Reducing, sorry, you jumped or I jumped? Okay. So reducing the risk of disasters leads to sustainable development. Unsustainable development is one of the main causes in growing disaster risks. This is something that we need to underline, and while risk reduction tools and methods are ready and available, how much of these are being deployed? I think these are some of the issues that we need to address. Sorry. Are you doing this or am I doing this? Can you go back, please? Yeah, okay. One more back, just so that I know. Yeah, go back. Okay. Yeah, so this is from the IPCC report on extreme weather events. It shows us the link between DRR, climate change and development. Next, please. So is absence of political will a key driver of risks and losses? I think this is today a burning question, and there's a lot of debate and discussion that is going on across countries. You know, the whole North-South debate has intensified. There are some agreements, but there are some things we are not agreeing on. So yes, there are serious challenges. I think we can move to the next one, please. Okay, so there is an acute environmental crisis on a planetary scale, and we are running out of time. Sometimes we talk about 30 years from now, but I think from 10 to 15 years, we are going to see kind of havoc which we have never really experienced. So we are actually looking at a specter of sixth mass extinction. Yeah, there has been extinction that has happened five times earlier, and we are now staring at the sixth mass extinction. So yes, ticket to Mars. We make sure that we have one. All right, next please. Yes, so there is scope for us to really work on issues of innovation. There is scope for us to ensure that we work on risk-informed planning. So all your development plans, are they really risk-informed? So every solution or every action which is a step in the direction of development, we need to look at whether it is risk-informed. Next please. Alright, so basically we are talking about maintaining a sort of balance, and how do we manage our relationship with the biosphere, which involves moving beyond short-term approaches to DRR. It entails risk-informed planning and balancing local and regional strategies. You know, we are all affected by each other's actions, so that's something to make note of. Next please. So these are simple examples. I'm bringing it down to, you know, drilling it down to a very basic sort of understanding of what do we mean by risk-informed planning. So clearly in flood-prone areas, can we elevate, you know, how toilets are built? Can we change guidelines? Is this doable? Is it possible? Next please. So that hand pumps, drinking water sources are not submerged. Some of these are images from Maharashtra where we had all the all the meters submerged during floods. Is it possible for us to change guidelines and make sure? The electricity department in Maharashtra says that while the guidelines can be issued, but that will all have cost implications. But I think we need to look at it from a long-term costing perspective as well. Next please. So these are just examples of what risk-informed planning would entail. I want to draw our attention to the fact that Kerala has already initiated risk-informed planning since 2019, 20 and so on, and now you have had, I mean, I read a piece in the newspaper about 10 days ago that we are breaking down climate change projections right up to the level of local self-government, which ensures that you have data, you have information, you have scientific information available to respond to climate change projections. So these projections are extremely critical from a sort of scientific point of view and planning point of view. So in some ways that really is the way ahead. And KILA is actually preparing guidelines for risk-informed planning. Some of this work we had done in 2018 when we were working with government of Kerala and KILA and local self-government at that time. So I think it is in these processes that education institutions can play a very critical role. Thank you. Can you go to the next one, please? Okay, so higher education, I don't know if you can see this, yeah. So what is the significance of higher education? It's useful for us to reclaim the idea of education itself. We want people to be able to sort of work on sort of critical understanding, ensure that we make the lives of future generations better, focus on quality of life, well-being and so on. So we want to create cadres of people who think critically and of course, contributing to development through innovation, skills and competencies. Dr. Usha talked about this, and a generation of people who will be able to respond to local and global challenges. Next, please. This actually tells us what the problem is with our education system. Very often, if you come from social sciences, psychology, if you're a mechanical engineer, if you are an environmental engineer, you look at the world very differently. And I think the plea for integrated knowledge systems is equally important. You know, we need to develop mutual respect for our sort of scientific endeavors and progress being made in respective disciplines, and bring it to sort of identifying solutions at the local level. So I think transcending disciplinary perspectives is also a challenge, not just for students but also for teachers. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Next, please. Yeah, so this is what the classical Rumfeld's challenge of uncertainty. So I think many of you might know about this, that there are things that we know, that there are things that we know that we don't know, and things that are unknown and yet sort of you don't know that that you know it, and there are also unknown unknowns. Next, please. Okay, so here are a couple of suggestions which I think maybe you all could take up for discussion as you move on. So this is more like a provocation, pointers, things that you could be doing. So one is, I think we are now pushing hard. UGC is also talking about this in a big way, that we need to have more teaching and more research going into disaster management within related subjects that are directly related, which is geology, geography, and so on. And you take on approaches which are again well established, like the river basin approach to planning is something which I think is well established, and we need to teach them, we need to integrate it. All universities must now increasingly endeavor to have master's level programs in DRR, or at least introductory courses in disaster management and climate change at various sort of levels of, it could be at first year, second year, third year, whatever level. And this is more so in hazard prone areas. So that will enable us to work closely with local self-governments and identify research and practice possibilities in your respective areas. Making disaster resistant construction methods and technologies a compulsory part of engineering and architecture. Today, engineering and architecture colleges do not teach, let's say, indigenous methods. They do not teach what is disaster resistant technology and so on. We need to increase ministries' involvement in hazard risk and DRR research and application in collaboration with universities. So these collaborative efforts, which have a huge potential, we need to really sort of make a push for. We need to focus on causes of risk and anthropogenic nature of risk, including climate change variability on existing risks, and avoiding accumulation of newer risks on low profile recurrent disasters that increase the vulnerability of the poor. So focus on poor is something that we really need to instill in whatever solutions we propose. Next, please. So people-centered development, I think we've been talking about, but I'm not sure if engineering students talk enough of it, and sometimes we often say that there are two categories of people. Of course, it's a joke, so don't take it personally, that it is the world is where it is, the problems are caused largely by engineers and economists. So I think we need to change that perception and probably make sure that we are looking at issues squarely in the face. A lot of progress has been made with regard to early warning, better disaster preparedness, and indeed acknowledging the important role that science and technologies have to play in reducing the risks. Next, please. Okay, so what kind of a curriculum do we need? And these are more abstract ideas. They need to be translated into practice. So we need to have multidisciplinary curriculum which goes beyond disciplinary boundaries of universities. Yeah, we have a very classical, we don't really have liberal arts, for instance. Yeah, we have a very structured, narrow, and those who are doing engineering do have no understanding of what progress is made in social sciences and vice versa. At Tata Institute, we have a specialization on technologies for disaster management. So I think we welcome, I mean, a lot of engineers come to this for precisely sort of learning more people-centered approaches. We need to work on a transformative curriculum which is value-based. Use of diverse data and different kinds of application of digital tools, artificial intelligence. I saw a lot of posters outside which used these very exact words, so happy to note that again Kerala is leading the way here. Linkages with policy and societal needs, ensuring that there is adequate advocacy across departments. That means working closely with policymakers and focusing on communication, citizen science. Again, we know historically the work that KSSP has done in Kerala. I mean, as a youngster, I was associated with some of those processes. We are now increasingly looking at traditional wisdom and traditional knowledge, and there is an urgent need to generate awareness amongst people that business as usual is not going to work. Next, please. Okay, so again, moving forward, what are the things that should be done? These are pointers for you. I will share my PPT with Professor NC, who is going to be leading a panel on this, and you can discuss this further. Next, please. Now, I think this, I'm nearing the end of my presentation. There are certain constraints we know that classically in a country like India, our curriculum tends to be not applied in nature. Yeah, it tends to be very bookish, and which is why all practitioners, when you go out to work, the people who employ you will tell you that leave your sort of theory in the classroom. Real world doesn't work like this. So I think we need to change that. So while applied work is needed, there's no escape from the fact that understanding the progress made, what is the kind of theoretical framing of issues and problems, I think both are equally important. The other challenge, it's easy to say we should introduce disaster management, but we don't have a pool of faculty members who actually can teach disaster management or disaster risk reduction or climate change in a multidisciplinary frame, because we are not trained like that. So we need to create that cadre. Hands-on work and engagement is critical to develop a realistic appreciation of what actually happens in the field, what happens on the ground. So I think engagement, and I'll be talking a little bit about praxis. So facilitative and adequate infrastructure within universities is also required. So do we have the wherewithal? When we do disaster response work in a given site, what kind of support is available within the university system itself? So I think you need funding, you need to make adjustments with curricular schedules, time, etc., etc. So we already now have several universities that recognize the role of disaster management, and they are introducing subjects, which is great. And the National Institute of Disaster Management has started a network of universities on working on disaster management, and I would urge the universities in Kerala and colleges to become members of this. Next, please. Yes. So why is it? See, teaching tends to be classroom oriented, but we need to look at curriculum as praxis, which is how do you make your curriculum live, how do you make it practice oriented, and again, this is an orientation where the teacher has to demonstrate this by example. Even if I'm dean, head of department, or director of an institute, I need to be able to demonstrate to my colleagues and to students what it is to be praxis oriented. So it is a personal but shared idea of good and a commitment to human emancipation. We talked about empowerment. People need to feel empowered as well. So how does one work on making people feel that these decisions are mine and I'm making an impact on the outside world? So moving maybe along with, of course, personal ambition and goals, one needs to really look at contribution to larger society. So ability to think critically and in action, think critically and see what can be done, an understanding of role and expectation of what others have out there. People tell you that you are educated, so what are you doing about this problem? So I think we need to be able to say what are we, where do we belong, and what's our contribution to this problem, or to solving that problem. And understanding of your, expectations that others have, proposal for action which sets out essential principles and features of the educational encounter. So how do you bring in your education encounter, how do you ensure that you bring the orientation of the real world? We need to sort of encourage conversations between and with people who are actually experiencing the situation, and from all of this will come sort of an informative action, and this is something that we try to do for a long time. It's a struggle, no doubt. We were just discussing that we still have to teach courses and we still have to do exams and correction and all of that, and with all of that we kind of try to move beyond. So you continually evaluate the process and what we can see as outcomes. So this is what a praxis-oriented curriculum is all about. Next, please. Yes, this is absolutely the last slide. So what are some of the issues that I would like to present before you as something that you could deliberate upon? So one is, what are the skills and competencies that need to be developed through our program? What is an adequate range and depth in the given time? So how much time do you need? What will you teach? Shekhar, who is here, has helped us through our consultation processes. He's been part of helping us move forward because I see in him also a researcher who really works on translating knowledge into practice and to policy. So, and I can tell you it's a struggle and not an easy thing, but yes, you need somebody with that kind of drive of what can be done and an understanding of what goes into an academic curriculum as well. Employment opportunities, very important. You can't be teaching something which nobody wants, so one needs to balance out with employment opportunities and what is the sort of expectation from potential employers, the spread and depth of course content, what would the perspectives in curriculum look like, what kind of a perspective we want to give. Are we only saying, okay, this is a problem and let's get the best solution, or are we going to contextualize both the problem and the solutions in terms of what is doable? Is specialization relevant or is it too early? Yeah, I think these are questions that we have struggled with. How do you allot faculty? Is it based on, I'm willing to teach, so I will teach what I know, or will you say that here's a faculty who wants to teach and has to go through certain kind of training orientation in order to bring in the multidisciplinary perspective. So I think these are issues that one needs to grapple with. Understanding of how your discipline speaks to disaster management is equally important, because that's the depth we also want. And that's where we are going to get multidisciplinarity. Research and development, we want faculty members not just to be lecturing in class, we want them to be doing research, we also want them to be engaged in a whole lot of live issues. So faculty development is very important. Where is the space for that? How do we create that space? How do we encourage those processes beyond just doing those refresher courses and orientation courses which are needed for promotions? I think we're really talking about greater engagement, and I want to congratulate Dr. Suja on this. Of course, forging linkages between academia, grassroots and policy. And we all know that there are serious funding challenges that we encounter, because as university teachers we are not trained to do fundraising. It's really not our cup of tea, but we will need to learn to do some of that, right? So these are challenges. How do we do this? How do we sort of hold each other's hands and move forward? is a question. The last slide, which says basically thank you. And we are all, I believe, as university teachers, I think we are all united. The science unites us, and I think that's my hope, that we hope that science will come to the service of people and we will become truly translational in the work that we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful keynote address. It was very informative and thought-provoking. Now I invite Dr. N.V. Jivkumar sir to present Dr. Janaki Andare with a token of gratitude.
Now I invite Dr. K. Bindukumar, PG Dean, Government Engineering College, Barton Hill, to deliver vote of thanks.
Distinguished Chair of the Function, Dr. Venu IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Higher Education Department. Distinguished Chief Guest, Professor V.K. Ramachandran, Vice Chairman, Kerala State Planning Board. Dr. Usha Titus, current CEO, ASAP. Dr. K.P. Sudhir, Sir Ex Officio Principal Secretary, S&T Department. Dr. Shekhar Kuriakos, Member Secretary, KSDMA. Dr. N.C. Narayan, Professor, IITB. Dr. Janaki Andare, Chairperson and Dean at this. Dr. N. Vijaykumar, Principal, GECBH, and Dr. Suja, all other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, delegates, very good morning to you all. I feel extremely privileged and honored to be delivering the vote of thanks. Before I go into this function, I just thank our co-sponsors, Asang Desai Center for Policy Studies, IIT Bombay, Kerala State Disaster Management Authority, and Director of Technical Education for raising the funds, without which this function would not have been possible. You know, we are deeply grateful to our own Additional Chief Secretary, Dr. Venu IAS, for preserving over this function and for an enlightening presidential address. Venu sir deserves our gratitude for his leadership, encouragement, and extensive support. Sir, on behalf of organizers and GECBH, I extend our sincere gratitude for participating in this function and delivering the presidential address. Today, we were blessed with the presence of very own Vice Chairman of Planning Board, Dr. V.K. Ramachandran sir. So, as sir said, he is, although he is from a different area, but when we approached him, he was very happy seeing that the relevance of the topic. He readily accepted our invitation, and he has delivered a very nice inaugural address in which he has emphasized the role of academicians, especially translating engineering in deep into the LSG, where we can correlate our findings into the annual plan and making it deliver to the lowest level, how significant it is. So we are really enriched by your inaugural address. So on behalf of GECBH, organizers, and on my own behalf, I express my sincere gratitude to you, sir. Dr. Usha Titus madam has been, what we can say, she has been there from the right beginning of this particular center, and any issues we had when she was holding the charge of Principal Secretary Higher Education, we just went to her, and she always had a smile on her face, and she solved every issue within shorter span of time so that the center works with the intention and she was what we can say she always had emphasis on internships, like because on one of the functions she was saying that when a doctor has his first session or first academic session, he or she will be seeing doing a practical session. But when engineers go into academia, what happens is that it's bombarded with theoretical things. So they never go into the realistic scenario. So she was very keen that the internship should be given more emphasis. And fortunately, with her support, we were able to do that. And today, TPLC is able to achieve greater heights with internships. So we are very thankful to you, ma'am. And we are just enlightened with the keynote address by Dr. Janaki Andaria. And ma'am has set really the floor open for the deliberations to come. And I thank you, ma'am, for actually provoking, I think, the delegates. And hopefully we will be having a wonderful session soon after this. And on behalf of the organizers, myself and GECBH, I extend my gratitude. We have two family members, Dr. Sudhir sir and Narayan sir, both from professors of IITs, and they were really the backbone of this center, because normally what happens is that when you have an advisory board, the center coordinator or the center people will be very hardly pushing for things. Now, I still remember in the last advisory board, they were the people who were pushing, because when we set the goal, short goal and the long goal for the center, they were the ones who were saying that no, the standard is not that enough, we have to go more. The publications, you need to more emphasis more on publications, we have to have international standards. So, so this kind of personality is really an asset to the center. And we are really thankful for both of you, sir, for enlightening us and guiding us through all from the right beginning. And we hope that we continue this. And we actually, it's not right to say thank you, but I bow my head to both of you, sir, in gratitude. Thank you. John Samuel IAS has agreed to be here, but due to some of his administrative exigencies, he couldn't be here. But he has extended his support to this program, and he has deputed a couple of his team members to attend the function and make sure that he gets a real knowledge of what's happening here. I'm sure that sir will be enlightened by the panelists and the delegates he has been sent. On behalf of the center, I thank you, sir. Now, we have one person who's sitting over there, and when we started this center thing, we approached him. That's none other than Dr. Shekhar Kuriakos of Member Secretary KSDMA, and said that, sir, we are going to organize a colloquium or an international colloquium on this. Straight away he took his phone and started calling all the people and said that no, these are the people you want, these are the people. And then I still remember that one of the meetings when we went to meet him, he was in a meeting with the minister. He said, just give me 5 minutes, I'll be with you. And then he suddenly, after the meeting, he came to us and said, okay, come on, let's okay, we need an inaugural speaker. So, okay, let me call Professor V.K. Narayan sir. So that was the involvement he had with this, and I hope that we continue this, and with the partnership of KSDMA, we can take this center to much greater heights. So and we are truly indebted to you, sir. Then, our own principal, Dr. N. Vijay, he has been always a motivation to us. I take this opportunity to thank him for his motivation and support, but I would also like to take this opportunity to wish him the very best for his future, as he will be retiring from government service in a couple of days. So thank you for everything, and please keep supporting us in the future also. And any event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheel starts crawling months back in advance, and we have fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated staff members and volunteers led by Dr. Suja. The entire TPLC team. I cannot thank everyone enough for their involvement, and they have shown the willingness to express the completion of the task beyond their comfort zones. I thank each and every member of the TPLC team for this, making this function a wonderful one, and their support. And if I'll be really not up to my mark if I don't thank Dr. B. Anil and Dr. Jairaj sir for the support they have been offering this center from right from the beginning. They are the advisory board members, and they are the backbone for this center. I thank both of you, sir, Anil sir and Jairaj sir. We have Mr. Piyush, Chief Engineer IDRP with us. I welcome you, sir, and please enjoy this colloquium, and please be open for all the deliberations which are going to happen. Finally, I would like to thank all the esteemed participants of the colloquium for this patient listening. And please, as I said earlier, please be free and please have the deliberations. So without the deliberations, this is going to be a meaningful event. So please be open, and we have to make this each and every session meaningful, because finally, as our Vice Chairman was suggesting, we want to give a document to the government, to the policy makers, saying that this is the outcome of this. So without your participation, it's going to be possible. So please be free. Please make all the sessions lively as much as possible, and enjoy your stay, and enjoy the conference dinner arranged today also. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we have come to the end of inaugural ceremony. As even from deliberations of distinguished guests, it is high time that we as citizens of Kerala become more involved and active in disaster mitigation process. Hope the two-day colloquium will pave way for better interaction and to evolve fruitful strategy for disaster mitigation. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day. Tea is served outside. Please enjoy the tea and assemble back before 11:50 a.m. Next session will start at 11:50 a.m. Thank you.
Now, our first speaker is Professor Dr. C.J. Van Western. He is joining now on virtual mode now. Dr. Van Western is a full-time professor of multi-hazard risk dynamics at the Earth System Analysis Department of the Faculty of Geoinformation Science and Earth Observation at University of Twente. He took MSc in Physical Geography from University of Amsterdam in 1988 and joined the International Institute for Geoinformation Science and Earth Observation as PhD researcher. From 2005 to 2015, he was worked as the director of United Nations University ITC Center on Geoinformation for Disaster Risk Management. Sir, welcome to ICT Year 2022. Sir, can you hear me? Sir? Sir, can you hear me?
Are you? Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, you can start your presentation now.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear any introduction, so that was maybe the problem. Okay, so I'll start my presentation. major remaining challenges, and that also I would like to highlight within databases. We have to develop landslide susceptibility maps that are useful for stakeholders. I will also show some examples of that. We should avoid generalization of such landslide susceptibility maps. We need to focus on proper validation. So do they actually behave as they were supposed to? What would be the maximum time of such maps so that they would be still valid, and how we could generate them into hazard and risk information, and eventually also how we incorporate the effects of climate change on landslides. So again, developments have been very rapidly. Here some of these developments are indicated. There are many methods in field methods, for example, smart sensor networks. We have a lot of developments in crowdsourcing, UAVs, etc. The remaining issues are still that many of the landslide inventories are still very incomplete, both in terms of their coverage in time and space, and also in terms of their attributes. So we are still having problems to link specific landslide inventories to specific rainfall events so that we could use them better in terms of both hazard and risk assessment, in terms of frequency analysis, but also for early warning systems. There have been large developments in the field of automatic detection, but still image interpretation remains important to make reliable. In the Caribbean, in an island area that was hit by a tropical cyclone, causing thousands of landslides in single event. It's very relevant to map those events, but also map them over time. For the same area here, some examples of different periods where we reconstructed landslide inventories related to triggering events, for example, going back even to the 1980s or 90s, 2014, and recent events, including the recent cyclone event. So this kind of multi-temporal landslide information is very essential in being able to better predict what might happen in the future. And it's also important for, as I say, hazard assessment, early warning, and impact-based forecasting. Now, to show the example from Kerala, we have been working there already since a number of years, also in collaboration with several partners, the University of Kerala, with the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority. We also worked with UN UNEP, or UN Environment, and Yale in a study where we also collaborated with GSI as well as NRSC in looking at what were the landslides generated during the 2018 monsoon event, and what kind of methods have been used to map them, and how these landslides were actually realistically portraying the situation. And the other aspect was also to look at what is the relation between those landslides and land use change in order to be able to predict those events in future. So the aim of the collaborative work was whether these land use changes were major contributing factors to the occurrence of those landslides. So this was always stated very much in literature that the vast majority of landslides is also contributing is that the automated landslide detection methods have their inaccuracies. They are not mapping the landslides often properly. And also the existing land use maps do not portray often the detailed land use in which the landslides initiated. So we did therefore a study where we used Google Earth images and revisited all the landslides mapped by the two organizations, NRSC using automatic landslide detection methods using machine learning, and GSI, who actually visited a number of damaging landslides in the field. And for each location, we also looked at what is the land use at just before the landslide happened, and what was the land use in 2010. So through that analysis, we kind of combined all these data sets, and we generated a final inventory where we had a number of landslides that were actually rejected from the others, and also quite a few were added. So here, example of, say, the number of landslides that were mapped by the different source data sets and what we ended up. So we also focused on, say, the generation of landslide susceptibility maps. We know for Kerala there are three sources of landslide susceptibility maps. The ENS, which was around 2010 and which was generated by, say, expert-based method. And that has only two classes, moderate and high. The Kerala University and Michigan Tech University, they made an atlas for the whole of Kerala in 2018 based on physically based models, where they cover the entire area with three classes. And GSI also developed a landslide susceptibility maps as well. Program recently also for Kerala, also full coverage with three classes. The legends differ quite a bit. And then so we thought also, on the other hand, those are the map producers, but did those map producers actually consult with the map users? So we also made interviews with those map producers, and actually they had very limited interaction with map users. So we had also interviews with a series of map users, just town planners, environmental lawyers, policy implementer, disaster manager, or quarry owner. We also looked extensively to literature studies, say how landslide susceptibility maps were used. And we made, say, these interviews with each of the interviews gave us specific highlights on what the end users would like to have as a product in terms of the landslide susceptibility map. And this was also a bit different from one user to the other. So if we summarize them, most of the users did not consider that the maps were up to their standards, so that they were what they would like to have. They also had a quite confusing idea about what is actually hazard, vulnerability, and risk. They used that interchangeably. And so they were not really clear on what those maps were conveying to them. I think that's a major step that should be taken in future, that these maps have to be developed with the users and also targeting the exact needs of those users. The other important aspect was, say, how actually made validated with the data set that was available before the event took place. But almost no map is ever tested afterwards using posterior, what we call posterior validation, using landslides that have occurred after the susceptibility map was generated. And say one of our MSc students is doing this type of work, Tanuj Parikh, and he is also comparing the three available landslide susceptibility maps, and they show also quite a considerable difference, also in terms of their legends, whereas one of the maps has only moderate and high, and the others have three classes, also including, so if it's low hazard, what could still be expected? And when we look at an individual landslide event here, the famous landslide in Munnar with the school. And we also see how these three maps actually depict that situation. And so making this also rather difficult actually to use such type of maps as a basis for the planning, as some of them are just pixel based. And so making that quite difficult to zone the area. So what we also did was we compared the landslides that happened in 2018, so the whole inventory with the landslides by the three different sources. We noticed that we had quite a bit of mismatch here, so that many of the landslides actually happened also when it was indicated as a low. The majority of the landslides happened, say, more in the high than in the medium, in the low, but most of them happened actually where the map indicated there was no hazard. And so the other maps had also similar problems. And so a very important aspect is that to also keep checking on, say, what is the predictability of these maps and major events have been done. Another aspect that we looked at was what would be the maximum duration, the validity of those maps, and we did land cover model. If it's okay, they should move slowly. Yeah, so we did with land use change models in Iduki area from 2010 up 50. And so we compared what would be possible land use change and how also the susceptibility of those areas might change over time. So that, see, when do these land use susceptibility maps have to be updated? So finally, I'd like to highlight one initiative that we are working on right now. This is about a project that we are trying to develop with a number of partners. The Kerala site is the Netherlands Meteorological Institute, KNMI, the Red Cross Climate Center, and the University of Twente Center for Disaster Resilience. We are developing a proposal on climate downscaling for risk-informed planning by local authorities in Kerala. These links to recent initiatives, such as the conclusions in the 14th five-year plan, 2022-27, the roundtable discussions between Kerala and the Netherlands, and several other initiatives that have developed certain components of that. But we have a spatial decision support system that will allow LSGs to act on the hazards and the risks, but also what kind of adaptation and risk mitigation measures they can implement, and to see what would be the best options in that sense. So that would be a comparison of different alternatives and being able to select the most optimal alternative available. We make use of a object, especially tailored towards the local situation. I will skip a number of slides because of the time. We would like to so implement this system together with the Kerala partners and to test it first in a pilot study area and then roll it out over the whole of Kerala. The contributions to this presentation. Would also like to direct you maybe to our website and to the Center for Disaster Resilience for more information. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for this excellent presentation. It's a valuable suggestion for future studies, especially.
Professor Weston has to go, we can actually take one or two quick questions if needed, because he will not be available during the our discussion session. Do anybody have a question? Yeah, there are no questions from the floor. Can you hear us? Professor Weston, can you hear us? I think that's the problem of communication. So I think we'll thank him then from side of the chair and the side of the audience. Thank you very much for this presentation, and we can move on to the next speaker. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for the technical issue which delayed the program. Well, I'm sure that I'll take lesser than what is assigned to me, right? I'll just glance through what I wanted to convey. Couple of you might have seen this presentation earlier because not the full presentation, some of the slides which I'm using here. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present here. I was told to talk on natural disasters, repeated natural disasters of Kerala. So I thought like how Kerala state is getting geared for a resilient situation for the natural disasters. That's what I thought should be a topic of discussion. Yeah, I wanted to take your attention before we go to the Kerala specific problems. I want to bring your attention. We talk about lot of things about climate change, and every natural disaster we blame it on the climate change and other things. So look at these two figures. You can see the left side is an annual average rainfall of the country during 1961 to 1990. And the right side plot is an annual average rainfall between 91 to 2020. Can you see a difference in these two figures? Apparently not. There is no big difference between these two figures in terms of mean annual average for the last 30 years as the previous 30 years. What does it indicate? The volume of water which we have been receiving was consistently the same. But look at this figure. The central figure is the change in number of rainy days in the country. The red, more red, it indicates that a decrease. So if you see, most part of the country is in red, it implies that mean annual rainfall remaining the same, the number of rainy days coming down, the extreme events are increasing. That's a message which I wanted to give. So it's not only in Kerala, it's everywhere in the country there is a change in the extreme events in terms of precipitation. Floods and droughts of the country. This right side figure I have borrowed it from a document. The left side figure I have created on myself for clarity. You see, 54% of India faces high to extremely high flood risk as well as water stress. And this is an important fact which you need to know, because when you talk about natural disasters, we normally confine only to the floods and probably the extreme rainfall events and associated landslides. But then it's equally important that we are also facing water stress condition in several parts of the country. This is again the climate change signals of Kerala. If you look at between 1961 to 90 and 91 to 2020, there is no big difference in the mean annual rainfall again here in Kerala. Very similar to any state if you take. These are some of the details of repeated floods in the state. 2018, we started getting the extreme floods in 2018 onwards. We had Chalakudi, Pamba, Periyar, again repeated in different basins in different years. Damage causing around 400,000 crores in 2018, which came down to 190 crores in 2020. But then this has become a repeated thing. Landslides, I don't think I need to mention anything about the landslides now, because Professor Vistin has already talked about landslides in Kerala. These are some of the incidents of landslides in Kerala. Again in repeated events, probably 2018 in Munnar, 19 Malappuram, then you have Wayanad, Pettimudi in 2020 and Koottikal in 2021, which were devastating damages. the new normal now. The new normal is that you need to understand that the climate change is real. You cannot be earlier, I think 5 to 6 years back or 10 years back when somebody was talking about climate change, we were not really concerned about it. We were actually thinking, I cannot see any change in my climate. I don't see any temperature increase. I don't see any change in rainfall pattern. But now, over a period of years, probably in the last 5-6 years, we have been witnessing that there is an impact of climate change in reality, and everyone has started witnessing it. Next slide, please. We started looking at the climate change through IPCC, which was constituted in 1990, and they have come up with 6 assessment reports, which came in the last October. The 6th assessment report has come in the last October, but if you look at the common items which was discussed in all these assessment reports, every report says that the climate change is induced by the human intervention, which is an alarming thing. So human intervention, what happened is we started with a sustainable development or a sustainable living since long, but for the comfort of the human being or comfortable living, we started disturbing our nature, and also we started damaging our nature as well. So that is where probably all these impacts have come up. But again, there is another school of thought that the climate change is not only because of the human intervention, it is also as part of the cycle. Maybe like we had a ice age and a so now again we are going to the warming cycle. Probably whatever it is, but we need to realize that there is a climate change we are experiencing, and probably for the next generation we need to do certain things for the developmental activities. Just wanted to give you landslide warning. I'm not an expert in landslide. Probably Alan has talked many things about the landslide. There is a system which is available in Monar. Probably Shekhar can give details of it when he talks about it. This is set up by the Amrita University, which has different sensors, and they wanted to look at whether there is a trigger of landslide. It is very important these days because it's not only identifying the susceptible land locations of the landslide, but you also need to get an early warning for the landslide so that the mitigation measures can be done. Another aspect which I wanted to discuss is rainfall. If you look at in Kerala, over the last 60 years, the contribution of Indian summer monsoon rainfall to annual rainfall, if you look at the contribution from different locations are totally different. If you look at the southern parts of the state, which includes Trivandrum, the contribution is only less than 50%, whereas northern parts of the state and the central part of the state is contributing more and more for the annual monsoon rainfall, which also has a spatial variability in every different basin. So what happens is, when the spatial variability of the rainfall is different in a year compared to a different year, the flood and the corresponding damages are also going to be different. So we wanted to have a look at this, and we looked at it. How we did is, if you look at here, the plot which shows is there is a spatial variability of rainfall in Periyar River Basin itself. If you look at 5 river rain gauges, if you look at the distribution plot which was in the previous slide, which clearly indicates that there is a magnitudinal change in terms of the rainfall which we receive at different locations, which obviously have an impact on the flood hydrograph. And that is what you are seeing here. So what we have done is we generated thousands of synthetic rainfall patterns which gives you the same magnitude of aerial average. So normally what happens is when we do a flood management plan, we look at the aerial average of the rainfall and then say that, let's say 200 mm or 300 mm is the aerial average, and then consider that as uniformly occurring over the basin and try to develop the hydrograph. But in this case what we have done is we try to capture the possible scenario of spatial variability and found that the hydrograph shape can be totally different in totally different locations or in different patterns. So then we thought, next please. Next. Okay, so what we have done is we developed a flood inundation library consisting of thousands of rainfall patterns similar to it, which we have generated synthetically. The idea was when you get a forecast of rainfall pattern in this basin, you can closely match with which is the the rainfall pattern we have generated, and the corresponding hydrograph is the possible one. But then, next please. Yeah. So here, this gives us the difference in or the variability in the magnitude of flood peak as well as the flood volume which is generated from these ensembles. So what happens is when you have these ensembles, you can always, it's very difficult to confidently say that one rainfall pattern is possible and you plan your activities accordingly. But then when you have an ensemble of simulations, for your planning it becomes easy so that you can confidently develop what is your effective plan. The flood inundation library has been translated into the flood inundation maps through a hydraulic simulation model. Next please. So this is the kind of flood inundation maps you get in the flood prone areas of Periyar River, which is on the southernmost part of it. Then what we can probably look at is when you get a forecast or a warning from IMD or SDMA or whichever agency is given, you closely look at match with the library where it is matching, then go and pick up the flood inundation map so that you have an idea about which area or which location is going to get inundated mostly. Then you can plan your disaster mitigation activities accordingly. Next please. The flood risk is also developed in terms of different components which contribute to the risk. Proximity to a flooding situation, the importance of the building, the population in that area, the inundation depth, the velocity of flow during the flood, all these things are considered here to develop the flood risk map. This can be used for future land use plans. This is not for a real-time management of the flood, but then this can be used, flood risk maps can be used for future land use planning, and that is what is important. Next please. Well, this is a flood management in the same basin in real time which we have envisaged. So what we have done is we contacted the IMD and SDMA who give us the forecast for the next 10 days. IMD gives us 21 ensemble forecast for the next 10 days at 3-hour interval. So these rainfalls in the Periyar River Basin, we have run it through the model which we have set up, HEC HMS and HEC RAS. Then next please. So next please. So this is what we finally generate in a real time. When we get the warning, we generate the flood inundation map and see what was happening. And then we have actually verified it with the 2020 observed inundation in Periyar River basin, which was found to be closely matching. The anomalies will be there because there is always an anomaly or an uncertainty in the model. Please, next please. I think you can go for it. Go for it. So this slide which I was indicating is because of the climate change, there is also a change in land surface temperature, lapse rate. Lapse rate of land surface temperature is when you go along the altitude, the temperature actually has to come down, but then the lapse rate is by which we say that the temperature is coming down. But the rate of lapse rate has also come down. That means the the cooling of land surface when you go along the height is also coming down. That means the land surface is getting more and more warmed up, which has a long-term implication on the evapotranspiration and other related hydrological activities in the region. So your warming climate, the evapotranspiration go up, then your water balance may get affected, your water availability may get affected. So these are some of the concerns which I wanted to indicate. So next. So this case study I have taken basically to indicate we need to re-look at the design aspects of the urban stormwater drainage system. We have been designing it based on the risk-based approach which engineers have been following. But now considering the climate change and the change in magnitude of the rainfall associated with the return period, the return level associated with the return period is changed or enhanced. So the volume which you have designed earlier may not be sufficient enough to take away from the urban area. We need to relook at the design. One is you have to revamp the design completely which is existing, or when you design for the new cities, you need to relook at the design procedure. We have devised a safe fail approach which can be used for design. Which basic concept is that you don't design the system completely for one single return period, but you look at what is the failure possibility at different links and nodes and then try to design accordingly. Next. These are some case examples which we did for the urban stormwater design. So the challenges what we have in front of us is the frequent occurrence of floods, the water availability is coming down, higher occurrence of meteorological, hydrological and agricultural drought, increasing temperature resulting in high evaporation rate and reduction in safe yield of the basin. And these are the challenges in terms of natural disasters what we have, and this is what we need to address and take care of in terms of getting resilience developed in resilient environment. Possible redressals possibly in my opinion are efficient water conservation which is still to be improved in the state, integrated reservoir operation which is not being currently done I guess, paradigm shift in the design of stormwater drainage systems where the cities are getting inundated even for small rainfalls, change in crop calendar and cropping pattern. This is more because of the pattern of the rainfall is completely changed now, and some of our agricultural activities are rain dependent, not only the irrigation canal dependent. And efficient water management has to be brought in for every aspect, not only agriculture, but in terms of every aspect. Next please. This is my team. I thank all my team members for helping me in developing all the results which I have presented here. Next please. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Sudhir.
The questions are later. The discussion is later.
So, to quickly summarize, you started with extreme events and also spatial variability in different basins, and you talked about a new normal indicating climate change. You are against climate skeptics. You focused on human interventions is the key. That is the Anthropocene argument. Then you had detailed case studies of Periyar Basin, how flood risk maps can be used for further land use planning. Then risk-based planning for cities, flood planning for cities. And you finally talked about possible challenges and reversals. Thank you very much, and we'll come back to you for the discussion. And I invite the next speaker, Professor Vasan.
Dr. Vasan Matsagar currently serves as Dogra Chair Professor at Department of Civil Engineering in IIT Delhi. He took PhD from IIT Bombay. He got DSG Young Scientist Award by Science and Engineering Research Council at Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. He also got IBC Award for Excellence in Built Environment Day by Build Indian Buildings Congress. We would like to have you on dais, please, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Quickly going into the topic without further ado. I'll be talking about multi-hazard resilient community development. Already my predecessor speakers have talked about some of the concepts that I was also interested in introducing here. So some of those topics which my predecessor speakers have already talked, I will skip. And I'll focus more on what we are working at IIT Delhi in our multi-hazard protective structures laboratory on developing some schemes, some frameworks for analyzing, designing, and finally implementing it on the field for making multi-hazard resilient community. Now, in the backdrop of this colloquium, which is very aptly addressing the issue of translational research and then interacting with the academia, you will see that whatever I'm going to present, it is of high relevance. Though I am from structural engineering, when I will be talking about some hazard, I might take examples from structural engineering such as earthquakes, winds, etc. However, it is across the board applicable. We typically talk about different kinds of hazards that we human beings as well as the infrastructure that we develop is exposed to, and we try to categorize it into natural hazards and man-made hazards. Some of my colleagues do not believe on the natural hazards. They simply say that it is everything related to man-made activities. I'll quickly talk about that. Nevertheless, whatever applications that we have in structural engineering, they might be useful in the other disciplines as well. Essentially, what my colleagues are mainly talking about are disaster rather than hazard. And as in the beginning of this session, it was mentioned that we do use these terms interchangeably. However, they have very specific meanings and they cannot be used interchangeably. Particularly, some of these terms are having mathematical meaning behind that, and we do calculate them. And without spending too much of time on it, I'll quickly talk about how it is relevant in risk quantification and development of some solutions to make our community resilient. So I'll focus again on multi-hazard, and I'll give some examples of earthquake engineering, from wind engineering, from wind hazard, and some of the accidental hazards. In this, my focus in the research had been on protecting the structures from some of these furies from the nature as well as some of the accidental or man-made hazard. And then I will talk about disaster risk reduction very quickly. Now, this is of interest to each one of us who is here today participating in this colloquium as to how vulnerable we are and what kind of exposure we have to the multi-hazard event. This map has been taken from the National Building Code of India, of which I had the fortune of becoming a member in a committee where we were given a task to develop some of the recommendations for making our community resilient against multi-hazard. If you see this in chapter 9, there some of these recommendations have been highlighted, though very, very primitively. And I must say that there are efforts being made all across the world to make sure that our communities are becoming multi-hazard. In the Indian context, we have worked on it, and from the structural engineering perspective, we have reported in the current science journal as to what kind of preparations we need to have in order to make our community resilient against multiple or multi-hazard. Without spending time on what risk is and how we calculate it, very quickly we are changing over, as Professor Sudhir also mentioned, to the risk-based calculations for making sure that our community is at less risk. Now, when we talk about the risk, we divide it into different kinds of losses: direct, indirect, as well as tangible and intangible. Overall, we are seeing what are the effects of some of these hazards, whether it is natural or man-made, on the built infrastructure as well as human beings. Now, I will first of all take one example, which is in the context of Kerala. Here, three categories of events have been mentioned. One is the first one, because it doesn't work on this side of the screen. In the first one, there are two events which might happen at any particular time, let's say during the lifetime of a structure. However, they are not correlated. Now, there is a school of thought which says that multi-hazard is different from multiple hazards. To me, they are not different. We can use these words multi-hazard and multiple hazard interchangeably. However, what we need to distinguish is whether the events are correlated or they are uncorrelated. And there are some events which happen simultaneously. So in this slide, you see three categories of these events. The first one are uncorrelated events happening at different point in time. However, there is some interaction between them, and again, the previous speaker has talked about the interactions of these multi-hazard events are still not fully known. The second one is the cascading event or cascading multi-hazards, in which one event triggers the second event. And one very simple example in the context of this colloquium is when there is a heavy downpour, when there is a lot of flooding, it has a potential of triggering landslides. And that has been shown in the second one, where there is a conditional probability expressed. And the last one is again relevant to this part of India, where there are heavy
Recording in progress.
and it triggers after heavy downfall, some flooding events and then landslides, and they happen one after the other, and some of them happen simultaneously. So understanding these interrelationships between different hazards itself is a challenging and daunting task, and some of us are involved into that. And then how to mitigate these challenges and to make our society multi-hazard resilience is the challenge before technocrats. And policymakers and academia are required to have hand in hand in order to make sure that we develop some solutions and implement them. And therefore, I said in the beginning that this translational research is quite important. Here we have made an hypothesis that these risks cannot be simply added together, and we have to have some risk-based models developed. And there are some efforts made towards that direction. I can draw parallel with the hazes. Some of you might be familiar with that. A similar kind of effort is being made in India, and again I have taken this from the National Building Code of India, where it pertains to description given for different kinds of hazard that the Indian states are exposed to, and in particular you can see here what are the multi-hazard events that the Kerala state is exposed. Now, if we have to develop certain technological solutions in order to address some of these multi-hazard, we need to put our hands together, because it is a multidisciplinary area of research and investigation. We really need different kinds of experts And from that, we need to develop some solutions to make our society more resilient. Again, this term resilient, it is typically used very loosely, but we have some specific definitions of resilience which I will quickly talk about. And then in order to ensure that community is resilient enough, we have to see for future as to what kind of technological interventions we require to have this sustainability. One quick example I have taken to understand what is the triggering event in case of multi-hazard. This is one bridge in the United States West Coast where the bridge connects between two states in California and Arizona. Now there was heavy downpour, it led to flooding in that area, and because of flooding there was loss of abutment at the support, and it has caused the failure of the bridge. Required, and where our interaction, where our attention is required to understand the interaction between these, and where the data availability is very, very scarce. I wanted to ask the questions to the previous speakers regarding the availability of data. Professor Sudhir has mentioned that there is some sensor data available, probably installed by one of the universities here, whether that data is available to the researchers, whether we can make use of them in developing some framework for analyzing the resilience of infrastructure. That is where I'm saying that we have to have hand in hand in order to address some of these solutions. The next part comes is how to handle that data. Even if you have large amount of data, how to handle that, so we do rely on some data analytics techniques on that. So this slide summarizes as to what are these different stakeholders involved and how they interact with each other, and at what level do they interact with each other. Now resilience, as I have said, it is a mathematical term, and we need to quantify the resilience, and we need to make our community resilience against multiple hazards. Now there are 4 levels at which we would work. The first is before a hazard and hazardous event takes place. Now one is immediately after the hazard happens, a catastrophic event takes place, and the recovery process, and then once it is mitigated, then how we are preparing ourselves for the future event. Now these are some of the interacting activities because when we prepare ourselves for the next level of hazard, we need to quantify again what is the resilience that we have achieved. For example, depending on how developed we are, this curve, pointer is not working, but this recovery curve, we would like to make it as quick as possible, and the area as small as possible so that we can recover it faster. So there are some preparations that we can do before an anticipated event so that we can have the functionality maintained at 100%. Even if there is some loss of functionality once the event takes place, how soon we are able to recover ourselves defines how resilient we are and how prepared we are. That kind of interaction and phases that we have to work on. And from that I have taken some examples as to how we are working at IIT Delhi on some of these aspects. So one example I will be taking from the response as to what hazard happens and how quickly the first respondents are able to take care of the rescue of victims who are trapped underneath some failed infrastructure, and then in the recovery part I will quickly talk about how IIT Delhi, our research group, is working on development of the ultra-hazard resilient community. So initially, a few years back, we were working with in collaboration with IIT Roorkee, where from the potential locations of the its origin, such as some of the known faults in the locality. There has been extensive instrumentation carried out, which sometimes it is also called as multi-zonation. And we know that primary waves and secondary waves have very different velocities. So typically, to the citizens that there is a possibility of arrival of a strong seismic wave, so that they
out of their structures, out of their homes, out of their working places, so that life safety can be achieved. Now this system is further investigated into as to how we can improve it for other hazards also, and how we can have that kind of multi-hazard analysis framework implemented across. Now for that we have looked into how other communities in the other parts of the world are putting up these kind of systems together.
for example, in this case, they have a similar kind of a system. However, they have integrated most of the systems together. It is not only from the earthquake viewpoint, it is also from the wind viewpoint. And we have looked into those examples and how the control stations, they receive the data from different sensors, and then how the decisions are made and how the users or the citizens are informed about it through typically the smartphones that typically everybody has. Now, once again, this is a translational research which is being focused on taking the knowledge
from the laboratory to the land. This is one example where again in Texas some mock drills were conducted on a disaster city, and different kinds of sensor data were integrated together, and they tried to see as to how soon rescue operations could be taken. Here that kind of analysis framework is shown, and some similar kind of analysis frameworks we have developed at IIT Delhi, and we try to see whether those analysis framework work when we have even some false signals. So there could be some event which need not necessarily be catastrophic. We call that as a false signal, which might be because of some unforeseen signal received. However, that data processing is required. So some manual intervention is required, as well as their integration together is also important. And this is again important from the Kerala state, where most of these strategically important structures could be instrumented, and those instrumentations or those sensors could be of different kinds. For example, most of the tall structures or long span bridges, they can be instrumented with some wind load data capturing, and that wind load data can be useful for predicting if there is some future event anticipated at a location. So it could be collected at one particular place, and then you can evaluate and you can predict as to if there is some catastrophic event expected. So similar kind of framework which are being worked by us at IIT Delhi in the laboratory, where we are relying on the cyber physical monitoring system in order to monitor and develop some kind of framework for protecting the infrastructure. So we are involved into detection, giving warnings, and post-event assessment. I will not go into each one of them, but I'll quickly talk about some of them. This is a real-life bridge where some kind of sensors have been implemented, and those are different kinds of sensors, including temperature, pressure, and so on, apart from the conventional structuring sensors such as load cells and strain gauges. And that now we are taking to the next level, and this is one of the most state-of-the-art research that we have carried out, though in the academia it has not seen the field as of now. These days we always talk about making everything smart, using the smart devices, making the city smart, and then the infrastructure also smart. Now in this one example, this is a bridge which is having a lot of importance in terms of its survivability, especially during and after a catastrophic event. When there are high-speed trains running or bullet trains that we are talking about, even a small variation in the geometry of the bridge might be very catastrophic. So we have to stop the train before it approaches the bridge if there is some event which is foreseen. So we have developed one analysis framework. Without going into technical details of that, you would find that this bridge is completely instrumented. It captures the data continuously, and that data is processed using the machine learning algorithms. And then we predict as to what would be the behavior of the bridge. And if we found that the bridge will not be able to survive or take up a particular level of hazard, then a signal goes to the control room that the train should not even arrive here. So because the data available here in India is little scarce, so we have taken example from Japan for the Shinkansen train, and we were able to establish this analysis algorithm. It works fine for giving some early warning whether there is failure of the bridge. Nevertheless, for the Indian cases also, we have instrumented these two buildings. Both of them are isolated. I'll quickly talk about the building which is in Delhi. And what we propose is most of the statistically important building needs to be instrumented extensively, and those sensors will give us data. That data we can use for continuous monitoring health of the structure, as well as using that data for predicting some of the future catastrophic events. So those algorithms, those sensor placement in the different parts of the structure is already established and shown. And then a simple analysis framework we have developed such that whenever there is some additional vibrations experienced in a structure, we receive in our cell phone that okay, this structure is vibrating abnormally, it is vibrating a lot. That gives us a warning that some abnormality has happened. It triggers us, we look into as to why it is happening so. And if it is an indication of a future event, then we can take some action well in advance. So as the time is short, I am skipping some of this part. This is established in the laboratory so far, but as of now it has not been tried, or there have been no mock drills as such. So this is an open offer that we are ready with this technology, and we would like to have some partners who would like to take this up. Another exercise that we have carried out in our laboratory is by using a UAV, a drone, where we have developed a framework in which this can be used for at least giving a message to the family that I am safe in a particular hazard. So typically during some of these catastrophic events, either local network completely fails, or there is a jamming of the network. So cell phone doesn't work, or the apps that we use, for example WhatsApp, it doesn't work. So these kind of drones can immediately go to the place, they can have the local network developed there, and that local network can be used not only to protect the victim, but also sending message to the right persons. For example, here the family members of the person. This is the ongoing work in collaboration with our international partners in Germany. It is funded by the German government also, where we are trying to locate the victims who are trapped in such kind of catastrophic event, and how to first of all localize them, and then how to take them out. So as a structural engineer, we are looking into how the structure would have behaved, and that data from the different sensors is taken, and then we carry out 3D mapping, and using the 3D mapping we find out as to where are the pockets where the humans must have been trapped, and then send the drones there in order to validate that data, and then define a scheme as to how we evacuate these trapped victims. So these kind of sensor, their placement in different kinds of structures is helpful in our future structures, which we propose that especially for the important structures we need to have such kind of sensor systems placed across. So I would not be surprised to see that most of our parliament buildings or secretariat buildings will equip with large number of sensors which is continuously giving data. It is being monitored automatically, and using that data we are ensuring that life safety is achieved. So these are the academic partners in this, including IIT Bangalore, IIT Bombay. We are developing this framework for rescuing the victims trapped under some collapsed structure. I'm sorry for this technical glitch, but that actually summarizes what I wanted to convey from myself. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Vasan. We started with risk analysis at the interface of hazard, exposure and vulnerability, especially for risk-based planning for multi-hazard resilience. We also raised the question of data availability and the need for better analysis of it. Then we talked about resilience and then to different stages of disaster management. In the case of earthquake, early warning systems. And then finally, it was a very interesting presentation of how digital innovations, especially smart devices and early warning systems, can help disaster management. So this is a very interesting take on disaster management by a structural engineer, especially using sensors and artificial intelligence. Thank you again. We will come back to you for discussion session. Now I invite Dr. Sri Kumar, former Director of Integrated Rural Technology Center, for his presentation.
Dr. S. Srikumar is the professor at Department of Environmental Science, University of Kerala and consultant Ankila. He is the former director at IRTC Palakkad. Also, he is associated professor at Department of Geology and Environmental Science, Christ College, Irinjalkuda, Kerala. He published 52 papers on various national and international publications. He is the principal coordinator of 8 major research projects on landslide mitigation and wetland studies. Welcome, sir.
So the time limit is there, so I am quickly going through my slides. Mr. Narayan, 15 minutes for. So I am just presenting the ground truth of landslides, that is before 2018 and after 2018. So we are talking about the rainfall event, extreme rainfall events now. But you see that the landslides have happened in the previous years, but you see that isolated occurrences of landslides happened in different places. But after 2018, we could see that widespread occurrence in all districts. The Kerala Western Ghats, you can see the landslide occurrence. So I'm just going through the slides. Next slide. Okay. So this is what I am covering in my presentation. What is slope failure? Types, causes of failures in Kerala. Case studies of events before and after 2018. Landslide hazard zonation, macro level and micro level that we have conducted in Kerala. Validation of hazard zonation maps. Strategies to combat slope failures. Translation studies, gaps that we have to fill up. So this is a very popular definition for mass wasting process. The movement of the material downwards because of the gravity. And different types of mass wasting processes you can see in Kerala Western Ghats. You can see this is the typical picture. You can see it starts from the ground to the tomb, maybe extending for several meters. 1 kilometer or 1.5 kilometer. But the thing is that the landslides in Kerala, they are shallow. compared to the one that is taking place in the Himalaya. And it is not affecting the hard roads, and mostly the landslides in Kerala is affecting the overburden material that is seen over the hard rock. So that is how the landslides in Kerala is different from the Himalayan landslides. And naturally, the shear strength that is reduced because of the, previous speaker said, because of the rainfall and also because of the unscientific land use practices that is practiced in many parts of Kerala Western Ghats. And this is the general causative factors that we can see. Rainfall is the triggering factor we can call as the for the landslides in Kerala, but earthquake, we have not recorded the earthquake seismic induced landslide so far in Kerala. And so many factors like relative relief, drainage, lithology, joint patterns. That's very important because the joint patterns, the discontinuities present in the rocks, that is very important because when you take the micro level studies, that is very important. You have to consider the attitude of the joints, how it is dipping, all these factors have to be considered in the micro level studies. Then comes the engineering properties like the cohesion and friction angle of the material on the slopes and the pore pressure at the potential slide surface developed and overburden thickness. And you see that many of the landslide events, you can see the thickness of the overburden is 1 meter or 2 meter or 3 meter, up to 3 meter it can go in many parts of Kerala. And anthropogenic factors is very obvious that the land, like quarrying is a factor that is making the slopes vulnerable. It is not triggering, but it is vulnerable, making the slopes vulnerable to landslides and slope failures. Then reservoir-induced seismicity can also be a factor. Land use practices, deforestation, roads. In Wayanad, in 2018, if you look at the landslide events, you can see that most of the landslide events have occurred along the rock cuttings. So the cuttings they have made for the roads where that makes the slope vulnerable in such situations. Then blockage of natural drain. You know that we are, because I am working with KILA also, I know that local action plan on climate change is there, and we are starting many projects to combat the climate change changes. For example, the water conservation structures, and you see that to enhance the water table level. But actually, these kind of structures sometimes, if you are not considering the vulnerability of the slope, you see that they will invite more dangers and landslides and the rivers. You can see the types of failures in Kerala. You see that the very common and the destructive event, that is the debris flow we call it, where you can see that the overburden material is affected, 2 to 3 meter thickness that will flowing down. Then you have the rock falls in many places in Kerala. Then a slab slide. You can see the slab like the step-like terraces have been formed because of the subsidence, and we call this one as an aborted landslide because this can turn into a major landslide in future. So such areas we have identified in different parts of Kerala Western Ghats. Then we have the slum. A miniature slum is shown here because it is almost the homogeneous material that we are getting there, and you see that is there. And then we have the rock slide, Idiki, and even Wayanad. We have experienced the last 2 months back a rock slide that happened. Then this is a very, very important thing, that is the subsidence. You know that in lateritic terrains, the well-like structures are formed. The ground subsides down because of the soil piping, and that is a very new phenomena that we found in different parts of Kerala. I'm not going into the details of that. You can see the lateritic terrain. It seems that the upper part is very hard. You can see the duri crust. It is very hard and stiff, But you can see a very, very fine lithomagic clay. You can see this, the white part. That is the lithomagic clay that is very, the coefficient and friction angle is very low for this part. And you can see that the water dripping through sometimes it is the tree cuttings will be there, through the roots, decomposed roots, the water will penetrate, and then it reaches this fragile zone that is called as the lithomarge. And this lithomarge zone that will slowly leach downwards, and finally the whole thing will collapse. And this is, we have seen after 2018, widespread occurrence of these subsidence have been reported in different parts. So this is how you see that the lithomarge clay that we collect from different places, you can see it is very, very soft. And mostly the kaolinite content is very high in this material. And as a result of this subsidence, you can see many the displacement of the basement of different structures, buildings in Thrissur and Kannur, Kozhikode, all these districts we have experienced this kind of things. So before 2018, it was there, the landslides was there. And you see that in 1994, when we studied about the landslides in 90s, and you see that how this kind of land use practices, when you construct buildings, you see that this is a lateritic cut in Vadavadu, it is in Kottayam. It is you can see the 90 degree vertical, and they are just excavated the material and they are building the houses and other buildings. And you see that it is a heterogeneous. But you see that what is the reason for this? When we examine the micro level details we collected, we could see that that area was a degraded forest. Then you see that water can penetrate and it can initiate this kind of landslides. And you see that as a result of this, the one that happened in Vadakancheri, where you can see that new cracks have been developed. So when you construct houses, buildings in local level, you see that whether paleo slides have happened or new cracks have been developed. So we have to examine all these kind of ground activities. Not the plot alone, but we have to see the incidents, the previous incidents that then this is the one. You see that in Kerala in 2030, you can see that it is a small river, it's a seasonal stream. This stream will appear only during the monsoon season. It disappears after the monsoon. So what they did, they made house very close to that first order stream. And there was a blockage at the top of the hill, and because of the pressure, and you see that the more pressure developed and the whole thing subsided down, and 3 people died due to this event. And this is the one that happened in Chiapara, that is the road cuttings of Kerala. You take the Kottayam Kumli road, or you take the Wayanad, Chiram. You can see that many of the places you see that the chances of failure is very high. Very high hazardous zones are there. So we have to do micro level studies for that. That requires, you know that a department cannot do that. Our colleges
colleges, universities, and institutions can do a lot in this one. They can identify places, the micro level places where these kind of slides can happen, and they can give suggestion for the local governments for improving or improving the resilience of the. This is Amburi debris flow 2001. You see that. What is the reason for this? If you look at the root cause of this Amburi landslide, which caused 38 deaths due to this landslide in Thiruvananthapuram, there you see that it was contour bunding, and you see that there was no provision for the free flow of water, and that was disrupted, and you see that the landslide was. So this is how the local intervention is making the problem in different areas. Yes, it is very, in the first presentation itself, you see that in 2005, number of landslides happened in Munnar town area. And one of the first one, you see that the engineers are also there, and you see that this is a government college Munnar. So this is lateritic material, red soil that you will get there. So they excavated the area. Then you see that they have made a platform-like structure, and the free flow of water is prevented. And that caused the severe damage to the building. The same thing almost happened in Wayanad also, Engineering College Wayanad in 2018. If you look at, you see that narrow escape was there because you see that the crown of the slide is very close to the Munnar Wayanad Engineering College, very close to that one. So when you construct houses, so we have to make some assessment, and we have to tell the people whether we are making some kind of this local intervention in this area. This is Pashukadava. This is a place where you see that where repeated landslides have happened every year, even before 2018, 2004. And you see that what is the reason? You see that we have made so many rainwater harvesting pits, rain pits. That was a fashion for the local self-government to improve the water table level and improve the quality of the water. So we went for that project. So that's a climate change related to a project that is related to the climate change. But what happened? That is inviting a disaster. So now the Kila and the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority, they are they have taken initiative to examine such projects, whether these projects are inviting any kind of natural disasters. So if it is making problems, then we have to avoid such projects. We cannot give priority for these projects. This is Pulvirambara, where in 2012, we are talking about cloudburst and extreme rainfall events. We are coming to that. You see that Pulvirambara 38 landslides in 1 hour happened in some 5 kilometer radius area in Kozhikode. And that was there. And you see that the rainfall happened in that area is, if you look at maybe some more than 50 millimeter within 1 hour that happened in that. And that actually caused the 38 landslides in this area. This is a typical landslide. You see that what we call the textbook type of landslide, where you can see the discontinuities, the joints and fractures in this one causes this. After 2018, when you come, so what you have to find is from 1961 to 2016, only 295 casualties reported. But when you come to the 2018 to 21, it is about 170 casualties. You just, maybe because of the extreme rainfall events, plus the unscientific land use practices, both contributed. It is the cumulative effect of this one that actually made more landslides in Kerala. So the latest one that happened in Kutigal and Kokea slides, you can see the extreme rainfall events. I am not, there is no time for seeing all these rainfall patterns. If you look at, you can see that the rainfall experience for one day, as Sudhir explained here, For one day, you see that the rainfall is about 100 millimeter for 1 hour. That is the extreme rainfall events that we experience. And how the vulnerable slopes can stand there. It will fail, definitely. So this is, you see that the rainfall that happened in a particular sub-basin. That is the most important thing. This is both Idiki and Kottayam districts adjoining administrative boundary. You can see within that particular area, you see that the rainfall concentrated and made the slide. So this is what happening in Kerala now because of the critical soil slip, 7 died. Yeah, this I have taken because the latest one, you see that they have made house at the mid slope, middle part of the slope. But you see that at the top, when you consider the construction, the top part, how it is, you can see the joints, fractures, and all dipping towards the roadside. There they have made the houses. So when you construct houses, we have to look what is above and what is around in the surrounding area. That also we have to examine. Yes. This is the one that in Katipara in 2018, that was a rainwater harvesting structure that caused it was a steep slope. OB thickness was very high, and obviously you see that all the factors are favoring for a landslide. There we placed a harvesting structure and make the slope more vulnerable to slides. This one I have taken because you see that we have got irrigation canals, and proper annual maintenance of irrigation canals are not taking place in many cases. But you see that this is because of the breaking of the irrigation canal, because siltation was there. Then you see that it disrupted and caused the landslides. Okay, you can, next, you see that the Puttumadi and everywhere it is collected. Oh, yeah. We are talking about the landslide susceptibility map. Yes, it's good. We validated. You can see that Puttumala, when you take, you see that it actually the initial part was in the forest, but you see that it is coming in the moderate hazard zone. 60 to 70% of the landslides when you Kokayar and Kutigal also when you put in the hazard zonation map prepared by the National Center for Earth Science, that is put in the website of the KSDMA, you can see it is good. But that must be taken to the root, the local self-government level. They are not knowing. They are going for construction, but they are not knowing what is the vulnerability index of that particular portion. So that is the problem that we are facing there. So hazard zonation, you can skip. So many factors we are taking, and we are also making susceptibility mapping. So many factors we are considering. So this we have made for a Grama Panchayat, Karivarakundis in Malappuram, where we have made that one, and we have made so many aspects, and that is given for the Panchayat, a disaster management plan for Panchayats. Also delineated high hazard zone, moderate hazard zone, like that. Yes, this is a validation. The different failures that happen is almost falling in the moderate hazard zone and high hazard zone. The same thing, properly landslide that took lives of many people is falling in the high hazard zone. So there are some limitations when you do for research. One thing, you can see that the heterogeneity of our soil, lateritic soil particularly, you can see the friction angle that ranges from 22, maybe up to 30 in different areas. How can we go for a realistic warning system? It's very, very difficult. So everywhere you see that it is site specific. Munnar we can put okay, that is good. But for Kokayar we have to make another one, because the material properties, the engineering properties is differing so much. So that is a constraint that we are. And another thing is that the rainfall. The rainfall is also a factor that you see that even one day rainfall can induce landslide. We have got so many histories. It is not 100 millimeter rainfall on the day of the event is not the only factor. But you see that the previous day's rainfall, that is also a factor to be reckoned in so anthropology. Next. Yeah, so this is the one, the development of early warning system, rainfall threshold estimation that we can do, and you see that institutions and colleges can, definitely we can help in the Grama Panchayats and the local level communities for that. Then micro level studies, geological and geotechnical. Geotechnical study is very important. We are not taking that component in the micro level for the local self-government. That is also a requirement that we have to do, and only an institution cannot do that. That is where our institutions can help, our colleges can, institutions and colleges and universities can help the local self-government. Need studies using GPRS, because soil piping is a very widespread phenomenon in Kerala. So we have to do some GPRS studies in different areas, and also what is the solution to stabilize such areas? That also is a question that we have to answer now. And you see that the design, the buildings in the landslide and flood-prone area, and ecosystem-based slope stabilization, the KFRI is doing, what type of bamboo is fit for different slopes and varying thickness of overburden, so that we have to find it out. Then ICT for disaster and internet, GIS, RS, satellite, artificial intelligence, how we can integrate all these things in the local level, and how we can improve the resilience of the people. That also is a task that we have to find. Then the risk-informed master plans for local bodies that we are just into that. We are making for different areas. We are trying to make risk-informed master plans, and that may be beneficial for the local communities. Okay, thank you. And you see that the disaster preparedness, and also this kind of research work is very important, and we may be able to contribute much by the higher education institutions for preparing and for the mitigation studies. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Srikumar. I think it was a very passionate presentation. I think you are one of the few applied geologists who have actually kind of taken science to society and policy. So that really reflected in the kind of very graphic kind of examples that you showed also. It's a very useful presentation. Thank you very much. And it's very interesting that, you know, all these 4 papers were kind of speaking to each other in a major way. I think Professor Sudhir's paper of climate extremes were clearly kind of, you know, triggering the landslides which Dr. Srikumar was telling about. And then, you know, Dr. Vasant's presentation also was talking about, you know, natural and anthropogenic hazards. And the first presentation actually told us about the data gaps and, you know, the kind of analysis possible. And then I was fascinated by kind of disciplines also involved, like civil engineering, geotechnical engineering, structural engineering, you know, geology. So I think that's also another, you know, kind of indication why translational engineering is very important, because it's interdisciplinary. We have to learn from kind of different disciplines. And not only that, people were telling about how this knowledge can be translated to the ground also. All of you were telling about how science should kind of interact with policy, and you know, how it can be kind of grounded also. Like, you know, many of you are telling about how local governance is the best kind of site where this science can work and where clear policy recommendations can go. And that's the only way, I think, you know, society can be taken forward also. And that's one of the major academic social responsibilities of the academic also. So I think I am really kind of excited by the possibilities of translational engineering. Thanks to Sujit teacher for kind of, you know, bringing us all together. So now we open it up for discussion. I know that I am standing between you and lunch, but still after these 4 wonderful presentations, I think, you know, we need a bit of discussion. So I invite all speakers to the dais. So anybody from the audience, do we have a mic also if somebody has a question? Yeah. That's a question.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sudhir sir had mentioned about the lapse rate as well as and finally in the mitigation suggestions you had mentioned change in the crop calendar and the cropping pattern. Linking this with the landslide details that was presented by other two resource persons, with the type of disasters that we are experiencing, how easy would it be to change the crop calendar and the cropping pattern, considering the disasters that are occurring at regular frequencies and the larger issue of food security?
Thank you. The lapse rate which I was mentioning, I think I wanted to make it very clear. The lapse rate of the ground surface temperature when you go along the elevation, it's now rate is decreasing. That means your land is going to become more and more warmer. Even if you, let's say for example, you take Munnar, right? The temperature, the Munnar surface is coming down, or rather it's warming up compared to. So we go to Munnar as a tourism place, but then it's warming up. That's one point. So indication is that when the atmosphere is getting warmed up, naturally the evapotranspiration requirement also gets increased, right? So it has a impact on the water balance. And if you look at my first slide, the water, the amount of volume of water which is received even today is the same. So your cycle, the hydrological cycle is getting impacted by that, right? And with respect to the crop calendar and cropping pattern, the observation is the rainfall pattern has changed. Say for example, I think in previous time, 5 times the monsoon has advanced. And this year also we expected that the monsoon is getting advanced, but probably it's getting again reforecasted, I guess, right? So even if the monsoon is normally on the same day, which is normally expected, it is not a uniform as it used to be. The frequency of your events have gone up. The number of rainy days have come down. That means the short spells have come in between. So in all these cases, we need to re-look at our crop calendar, because we always have a crop calendar which is dependent on the monsoon. Now let's say the monsoon has come, you start your cropping activities, and next 15 days there is no rain, and if your crop is dependent on the rainfall, then your agriculture is at a loss, right? And this is possible only with the conviction and willingness of the farmers. And that is what is a big challenge for the whole country. I'm talking about the crop calendar and cropping pattern change not only for Kerala, probably for the entire country. We have introduced or suggested this in Tamil Nadu, when we found that Tamil Nadu gets only the northeast and not the southwest monsoon, right? But then there also the pattern has changed, and then they're dependent on rainfall. We wanted to construct some water harvesting structures and conserve water and then aid for the irrigation, aid irrigation to the crop. We went to them like, you cannot be growing paddy because you don't have water. You probably can convert it into different cash crops, right? The farmers were not willing. Farmers said whether there is water or not, we can grow only paddy. Then we looked at whether they can grow still paddy, but to a different area. I mean, let's say for example, you have 100 acres of land for growing paddy. When with the available water, you won't be able to grow 100 acres, but then you restrict it to 50 acres or 25 acres as the case may be. That is where the water users association becomes more important. I'm talking only in terms of water availability, not in terms of other natural disasters, right? So primarily the point is,
unless we look at, that is where I think Professor Narayan's involvement also becomes, social scientist involvement also becomes, policy makers involvement becomes important. We were talking only in terms of agricultural point of view and the water point of view. But then what is its impact on the society has to be studied before we actually go into. So probably we can convince the farmers that this is a change required, and then we can see, we are all looking for the sustainable development. Sustainable development without a cooperation of a stakeholder, it's not possible. That is where we are leading to. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, first of all, I congratulate all the speakers for their excellent presentation and very thought-provoking dialogues. I've got 3 questions for 3 speakers. So first question goes to Sudhir sir. I just wanted to know whether your model of curve matching can be scaled up to all basins, and whether there is a calibration that is done for the variations of the rainfall predictions done. That's the first question. The second one is to Dr. Vasant. That you have got that instrumentation for buildings, and how cost effective is your inventions, that whether it can be used in the local level, and whether it can, all your sensors that has been developed can be used for landslides and not in the buildings, like for the landslide predictions and for other kind of warnings, and for this, and most important thing is whether it is cost effective. That was the question I would like to ask. And the question for Sri Kumar sir was that whether your soil piping concept, does it has got any relation for the fracture reactivation? That stress building up of the that our continental plate is moving and hitting on the Himalayan, and that the stress is building up to the southern end also, and the fracture reactivation has got this impact on the, because the recent time a lot of fracture has got activated up, and this lithomarge is getting leaked into it because of the water penetration, and it may not be 100% that piping concept is there. I am not against it, but I will always have the doubt that this fracture reactivation is causing most of these leakages and these piping activities. Can you comment on that also? Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh. I think you have not left any of us, which is good. I'll react to the question which you asked me. The model which we were using for the flood inundation mapping and the rainfall spatial variability is tested, is calibrated with the available data. One of the, you know it very well that like one of the issues in most of these basins are availability of data for proper verification, and some of the data which are available cannot also be relied on completely. But then within the limitations and all the available information, we have verified all these things and calibrated the model and statistically verified whether these simulations are correct or not. And coming to the expanding to the basin level, what we have done is only at the basin level. So what we have done for the rainfall generation, it is a synthetic generation, stochastic generation of the rainfall patterns, primarily to do which are the possible distribution of the rainfall in the basin. So we did a Monte Carlo simulation, which is the stochastical method. We made sure that statistical properties of these simulations or the generations are the same. So that, let's say you say 100 mm of aerial average of rainfall can be contributed in thousands or 10,000s of ways, because if you have 10 different observation points, the 10 different observations can have different combinations, and still you can contribute to 100 mm of average rainfall. So what we normally do is only take the observations and average rainfall and then do the planning. But we thought is we should also know that a possibility of a spatial variability should be accounted and get prepared for that. So when you get a warning, let's say IMD gives you a warning of the rainfall, you can possibly look at which is the nearest combination of spatial variable rainfall, then try to get the inundation map which you have generated. So basically it's a library. And you have a pattern now, you look at the library and see which pattern it matches, and then see this is a possible flooding scenario. You have time for planning your activities for the mitigation. This is how we did it. And this has been done for Periyar Basin, because I have been working on Periyar Basin for quite some time. But this can be extended to any other basin. The methodology is well verified and validated. Did I answer your question, sir?
Thank you, Suresh, sir. Thank you, Dr. Suresh, for that question. Mainly the question was the cost effectiveness of the sensors that I have presented. In my presentation, I have included several sensors, and their costs vary a lot. For example, the accelerometers or strain gauges, they are pretty simple to use and cost effective as well. Just to give you some ballpark figures, an accelerometer costs somewhere around 25,000 rupees. So in a building, if you would like to have it instrumented to get some signals of vibration data, even 3 to 4 accelerometers are good enough. Even if you have even single accelerometer, it gives you some data related to a particular floor, how it is vibrating. That is related to acceleration data, for example. In the project that I have shown you, there are some stakeholder agencies, which are government agencies in particular. So for them to have some of these sensors installed is absolutely peanuts. It doesn't cost at all. One of the partners in that, academic partners, is Amrita Vishwavidyapitam, and they are the team of team led by Professor Setu. They are also working towards development of some sensors and assimilation of data, and to have some warnings given. Now again, if we see the cost involvement in there is absolutely minimal. That of course depends on what kind of hazard we are talking about. There are some hazards where the cost of sensors is really high, and it might be very challenging for common usage. For example, sensing toxic gases. So there is one partner involved, Fraunhofer Institute from Germany. So they are involved in that. If there is some gas leakage or there is some radioactivity happens, means radioactive substances are leaked, or there are some pressure sensors, so they are relatively costlier. But however, we are not talking about some of those hazards here. Most of the natural hazards that we are talking about are from either landslides, or because of the flooding, or because of the earthquake or wind. The sensors for them are pretty cost effective. Yeah, I think I have covered everything.
Dr. Suresh, as you told, you see that reactivation of lineaments or the fractures, that is possible, but the present ground scenarios, if you look at, you can see that the lithomarch clay that actually dispersed in water, and then it is flowing without any stress movement. It is that we find in many places now. But of course, we can consider this also a aspect that can contribute, and definitely we can, in further studies, we can take this, whether any impact on movement is taking place in soils. That also we have to consider in future. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Srikumar. I think thus we come to the end of a very wonderful session of 4 presentations. I thank all the presenters and people who kind of engaged in the discussion, and all the audience for their patience waiting for lunch. I think if there are any announcements, we can quickly go for that. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir, for effectively concluding this session. Now I invite Dr. M.C. Narayan to give mementos to the speakers, Dr. Srikumar and Dr. Vasant Matsagar, as a token of appreciation. Thank you all. Sorry for the delay occurred due to some technical issues. Now we can break for a lunch break. So please be here by 2:40 p.m.
Hello, 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 hello.
At the end of all the two presentations. EC Barton Hill. She has research and development professional with 6 years of teaching, 4 years of research experience. She has proven competence in the area of smart grid, renewable energy sources and optimization in power system network. She has research success with high impact journal papers and patents. Ma'am, I welcome you.
Thank you, Krishna. I would like to invite Dr. D. Shivananda Pai, Director, Institute of Climate Change Studies, to come in the dais for the presentation.
Dr. D. Shivananda Pai has served in different capacities including research, operational services and teaching. He has made some outstanding contribution in the field of weather, climate services and published 65 research papers in various national and international journals and 25 research reports. His current fields of interest are climate variability, change and prediction. From 2020, Dr. Pai is working as one of co-lead of working group on basic instructional package for climate services of WMO expert team, capacity development and communication.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon. Actually, just after lunch, speaking to the audience is a very tough job, and particularly when you had a very good lunch, and just before lunch, very equally good lectures were there. So anyway, I will try to keep you awake. So I will be speaking on observed climate change over Kerala in recent period. It takes time. out of this audience, before coming to this workshop colloquium, how many people were aware of climate change? I know there are many senior people who are very good in that. How many of you are knowing about climate change? Can everybody can lift their hand, those who are aware of climate change? Okay. Okay. See, this is just, just for interesting, because this actually, I will start with this slide. It is showing a study done in 2015 based on an, analysis of, about 119 nations over the world, and they want to know, they also interviewed many people from each country just to understand what are the awareness of the people about the climate change. So you can see that the above slide, in the Indian region, you can see that at that time only 39% of the people only were aware of the climate change. So I think we have here much more, 80 to 90%. So after 2015, even if I take that there is a further improvement, even in our country, there is about climate change literacy is only about around 50% only. Now in the second, if you see the second map, it is showing of the aware, how many of them were knowing that climate change is actually a serious threat. So you can see that in India, almost 70 to 89% people were aware that they were knowing climate change, and they know that climate change is actually really a threat. But we had only less than 50% awareness about the climate change. So therefore, I think that this kind of colloquium actually helps people for better awareness of climate change. These type of issues are brought, to various about audience from school children, college, or politicians. Everybody can understand, private people. Okay, so with this just analysis, I will, my outline of my lecture will be about, first I will discuss about important aspects of observed climate change, global observed climate change, that is in the global scale, and then about the country's scale, and then concentrate more on emphasis will be given on the climate change over the Kerala. The main aim is to just to compare when we discuss about the climate change in Kerala, we should know compared to the global, what happening in the globe and India, there is any difference or similarity in our state. Now you can see that this is the latest status of global warming. This is taken from latest IPCC report 2021. You can see that after 1880s, there is a sharp increase in the surface air temperature. Till then, more or less, you can see that it was not much variation, though even prior to that there was actually a cooling of the globe, and then there is a very sharp increase, and it is actually attributed to the greenhouse gases because of the anthropogenic activities. I will not go details into that because of shortage of time. In the other right hand graph shows that land surface temperature increases much faster. Decade 2011 to 20 average compared to 30 years, 51 to 80 average, you can see that there is a large increase of temperature, but mainly concentrated in the polar region. Arctic region, you have got a much now coming to the other indicators of the global climate change are, as we know that global temperature lasts around 100 years, increased by around 1 degree, and sea level has accelerated from 1.7 per year about more century. Last around 20 or 30 years, 3.2 millimeter per year. So there is almost, more than, close to one and a half times of earlier. Now glaciers are shrinking. The area covered by sea ice is over the Arctic is shrinking, reducing, and amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has risen by 25% since 1958. Again, we know that these are the industrial, era. After 1970, we had large, large industrial activity all over the globe, which is resulting into significant increase in the carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, resulting to observed climate change. Same is the snow is melting earlier compared to long-term average. So these are the indicators of the climate change. At the same time, its impact on extreme weather events were that, we had increased precipitation in many parts of the world. Frequency of heavy precipitation was significantly increased, particularly over land region. More intense and longer droughts at the same time. While you have got a short-term increase in the rainfall activity, there also the dry period also were longer and intense actually since 1970. And similarly, we had the cold days and cold nights and frost, becoming lesser, whereas the heat wave and hot nights are increasing. Coming to the country, in our country scale, you can see that this spatial pattern is showing most parts of the country except some area where blue colors are shown. Most parts, the annual mean temperature is showing a significant increase. This is a time series. Last year, 2021, the annual mean temperature of the country was 0.44 degree compared to 2010 average. And warmest year was 2016, followed by 2019. So you can see that, even 2016, it was almost 0.7 degree over the, average over the country, which is slightly lesser than the global average of 1 degree. And the other important aspect of the warming was that 11 out of the 15 warmest year were from the period between 2007 to 2021. So that means out of last 15 years, around 11 years were warmest among all. Coming to the rainfall, we know that all India's summer monsoon rainfall, southwest monsoon, we receive 70 to 90% of the rainfall during this season. And country average, if you will see that during 70 of the years, 70% of these years actually, you have a normal which is plus or minus 10%, which means that we are almost 70% of the rainfall, monsoon rainfall is assured. Only in the 30% of the years, rainfall goes more than 10% or less than minus 10%. Only problem is that there are, even in the normal years also, there can be many areas which are significantly below monsoon rainfall areas, or areas where significantly above rainfall, leading to flood type of situation. But however, if you see this 121 years data, the trend, there was slight decreasing trend. Like a temperature, we had seen that there is a significant increase, and in many parts of the globe also we had seen that rainfall is also increasing. But as far as our country is concerned, the rainfall is actually showing a slight decrease. There is not increase in the rainfall. So that is very important aspect. However, when we see the extreme heavy rainfall events, in spite of the rainfall is total rainfall during the season is decreasing, extreme rainfall events are increasing. So what does it mean actually? It means that whenever it rains like anything. You will have very large, heavy rainfall, and then there will be long period, dry period, and then again there are few days of heavy rainfall. And when you add together heavy rainfall and dry period together, there is not much difference in the trend in the rainfall. So shortage of time, I am not going detail into each map actually. Now coming to heat wave and cold wave, you can see that even in Kerala also there is a not significant, but there is an increasing trend in the heat waves. And where is the cold wave? Cold waves, there is a decreasing cold wave over northern part of the country where you generally observe the cold wave. So associated with the increasing temperature, both in the global scale as well as national scale, most parts of the country we are getting increasing trend, but particularly northwest India and central India, you have got significantly increasing trend. But Kerala, you can see that there is a slight increase, but not that much significant. Now, if you see the frequency of the cyclone disturbance also, there is a slight, decreasing, significant decreasing trend is there in the cyclone depression and low pressure system, in more Indian system. However, when you observe the low pressure system, there is a increase in the this one. Now, I will be discussing about the observed climate change over Kerala. So this is based on a report which we had released recently, which was released on 22nd April 2022 by our Honorable Chief Minister. So most of the result that I am going to present is based on this report, and this report is readily available to you through our ICCS website. Now this shows actually observed warming over Kerala. You can see that maximum is a red color, minimum is a gray color, and blue is the mean temperature. You can see that the maximum temperature shows both maximum, minimum, and mean temperature. Mean means maximum plus mean, average of mean and maximum, all showing significant increase, but you are finding that the maximum temperature increases much sharper than the minimum temperature. What does it mean? In each day, since maximum temperature increases, though both are increasing, the maximum temperature increases more compared to the minimum temperature. The diurnal variation in the temperature is also increasing. That means the temperature maximum difference between maximum and minima is increasing. That means people are becoming, you will have more chance of discomfort, because when you will have a high temperature, maximum is very large compared to the minimum temperature, the difference is increasing, means that particularly people like those who are infected by asthma or something, they will have a more problem. So this is what that we are observing. And the Kerala average annual temperature was 0.4 degree warmer than the 71-2020 average, making 2021, the last year, was 8th warmest year as far as Kerala is concerned since 1901. However, like all India temperature we had seen, warmest was 2016. Kerala also is a warmest was 2016, and the temperature increase was by 0.97 degree. That means almost 1 degree temperature increase compared to the normal during the last 100 years, and which was followed by 2019 and El Nino year, which is 0.88. And in addition to that, the important aspect is that the 8 of the 10 warmest year were pertaining to the recent decade. So last 10 years, if we see, we have experienced warmest 8 years. Now if you go by district, in recent period you will see that there is a slight increase, particularly in the southern part, those not significant. Southern of the district has got a slight increase in the increasing trend, both in the JJS as well as October, your northeast monsoon. In northeast monsoon, you also have it in the northern part also, there is a increasing trend is being seen. Now, if I see the decadal variability, particularly for monsoon season and OND season, monsoon season you can see that each decade you have got above normal, below normal, just it is a changing. One decade you have got above normal, another decade below normal, like that. But if you see the annual rainfall, we had earlier in the beginning 1901 to 19 up to almost 1980 we had above normal. Thereafter the Kerala rainfall started decreasing. There is a decreasing epoch can be seen. This is much more visible in the 31 years moving average. You can see that Kerala in the last almost 50 years or so, it was passing through a below normal epoch. However, a polynomial fitted on that, it is showing that during both the monsoon season, there is possibility that after few years, there can be increase in the rainfall activity over Kerala. Okay, so just 2 or 3 slides. I will. Now going to the trends in the heavy rainfall, we will see that in the recent period there is a mainly in the JJS season, that is monsoon season, there is a significant increase in some parts. There is a dark blue that you can see, but in the northern part there is a significant decrease in the heavy rainfall events are seen during the monsoon season. And this is total. If you take time series also, it is showing insignificant negative trend. So when you take together, there is a slight negative trend can be observed. And now in the OND season, however, you are seeing that there is a slight increasing trend. Significant positive trend is seen in the recent years of a heavy rainfall, which means that during the later part of the monsoon, that is OND monsoon, northeast monsoon, the heavy rainfall events are becoming increasing compared to the monsoon season. That's all. So just a summary, I will quickly go through that. There are noticeable change in the climate patterns over Kerala. So last 100 years or so, the temperature of the Kerala has increased almost by 1 degree. I am talking about mean temperature. However, if you go by maximum temperature, the increase is much higher than the minimum temperature. And though the total rainfall in both monsoon season and northeast monsoon is showing slight decrease, heavy rainfall are showing a slight increase during the northeast monsoon season. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful presentations. Actually, his first slide was about climate change. First slide was about climate change awareness. The second slide was about the climate change over India, status of global warming, temperature increasing in the polar region, change observed in the global climate. Then he told about the trends in annual mean temperature over India, trends of extreme rainfall events, heat wave and cold wave, observed climate changes in Kerala, difference between minimum and maximum temperature. He discussed about the monsoons over Kerala, rainfall trends in Kerala. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Kalaidasan P., Environmental Engineer, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Kerala. Please come on the stage, sir, for presentations.
Engineer Kalaidasan. Engineer Kalaidasan D is an environmental engineer an additional project director at Directorate of Environment and Climate Change Department of Government of Kerala. He took his graduation in civil engineering from NIT Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. He took his post-graduation in environmental engineering from Government College of Technology, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. He has also worked as scientist at National Transportation Planning and Research Center, Trivandrum.
So very good afternoon to all. So followed by the next session of climate change and its impacts, we can hope you know, see 580 kilometers length of coastal system we are having in Kerala out of 7,500 in this country. And my topic is conservation measures of coastal ecosystems, especially in the Kerala context. Before going to that topic, let me thank the organizers, especially Dr. Suja and the translation engineering team, to invite me to deliver a talk in this particular topic. And the Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, so we are part of the preparation of SAPCC, State Action Plan on Climate Change. So under that, this is coastal vulnerability, that is the main area. Already the draft one we prepared, so it will be circulated among all the stakeholders. And meantime, I will present the observations or what all the information available in the SAPCC document. In addition to that, the available literature, what all the details we have collected in the context of our Kerala coastal ecosystem. It's not moving. Yeah. So I have designed my presentation into three components. The first one is climate change. So SAR made my job easier, so I will not take much time on that. Coming to the coastal ecosystem, that is my second component, and the third one, obviously, the conservation measures of coastal ecosystem. This one, yeah. This is about our God's own country. So we are having three type of land, that is highland, midland, and lowland. Why we are stressing on this coastline? Because almost 20% of our land occupies by this coastal ecosystem. And in this, the population is almost 2,500 per square kilometer. So how we are going to address the issues of the climate change on the coastal ecosystem, and what is the mitigation or the adaptive measure we are going to protect for this the natural disaster as well as the man-made activities in this context, this 580 kilometers. And yeah, this is the Kerala profile based on the 2011 population as well as the density. This is for the entire state 860, but in the coastal region alone it is around 2,500 persons per square kilometer. This is the climate change scenario. So sir already mentioned about up to the 2021. This is nothing but 2030. There is a projected values. I'm not going to take up each and every item. See, coming back to the Kerala scenario, I'm directly going to the coastal system. See, the sea surface temperature, it is getting increased for our Kerala context 0.2 degrees centigrade per decade. So every 10 years, our sea surface temperature is getting increased. And the sea level rise, this is also already, sir mentioned. And coming back to the rainfall again it is decreasing, and summer rainfall is getting increased. So this is what the intensity of rainfall, that is the pattern of the rainfall in Kerala state is getting changed, not only in Kerala, all over the country. This is a result of Kerala. Say right hand side I have shown the one satellite imageries, wherever the red spots, that is the hot spots, this is what we used to call it as hot spots. Here, whenever the sea level is getting increased, obviously this area will be inundated. As per the projection for the Kerala ecosystem, if 1 meter rise in the sea level will result 169 square kilometer inundation. So this is by 2030, the projected year is for 2030, 169 square kilometer in and around Kochi area will be inundated. So this is the recent finding. So where we have to give attention. That is also one of the indication from this report. Yeah, coming back to our my topic. So this is the Indian context, and this is the Kerala context. See how many districts we are having. I put Kottayam also. Why I put Kottayam? Even that doesn't have the coastal ecosystem, but it is having tidal influence. That is the Vamnad called on other side. That is declared as Ramsar site, Ramsar wetland. So 9 coastal districts and this Kottayam is also covers under the coastal ecosystem. When we take the CRZ notification, again that is published under the Environmental Protection Act, first notification came in 1991. So before that, the history is when we started cleaning of the beaches and in the time of 1981, thereafter only we realized that okay, this is the system we have to conserve and protect. So thereafter the notification fixed up what is the motto or what is the major pillars or the themes of the notification is nothing but conservation of marine and coastal ecosystem. So that is the first objective or first theme we could say. Second one, abatement of coastal pollution. So if I am protecting the coastline alone will not resolve our issues. So the conservation part, in addition to that, the abatement of coastal pollution, because we know the 44 rivers, even 42 rivers are connecting with the Arabian Sea. Whenever the natural disaster occurred on the highland, immediately it will be affected to midland as well as the lowland, because all these rivers are connected with our seacoast system. So in that way only the Kottayam is also part of that. Then what is the third theme? That is the livelihood or the settlers on the coastal ecosystem. Then the fourth one, obviously the capacity building. So this is what the notification or the EP Act insisting to conserve our coastal ecosystem through the CRZ notification. And after the 1991 notification, there is another notification came in 2011, and still in Kerala we are practicing the same notification. And 2019 there is one more notification issued under the EP Act, but so far we have not yet practiced because the coastal zone management plan under this notification we have to publish and approved by the ministry. Thereafter only we can make use of the provisions of CRZ notification 2019. See how many local bodies in my state covers under this notification or the coastal ecosystem. 245 gram panchayats, 36 municipalities and 5 corporations. So I have given the split-wise details of each district. And see, this is the profile of my Kerala. What is the total length of HTL? I already mentioned 580 kilometers, but here you could see around 600 meters of length, because it is inclusive of the what you call, if you are having any breakwater or if you are having any hard structure, the HTL used to go like that, and the length of 580 has increased around 609 kilometers length. So in addition to that, this 609, we are having tidal influence. That means the sea is having tidal action in the rivers, creeks, or what all the we are calling as todu or canal like that. So all these things, the tidal influence is going up to certain extent. That limit is, we used to call it as CRZ limit, coastal regulation zone limit. Up to that, it is around 7,052 kilometers. So the total HTL or high tide line length is for our state is 7,652. And I have divided into the ecologically sensitive areas. So wherever we are having mangroves or turtle nesting units. So this area comes under, why I put separate, because this area comes under ecologically sensitive area zone, and it is categorized as CRZ 1 as per the notification what I said earlier. 91 or 2011 or 2019, it remains same. Coming back to the other area, I have listed out here. I'm not going to take it in details. If you are interested, the district-wise details also I have provided. So I hope the presentation will be circulated among the participants. See, this is the coastal map. It's very easy to understand. From the high tide line, high tide line means at the time of summer, the notification. Then in the case of tidal influence water, if you take creeks or rivers or any canal or a small toad like that, so what is the width of the water body or maximum 100 meters. If it is lake, then maximum 100 meters on the land, that is the CRZ limits. The ecologically sensitive area already mentioned, that is categorized as CRZ1. This is a typical example, so we can able to see all type of CRZ categories in this. And yeah, see, this is the purpose of the notification, right? See, for any notification, you can see the last point, to promote development as a sustainable manner based on scientific principles. See there what the notification exactly says. If we are having any climate change impacts like global warming or sea level rise, this notification itself, who can able to take action against of this, that itself also mentioned in the notification. So what are the impacts ICCS mentioned, or what are the projections so far we have made for the state or the country, who can able to take action, that is defined in the policy that is called as CRZ notification. And this is the purpose of the notification, or we used to call it as objective of the notification. Yeah, coming back to the concept of, I'm dividing the course into a sediment cell concept. So sediment cell is nothing but, if we take point A to point B, where the tidal action, like if you are having different type of wave height, different type of current speed, all these parameters, what is the end result? It has to hit some surface, that is our mainland, that is the barrier for the coastal system. In this system, how we are defining the sediment cell? Based on the movement of sediments. If one uniform section is there, that means between point A to point B, the sediment used to offshore and onshore movement will be there. That is one type. Or else if you have the alongshore sediment movement. So based on this, the entire country, the Ministry of Environment Forest, with the help of NCSM, that is the Center for Research Center, comes under the Ministry of Environment Forest, they have prepared the primary sediment cell for the entire country. And west coast we are having 10 and east coast we are having 17, and total 27 number of primary cells we are having. In addition to this, they have further classified into subsediment, because see, we are having the sea openings through the rivers or through any channels. So there the pattern of our sediment transportation used to change. In that way, the major sediment cells are further divided into subsediment cell. See the subsediment cell, yeah, this is the major sediment cell 2 we are having. And coming back to the subsediment cell, in the total 27 major sediment cells further divided into subsediment cell. In Kerala we are having around 9, and the west coast and east coast, the total number of subsediment cells based on the characteristics of the sediment movement as well as the tidal action, wind speed, wind direction, current speed and current direction, based on the sediment transportation movement, we have divided into sub-sediment cell. Yeah, these are the cells we are having within the Kerala coast. And see, it starts from Etikulam to Muttamin, that is very closer to Tamil Nadu, Kanyakumari beach. And this is the bathymetry, or this is the geomorphology feature of our Kerala coastal system. See, wherever we are having the minimum depth or minimum drift, there we are having the natural type of harbor system. If you take further south, that is nearby Virinjam, the depth, the 50-meter depth, that is the first portion. So the 50-meter depth is very closer. So that is the reason why we are having natural harbor in that area. So this is the basic geomorphology of our coastal ecosystem. Coming back to the impact on our coastal ecosystem. So this a particular slide we have given the entire coast in the erosion as well as the accretion component. And let me take you into the district wise. Before that, how many topo sheets we are having in the coastal system? From each sheet, what is the type of erosion in area? What is the total length of erosion and accretion as well as accretion length, stable coast? So why we have done this exercise for the exact all the topo sheets? Because from this there is one concept, hazard line. Hazard line in the sense, what is the maximum influence zone. That means maximum possibility of the wave action can impact on the land. That on the hazard line based on the Survey of India topo sheets demarcated in the coastal zone management plan, and this is also available in the website. From that line we have subdivided into erosion accretion as well as the stable coast. So for the entire Kerala, we have taken 55 number of sheets, and from that there are total 285 hectares of land is posing erosion. This is not for this is not projected value. This is the actual value, and 137.33 kilometers showing an alarm that we have to protect this coastal ecosystem at present. And coming to the accretion part, we are having 303 hectares of land and 121.13 kilometers of land, length of a beach. We are having accretion pattern. So here what we have to do, we can go for the sustainability. Stable coast 327.17 kilometers reported. Here this beach we need not to go for further shore protection measures. So this 585 kilometers we have divided into erosion accretion, and this is again further for our better understanding for northern sector, central sector and the sub-sector we have divided, and the districts also shown here. Yeah, these are the places. The red in color are the places. It is the hot spots, climate hot spots in the coastal ecosystem we have demarcated. So this is the places we have to give immediate attention to go for protection measure. This is again a central sector and for the southern sector. And say this is the earlier I showed the erosion accretion map. This is coastal vulnerability index. So wherever we are having the impact, high impact, that one we have demarcated. See, this is from the north to south we can travel. See, from Kasaragod district, two places already it is showing that these two places are highly vulnerable when we are going for the vulnerability assessment. This is for the Kannur district. There are out of 11 locations we are having 9 places are categorized under the high vulnerability. So this is the index value for each district, and this is again for the except Malappuram district, all the districts are having more a number of what you call high values. We got the vulnerability index, and yeah, this is up to this for the Trivandrum district. And now come back to the how we can protect her. What is the conservation techniques available? So far, what we have implemented in this state, I am not going to describe in detail, but what are the as a translational engineers or as a practicing engineers, what are the things we can go for in the design aspect we can go for, or what are the measures we can best suited for the particular area, what are the things earlier we discussed with keep in mind, and what is the best suited structures for this particular area will be chosen. And the hard engineering measures, yeah, we have the seawall, we have I mean in Kerala we are having very good experience of the seawall because almost 70% of the coast already we protected with this seawall. But whether it is performing or the efficiency of the existing protection measures, so far no agency or no authority evolved or examined. So that is the reason why repeated any disaster comes, we are getting the inundation, and the performance evaluation of the existing structures that should be done first. Thereafter, if it is effective in that particular area, then only we can go for further recommendation. We know seawall, breakwater, groins and gabions. So these are the some of the structures I have listed out here. I am not listed out all these structures, and this is a kind of a soft engineering measures. So you know, and the recent OA number 4/2013 in Honorable NGT Southern Zone, what they have directed to all the coastal states, hereafter it don't prefer the hard structures unless otherwise if it is required. That means if there is no other area to do the soft engineering measure, then only we have to think of the hard structures like seawall or groins. So these are the soft engineering measures available, that is well proven one, stabilizing the coastal dunes, mangroves, beach nourishment, growth of coral reefs, but it depends on the soil condition as well as the coastal system. So that is the reason why that table what we have what I have shown earlier, from that where the erosion already the hotspots reported in that area, if this species or this kind of soft measures best suited, then we can go for further design. So these are the some of the hard structures I would like to show you. What is what are the type of seawall we are having. And rubble mount seawall, this is one kind of seawall. This is very common in Kerala, and this is the seawall. Wherever we are having less land, we can go with this type of gravity bulk head seawall. See, I put gabions also here. Why? Because see, wherever the slope stability analysis, if we couldn't able to do, the structure will be failure. So in that way, wherever we are having the banks having the slope of 1:40 or 1:30, there we can go with the combination of seawall as well as the gabions. And in the case of breakwaters, see, we know there are different type of combinations available. Even we can go with a gabion as well as the rubble masonry also. So this is a type of groins. And the soft structure, sand dunes is not alone effective. If you go with the vegetation with sand dune, that will withstand for more than 30 to 40 years. Then this is the another type of soft measure. And yeah, this is beach nourishment. So far, before 2021, we have not practiced in Kerala, but recently in Chalanam area, that is the one of the most eroding beach in Kerala, we are practicing now. And the results, the efficiency of this particular beach nourishment, we will come to know after 5 to 7 years. And small practice in Shangumukham area also, it is under practice. We will come to know the results after 5 to 7 years. This beach nourishment. Then this is again, yeah, it's not possible at all the coastal ecosystem. And this is one kind of soft measure comes under the what you call soft measures. Then come to the comparison of the advantages and the disadvantages. See, every structure or every product is having its own advantage and disadvantage. I am not putting this word disadvantage. It is the bottleneck, we could say. And thank you very much for your patient presentation, patient hearing. And thank you very much for me to present this. Once again, thanks the chair. And
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful presentations. He discussed about the climate change in Kerala, coastal ecosystem, conservational measures on coastal ecosystem, climate change scenario, profile of Kerala coastal ecosystem, shoreline profile of Kerala coastal protection. Thank you, sir. Now I request both the speakers to please come on the stage for the panel discussion. The audience can ask the questions.
Sir, it is to Pai sir. Sir, I want to just know what is the source of the historical climate data analysis done in Kerala, whether it is station-wise or it is a gridded data, IMD gridded data that you have used.
Yes. For as far as temperature data is concerned, that is a gridded 1 by 1 IMD data, which is available, and then readily available for public. It is from 1951, but we also had, whatever with available station extended up to 1991 there. Okay, so to make all India time series and all. And rainfall is gridded data created from the station data, not gridded data. Station data converted to district data and then average to all Kerala.
Sir, this gridding is only an interpolation or some other techniques are used?
For what?
For gridding. Is it an interpolation?
Yeah, it is
Spatial
interpolation, only temperature, it is interpolated.
Okay.
But rainfall data is a station data converted to district data, just averaging.
Okay, okay. So for rainfall gridding...
rainfall gridding data we did not use.
Used.
It is a station data average to district.
Okay, okay.
Not gridded data for rainfall.
Okay. Then if one or two stations are following just the boundary of the districts, how will you?
No, it is exactly which district it is coming. We have got record, station as per the location is already decided in the administrative district. The same data will be used.
Okay, sir. Then I want to just know, because we are also working with that, we are also hindering so many problems in the data. Because do you feel that the observations are enough in Kerala, especially in the Ghat area?
No, actually, see, never data can be enough, actually. The more the data, better is the, always better. But whatever we have used, it is a representative to the Kerala, because we had, gridded data, station data created to district, we have compared. They are all giving good result, actually. Okay. So more data, it is much better. So, but when you don't have a station, what you will do? So, but in future we should put more stations.
Yes, sir. In that case, can we use some other source data which was already collected by Kerala State Electricity Board for their purpose, where they are observing it from 1965 onwards? We have the data, but it's not available in the public domain. But it is available for government purpose. So can we use for the purpose of the state? If we can make use of that, not only KSCB, PWD, Irrigation Department, many such government agencies are collecting the data from even the Ghat area also. So can we incorporate those data with the IMD observation data?
See, definitely, but as far as IMD is concerned, we strictly, IMD uses WMO exposure condition. There is a standard condition for observatory. Rain gauge, how it should be. You should not keep a rain gauge at the top of the building and measure the rainfall. See, so for some agency, they only want to see that whether a lot of rain happened, the accurate values, they are not important for them. Okay, so but you should not use that data. It should be very standard exposure condition. When rain gauge is kept, there should not be building and trees nearby which can stop, or something from the roof, water is falling on the rain gauge. Those type of situations. So many times it happens that rain gauges are not kept in a proper exposure condition. So IMD ensures that whatever data they have used, it is being of a standard conditions. That's why IMD data is always better, preferred than the other. But if you are sure that this data also kept in a proper exposure condition, there is no problem at all.
Even the Kerala Agriculture University research stations, in their campus also they are.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, that whoever taking observation, the observer should be properly trained and all. Okay. So this and all you should make ensure. That's all.
So recently we are observing or experiencing extreme events in the case of both rain and temperature. So in that case, I think we require more observations because the spatial variations are more. Then only we can use it for future purpose, even the present and future purpose. So what is your opinion about?
See, you may be knowing after the 2018 and 19 flood type of situation, state government has requested IMD to put more AWS and ARG. So now even currently they are putting almost 100 AWS in different parts of the Kerala, which can give you every 15 minutes data. Okay, so continuous data will be there, and they are all automatic weather stations. So it's not man.
So will it be publicly available?
Yes. That will be available to public.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, even that will be available to you also once they put, because they are all in the IMD website and you can download that.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. My question is to Kalaiarasan, sir. I'm Nora, doing MTech in Translation Engineering in Government Engineering College, Barton Hill. I have quite interest in coastal ecosystem and the coastal protection measures. For that, sir, according to the recent studies conducted by JIMC, a report shown that major portion of the main five cities of Kerala will be under water after 10 years, according to the shoreline studies. In addition to the common measures we adapted in the coastal areas, in addition to that, is there any possibility to include or adopt the measure like submerged reefs or the submerged reefs in Shangumugan like areas? Is it shown that it is a very good effective measure if it is adopted in such threatened areas?
Yeah, see, first of all, thanks for your question. See, I have not listed out all the structures, especially if you are taking this offshore structure. So there is a kind of breakwater, offshore breakwater. There is in the East Coast, with the help of NIOT, the Tamil Nadu government under GEF, that is GEF is the fund for climate change. They have implemented, and that is started yielding the results. So you know the place name called Kadalur. From Kadalur, that is around 18 kilometers, they have constructed the offshore breakwater. So breakwater is not on the coastline. Offshore breakwater means where we get the wave breaking, there they have constructed this structure. What it will do, it will not directly allow the wave movement towards the barrier, that is our mainland. So that is already proven one. So why I have not entertained the hard structure, even I am the civil engineer, I am one of the civil engineer, but after 20 years only I realized that there are soft structures are available. We are making our coastal system into bowl, concrete bowl. So that should not happen. So that is the reason why I have not given much attention on the hard structure. But yeah, there are a lot of measures available in the world.
Any other question from the audience?
My question is to Sri Kalaiarasan. Sir, I would just like to know about the conservation of ecosystems being done to the Mandro Turut, which have been facing many issues due to the rising of the water level, and the people have been migrating from there. Such articles were seen. So, what is the measures being taken, or what is the possible measures to conserve that area? Thank you.
Yeah, see, Mantoturth again covers under the CRSET notification, and part of the DYCC funding, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change funding, already we have adopted this Mantoturth. Because of the, on one side we could say that is the climate change impact is happening because of the tidal action. Whenever we are having the high tide time, the flow in this particular island is getting increased. That is the reason why some of the inundation is reporting in that island area. So that is one. Second one, for that how we are going to conserve. So we have to identify the root cause. What is the root cause? Everyone know, nearby we are having one color that is again having connection with the sea coast. So this tidal action, whenever we are having the dredging not scientifically done on that particular area, that is the reason why already the land partially filled and partially the river movement is arrested. So in that way only this island is getting inundated during the high tide time. So first part we have to do the dredging on already reclaimed area. That will solve this the issue. Then address the climate change part. So for that already Environment Department has taken a serious effort, and 2019 onwards that 20% is for the R&D purpose, and NSS is also already, they have submitted the first draft report on this Mandoturu Island. And mitigation measure, it's not very easy to conclude that within 5 years I can do some magic and I can show some progress. It will take time, but already it is under consideration of Government of Kerala.
Any more questions from the audience? Okay. So we have came to the end of this session. It was such a wonderful session. It was very interactive and informative, and both the speakers have have given a good information about the climate change in Kerala and coastal erosion and protection. Thank you, sir, for such a nice presentation. And now I want to
Now Paushali ma'am will give away memento of token of appreciation to both the speakers.
Now let's take a small break, have the tea, and please be here by 4:15.
speakers in this session. Each speaker will have 20 minutes for the presentation. When it reaches 15 minutes, a warning bell will be given. Discussion time will be at the end of all the presentations. This technical session is about building a flood-resilient Kerala. The session will be chaired by Dr. Jayaraj PG. He is a former professor at Department of Civil Engineering at College of Engineering, Trivandrum. He completed his graduation in Civil Engineering from University of Kerala, and he has done his post-graduation in Water Management from Center for Water Resources and completed his PhD in Hydromechanics and Water Resources, Department of Civil Engineering. Sir, I welcome you.
The video.
Hello. The first speaker for the section is Dr. Sanyat CT from IIT Delhi.
Dr. Dhanya CT is presently working as an associate professor in Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Delhi. Her research interests include hydroclimatology, hydrologic extremes, climate change impact assessment, water resources management, and land surface modeling. She is the recipient of awards. Some are NASI Young Scientist Platinum Jubilee Award 2017 and Young Researcher Award 2017 from Ministry of Earth Science. She serves as the editor of the journal Earth System Dynamics by European Geophysical Union.
Slides. Yes, ma'am, you can start. Slides. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, thanks for the organizers for giving me this chance. And it's an honor to be chaired by Professor Jayaraj, who is my respectable professor, who actually pushed me to water resources engineering field. So my talk today will be dealing with the development of a flood forecasting system and the issues we need to focus in Indian scenario, and the issues which I am highlighting is general, that is applicable to the Kerala scenario as well. So I thought I will keep the issues in general and will throw some of the research outputs or the research initiatives we are doing in IIT Delhi towards going to develop a flood forecasting system. So this talk I am planning to divide into 3 parts. The first part we will be discussing about how the extremes are being evolving in the recent future or the last century, which you have seen from the previous speakers as well. And in the second part, I will be dealing with how to generate a flood forecasting system, what are the integral parts in a flood forecasting system, and what are the issues in those integral parts. And I will also throw some of the famous flood forecasting system which has been developed across the world and which is running very nicely. And in the third part, I will deal with throw some very intense research about how to address these kind of issues, the recent research initiatives taken up by the group. But I will not go into the details of this, but I will be happy to address your queries at the end. So coming to the first part, this particular one which you are aware about, we know that the natural disasters, all the natural disasters, which are classified into 4 types, hydrological, meteorological, climatological, and geophysical, are on the rise, especially from the last century onwards. But if you pay attention to the hydrological disasters, that takes a major stake. So hydrological disasters, which is nothing but floods and droughts, that is been increasing, and the rate at which these hydrological disasters are increasing, that rate is even higher when compared to the other disasters. That is why my focus is always on these hydrological extremes or hydroclimatological extremes called floods and droughts. Now, when it comes to floods and droughts, even though these two are the hydrological extremes, if you compare the statistics or the damages or the destructive nature of these two hydrological extremes, you will see that the floods are the ones which are causing much more damage when compared to droughts. So for example, if you see this, the first bar plot, the average people which died, which killed per year, that is in fact more for flood because of the spread of the flood. Floods happened only for a particular region, whereas drought happened over a vast region. That is why the average people which probably might have killed due to that drought disaster might be higher. But if you look at the other two figures, that is average people affected per year and it's not visible from here, and the economic damage per year. So that is even more higher for much more higher for flood extremes than for the drought extremes. That is why when it comes to when we say also hydrological disaster, most of the literature you will see will be addressed on floods. So you will find a plethora of literature which is focusing especially on floods, and which claims that of the recent century, starting from the 1950s and especially in the beginning of 21st century, the floods are increasing all over the world, and entire world is witnessing an increase in the extreme, not only India, not only Kerala. And also in India, it is also reported by CWC, according to their statistics, there is almost a 3-fold increase in the number of flood events across India. So I have tried to list some of the flood events, but I couldn't cite all these events which had happened. And if you look at this picture, floods happening across India, you'll see that no particular region is of specific interest, right? All the regions are witnessing floods in some or other way. And it has become more or less an annual phenomenon as far as our country is concerned. Now moving on, so I thought of putting up some of the statistics. Floods are the resultant of the main input is the precipitation or the rainfall. So these are some of the studies which had happened, which had analyzed the precipitation input. So it says that if you focus on the first plot, it talks about the spatial rainfall across India, and that doesn't carry any different signature. Spatial rainfall says that it was increasing till 1950 and it is actually decreasing after 1950. So we should be safe as far as extremes are concerned, as far as rainfall amount is concerned. But if you actually look at the extremes of the 95th percentile, the second plot, then you see that even the 95th percentile, it was increasing before 1950, but it was not so much increasing, or it is in fact decreasing after 1950. So 95th percentile means heavy rainfall events, and that is also not giving us a very threatening perspective. But if you go for the 99th percentile, the heaviest of the rainfall events, which might have created these kind of disastrous floods, that is actually increasing in the pre-50, and that is increasing at a much more rapid rise in the after the post-1950 also. And that is what it creates, it actually causes concerns to us, because all these heaviest rainfall events will ultimately translate to the flood events or flood hazards in the field. Now, while this study was talking about the precipitation rainfall series and the spatial mean and the extremes in general, our group also conducted one study, but with respect to the spells. Now, why these spells are important? What are spells? Spells are nothing but the continuous rainfall event happening simultaneously. For example, today it is raining, tomorrow also it is raining, and day after. That means it's a 3-day spell occurring continuously. And if you recall the kind of rainfall mechanisms happened, especially in Chennai flood or 2018 Kerala flood, it is this continuous spell of rainfall event that has created this kind of disaster flood. Otherwise, it would have happened in the one day. Probably the system may have the capacity to absorb that particular event. So we were interested in analyzing these so-called spells, even the wet spells and dry spell. So we defined a wet day as 90th percentile and a dry day as a day where rainfall is not happening or less than 2.5. And the catch here is that if you look at the dry regions, for example, the northwestern region, Rajasthan and all, there it is known to be a dry region. And for example, the Western Ghats and the northeastern parts are known to be wet regions. So if you analyze these characteristics over these regions, you will see that, in fact, the wet regions and the dry regions, their characteristics are going to be opposite in the future or in the observed period itself. That is what the observed statistics says. So here what it says that the dry regions are probably turning towards a wetter regime regime, and the wet regions are turning towards a drier regime. And now why it is that important? Because, for example, if you imagine a 100 millimeter of rainfall happening in the northeastern region, there people are used to the rainfall, and that kind of flood, even if it has occurred, may not be as disastrous as that same amount of rainfall if it is happening over Rajasthan. That particular region may not have the capacity to actually capture that kind of, even that minimum kind of rainfall. So that is it. The flood mechanism, it's not only depending on the rainfall intensity, it depends on the regional characteristics as well. So all these understanding about the nitty-gritties of precipitation characteristics and also the regional characteristics, we as a modeler should be engaged in, or we have to extract all those characteristics and then translate that into the modeling. That is my bottom line in this one. So here the conclusion is that there is a notable change in the regional monsoon pattern or mechanism itself, and that need to be first of all derived, and that need to be translated into a hydrological model, or rather a flood simulation model. Now, so far I have been speaking about what we have been observing, or what the observation data says us. Now, if you look into the future, things are not so rosy there also. And in fact, things are even more disastrous. And this is what probably Dr. Pai also already detailed to you. So I will not take much time into this. So if you actually look at the first figure of the globe, where you have been shown the climatic average. So that gives you the idea about the average precipitation. The darker green color represents the more increase in the climatic average. But in that picture, not many regions are having the darker green color. So we are safe. As far as the climatic average precipitation is there, not many regions are experiencing a much more rise. But if you move to the extremes, the second figure, which shows the climatic extreme, you will see that much of the globe is having a green color. And most of the region, majority of the region are having a darker green color. So when it comes to the wetter precipitation, that means the heavy precipitation events in the future also, and this particular picture is for the 4°C rise in the temperature scenario in the AR6, so the recent AR6 report. So more and more regions are having an increase in the rainfall event, which of course will be translated into heavier or disastrous flood events. That is what it concerns us. And now the below plot of 3 figures also shows you the same detail, but for different warming levels. That means 1.5°C if the temperature increases, what will happen to the world? 2°C if the temperature increases, what will happen to the world? And then the 4°C. You can always focus your attention to India, where the country is located, right? So you can see that even in the 1.5 or 2 degree, or even in the 4°C, in all those scenarios, there is always an extreme. There is always a significant increase in the heavy precipitation events. So with this particular background, now I am just going to give you a glimpse about why it is important. So we don't have any disagreement in saying that in the observed period also we have observed an increase in the rainfall extremes. In the future also we are going to experience a much more increase in the precipitation extremes. Now, this particular statement is going to be detrimental, especially for the urban regions. And I'll talk about the urban flood mechanism in a bit while. Why it is more detrimental for the urban regions is that in urban regions, we are converting everything into a built infrastructure. And this built infrastructure is, of course, expected to release a lot of energy. So if you actually take the climate or the air which is surrounding the urban region, that is something called as a urban heat island. The air in that urban region, encompassing the urban region, is expected to have at least 3° or 4°C temperature more than the adjoining suburban regions. That is what is called urban heat island. So what if it is that? What does that mean is that when you actually encounter an urban heat island in air with a higher temperature, we know that that air will have the ability to hold more moisture. Warmer air hold more moisture. And then what will happen? This warmer air will be forming some local convective cells. So the urban regions are expected to receive much more frequent precipitation spells, much more frequent and much more intense precipitation spells. That is why this kind of increase in the extremes, even though it is not highlighted in the report, will be much more disastrous when it comes to the urban regions. So that is why, and also we also have a statistic showing that now till 2008, more than 50% of the population across the world stays in urban regions. And among that 50% of the population, 3/4 of that 50% population, urban population, lives in the low and middle income countries, which are more vulnerable to these kind of flood events. So this is the message which is carried by the climate change reports or the global warming reports. And now as a country, India, if you look at the, even though there is no change or increase in the precipitation events, let's forget that for a moment. But if it's a country, if you look at the way India has been responding to these kind of flood events, if you take the statistic of the percentage of population facing riverine floods, I'm not touching urban floods for the time being, only the riverine floods, then this particular plot is always circulating. India, we love to retain the #1 position. That means the percentage of population which is exposed to the flood risk or riverine flood risk, we as a country has always stopped. And you can see the statistics of other countries, which is much far below than where our country is. Still, and this is a kind of applausive effort taken by CWC to quantify the damages caused by the flood events which happened from 1953 to 2011. These figures may not be right, but this is some figure which can give us a direction or a motivation why we have to give so much importance to addressal of these kind of extreme events in India as a country. So these, for example, 1653 deaths we are facing annually due to these kind of flood events all over India. And now, but then realizing all these things, realizing the importance and the damages which cause to economy and the society, of course, government had taken effect to construct so-called flood protection structures. And the first plot gives you an idea about the amount of money we have been spending to construct the flood protection structures. So if you look at that picture, you see that the amount of funds we are spending is actually steeply increasing, and that increase just after the 2000. Once we realized that after 2000 these extremes are increasing, we started spending more and more money to construct these flood protection structures. And of course, the result is of course shown in this area affected. The area affected due to flood started decreasing. More money to the more flood protection structures, the less the area which is affected by due to the flood. But these two pictures, the first plot and second plot, is kind of safe or gives us a safe signal. But that particular effort is not reflected in the third picture. And what third picture says is that is the flood damages over the period. So we expect that more the flood protection structures, the less the damage should be. But that is not the scenario over India. And why so, we will discuss that. So if you see the flood damages, you will see that the flood damages are in fact increasing after 2000. Once we started constructing over more and more flood protection structures, we are facing more and more flood damages. The reason behind this could be multiple. One is that after 2000, we have seen an extremely increase in the extremes, right? Number of started increasing, and the flood protection structures we have been building probably was not sufficient. The capacity may not be sufficient to tackle these kind of very high events. One reason could be that. The second reason is that when we construct a flood protection structure, it kinds of gives a false security to the community. So if at all you observe any flood protection structure, say a levee or dam, after that, after some years, people start migrating to that particular position. So when a heavy flood comes, which overtops this particular structure, more and more people will be affected, of course. So there are many reasons. These two which I have cited might be some major reasons. So we will explore that. So nevertheless, the point here is that in addition to this construction of flood protection structures, there is a need for a flood warning or operational real-time flood forecasting system and warning for India especially. Now that is what I am going to discuss now. What are the integral parts? Now I am moving to the part 2 of this one. So the way we have to model these floods depends on what kind of flood mechanism we are dealing with. Now, if we go to classify these kind of flood mechanism systems, there are 4 systems: flash floods, coastal floods, urban floods, and riverine floods. The mechanism of these 4 systems are entirely different. And the way we have been tackling these flood forecasting system, or the traditional ways, these are some of the traditional ways which you can find in any basic hydrology textbooks. But these are not probably can be made as a real-time or operational system. So because of the time limit, I'm not going into the details of this. But these particular traditional methods are of course cheap, and it can, anyone can implement it, and many time series sort of things. Now, of late, we have been using, or it's been decades even, we have been using so-called numerical models. So when it comes to the numerical models, there are two kinds of models: catchment hydrology models, where we divide the catchment into many small grids, and we derive nothing but the water budget equation in each of these grids, and then water flows from one grid to another. Then there are something called flow routing models, where we focus only on the river, not the catchment. We have the information of the discharge at an upstream station, and then we route that discharge to the downstream level, and that we will use for the flood forecasting. After that, then we started to couple these two models. That means the catchment models and the flow routing model. These coupled models, which is nothing but the water budget equation plus the momentum equation, the routing equation, where we consider the catchment and also the river together, and we run the model in either one-dimensional or two-dimensional or three-dimensional, depending upon the complexity or the computational time available to us. So that is something we have been using of late, and many as I mentioned, the real-time observational systems, operational systems across the world have been using these coupled models. Now, what we have to do is, we have to, once we identify the model, we have to run the model first in retrospective mode. By that means that we will be giving the model the inputs of observed rainfall, the observed flow, and the catchment conditions of topography, land use, land cover, etc., etc. All these things will be dumped into that physical model, and that will be calibrated and validated, and that is what we do in the retrospective mode. Once we have a satisfactory or reliable model, then we run that model in the forecasting mode. Now, when we run the model in the forecasting mode, we have to have a real-time rainfall, which is a challenge. Real-time rainfall, that means in situ rainfall, but real-time. And then we also need to have a forecasted rainfall, which need to be given, supplied by these agencies like IMD or an NCMRWF, like that, which probably the developed countries has the access to. We don't have right now also a reliable, probably do not have a reliable access to this kind of forecast. So these two modes, retrospective and the forecasting modes, are the ones which we need as a step for the developing a flood forecasting system. And after that, of course, when we forecast the rainfall, there is a lot of uncertainty. Now, how to incorporate the uncertainty? One method of using one statistical model will give me an X mm of rainfall tomorrow. Another model which I am using will give me a Y mm tomorrow rainfall, right? So then, to accommodate all those things, the usual approach is to go for a probabilistic approach. That means we create the rainfall forecast from multiple models and create the ensemble of those outputs, and then dump it to the coupled model, and then it gives us the result like this. Now, this is the method being commonly applied by the developed countries for establishing a real-time operational kind of flood forecasting system. Now, I am going to take you through some of the systems which are successful over the last 2 decades, and I will focus on this one. That is something which is developed by Europe for the entire continent, and it is operational for the entire continent. So it is something called EFAS, European Flood Awareness System. So what they is that they have this ensemble of rainfall forecast, like the first one, and then they give it to the so-called coupled model, physical model. It takes a lot of time to run the model, but they have the computational infrastructure for that, and then finally the results from that will be released as products. That means the flood spread or the discharge level. And the main thing is that for it to be operational, we need to ensure that these products should reach to the citizens in proper time, so that they have sufficient response time to take relief measures or management measures. That is what is probably lacking in our country. Because we take a lot of time to even run the model, or we don't have even the information about the real-time rainfall. So, and after that, when it comes to the citizen, in terms of a web GIS, or in terms of mobile messages, or in terms of email alerts, and also it goes to so-called partner institutions. And here, the involvement of partner institutions are at most important. Partner institutions are no one but government institutions who are expected to take relief measures according to this forecast or the flood forecast. So this is what is shown here, and they will come out with some possible actions. So the probably our institutions across India, we are doing a lot on the first and second part. About the rainfall forecast may not be much, but over the hydrological modeling and all, we have been doing a lot of activities. But when it comes to the dissemination of these results to the public or the citizen involvement, we are probably lacking, and that is why we are unable to mitigate these kind of flood disasters in a successful way. Now, but I also would throw some light into the effort they have done. See, this is a timeline to develop that EFAS, and we also have to spend these kind of timeline 20-30 years to if we are really serious about coming up with a real-time flood forecasting operational system. They started sometime in 1990s, and they finally launched the system in 1999, but that time it was not real-time, it was not operational. It was made real time in 2002 after some 3-4 years, and after some 10 years in 2012 it was made operational. So this is the kind of effort or the checks they have put up to ensure that the system they are developing is in fact operational, and still the involvement is continuous. So I'll skip these other systems, but since the PPT is made available, so this is the North Carolina. I am just showing the user interface, how the users are alerted, because that's my focus here. And Mississippi River Basin forecast, where they show which particular gauges are overflowing or flooded, or which is not flooded, which is about to be flooded likewise. And then NOAA, National Weather Service, and so on and so forth. In India, CWC is also doing a wonderful job in releasing these kind of forecasts, but using some statistical methods. They have some 196 water level forecast and 128 river inflow forecast. So if you go to the India weather forecast, IWFIS, right? So in that you will see these kind of forecasting system like that, but it is not probably reaching to the citizen, and I'm not sure whether how much that can be made operational. And also they are doing some kind of physical modeling as well, which releases flood forecast in 24 to 35 hours. So what we essentially need, now this is the third part of my talk, what we essentially need is actually an IoT sensor-enabled flood risk warning smart system. So all these words are equally important: IoT, sensor-enabled flood risk. So to discuss this, I tried to divide this whole package into 5 sub-packages. The first package, which is marked 1 there, talks about sensor implementation. So we really need real-time reliable information about the system, and real-time information is only possible if you are implementing sensors across. But the limitation there is that sensors are usually very costly, and when we talk about a big catchment, installing the sensors all over the catchment, it will be in crores or crores of crores, and then maintaining those kind of sensors is going to be very difficult. Second package talks about the supplementary of that. So in case we don't have any institute data, in case we don't have the institute information about the system, how much we can rely on the so-called satellite data, because this is a remote sensing era we are living on. We have to, of course, we have to find the potential of these satellite products, and satellite products can be used to take the information about the real-time rainfall, the real-time river characteristics, even river characteristics, when I say the width, the breadth, and the total bathymetry of the river can also be extracted from the satellite. But the disadvantage there is that satellite data are known to have bias, that there are many errors in the data which are known for, because it's an indirect observation. Now how to tackle that, that is where some research need to go in. And the third one is again about data. It is about the high resolution spatial information. When we develop a flood model, we need to have a high resolution terrain information about the system. For the water to flow from one grid to another. So that is what talks about, it is in the sub-package 3. And the fourth package is about the flood chain modeling, which I talked about, all these coupled models. But the disadvantage there is that, as I mentioned, these kind of coupled models are physical models. They takes a lot of hours or even days to run over a very small stretch. Now how to counter that? Because if you want to make it operational, that need to be run probably within an hour or even minutes, and then that need to reach the public. So nowadays people are using this AI ML kind of algorithm, which probably the second speaker is also going to talk about, and then the final dissemination. Now, all these packages, I'll take 5 more minutes or 2 minutes. So, in the first package, I'm just trying to throw some light about the current research activities which are ongoing in our group. So, in the sensor implementation, as I mentioned, the major disadvantage is the high cost and the maintenance of that. So, we have been trying to develop indigenous low-cost sensor development to start with. To the precipitation, soil moisture, and the ambient highlights. So this is through some projects from the Space Application Center and also DST. And in the second one, from the satellite product, as I mentioned, precipitation, soil moisture, ET, river discharge, river bathymetry, everything can be extracted from the satellite. But the only point is that that will have a lot of bias or error in that. Now, how to counter that error? That is one of the research which currently it is taken up. For example, if you look at this particular picture gives you an idea about the error in the precipitation product given by a satellite called TRMM, Tropical Rainfall Measurement Mission. That is right now discontinued and is continued by the GPM, Global Precipitation Mission. So how to counter this particular error? And there is a lot of error. Satellites are known to underestimate the precipitation events. And now we want to explore the potential of satellite to flood, knowing that it is already weak in simulating the heavy precipitation events. That is going to be the challenge. So I'll skip this one. So there are some algorithms. We are trying to explore the frequency domain of that, and now how to counter that bias. It's something which is being explored and it has been published. So I'm giving the papers also. Whomever is interested can go through the paper and learn more about the methodology we have been deriving, or if you want to do some improvements in this methodology, you are welcome. And also I have talked about satellites have also the potential to track the river. That I call that as tracking the rivers from space. So there is a recent mission from NASA, SWAT, Surface Water and Ocean Topography. It is dedicated to track or map these surface water bodies. So it is yet to be launched. So we are already the early adopters of the SWAT mission, and that is also been explored through one another Space Application Center project. Now, when it comes to the central core, that is flood chain model, this is where the AI ML comes into picture. Here, when we use the regular AI ML picture, we have a understanding that AI ML is nothing but a black box because we are exposed to AI in the beginning. But then we give something to these back blocks, and that gives something else to us. What is happening inside, we don't know. That is the main disadvantage, or the reason given by many people why we shouldn't use this AI ML algorithms. But in this one, as I mentioned, the flood model, physical model, or the numerical model is going to take hours or even days to simulate even a small stretch. For example, if we take a 200-kilometer stretch, for us it took around 8-10 hours to give the output. So there comes the applicability of this ML and AI framework, but we try to incorporate some physics also in this, so that there we are going to call that as physics-based AI ML algorithms. And this particular figure will show you an idea about a comparison of the numerical model, that is the hydrological or hydrodynamical model, and the physics algorithm, physics-based machine learning algorithm. Quite interestingly and quite to our satisfaction, there was not much difference between these two. Whereas if you actually compare the computational time, for a very small stretch, the physical model took around 2.4 hours. And the AI ML model, we have used a simple random forest to start with, took around only 6 minutes. So there is a lot of potential if you can explore this one, but without losing the physics behind the system. And this is the comparison of the two, the numerical and the one. You can see absolutely there is hardly any difference in that as far as the flood inundation is considering. And I thought that I will end my talk by showing you, giving you a glimpse about the urban flood model system we have developed for the NCT, National Capital Territory of Delhi. It's not yet operational, but we have launched it in our internal website. So if you see, this was a video. I thought I'll show this. It's working. Can you click on that video, please? So it actually shows you it is for a particular rainfall event, how the NCT Delhi, sub-portion, sub-catchment of NCT Delhi, where all it is getting flooded and to what extent, how much time the flood will or the runoff or the water will stay there and when it will recede. That will give you a nice picture about the visualization of that. And if this kind of visualization is given to the public, they can see that where we are standing and what is going to be the location there, then of course that will be useful for this kind of mitigation or preventive measures. It's not working? Fine then, I'll not take much time. So with this, I'll like to conclude and thank you very much once again, and I'll be happy to take any questions during the discussion time. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tanya. She has given an overview of the development of the flood forecasting system with a focus to Indian scenario. The discussion included on extreme precipitation characteristics, flood forecasting approaches of ETAS and IoT server-based approaches were given. And I think it was the topic is a very elaborate topic which was concluded in 25 to 30 minutes. So we should appreciate her for having given it in a very restricted time. So thank you. The next presenter is Dr. Rohit A.N. He'll be in the virtual mode. He is presenting in the virtual mode from Penn State University, US.
Dr. Rohit A.N. is a postdoctoral researcher at Penn State University in United States. He took his PhD from IIT Madras. He completed his post-graduation in Water Resources Engineering from NIT Warangal. His area of interest are water resources, climate changing, statistical modeling, and urban flooding. He has also published many papers. He will join us virtually.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to present my work. Thank you for the organizers, and I hope my presentation is visible to everyone. Could someone just verify that my presentation is visible?
The presentation is visible. You can carry on.
Thank you. So, my name is Rohit. I'm a postdoctoral researcher in Penn State University. Today, I'll be talking a little bit about the challenges that are involved in risk-based design procedures for urban stormwater design infrastructures, and what are the factors that we have to relook into the fundamental procedures so that urban floods are mitigated or reduced. The consequences of urban floods are reduced. Okay, give me a second. My slides are not moving. Are they moving to you? Okay, thank you. that are happening in many of the urbanized areas. Is only the extreme rainfall event the cause, or is there a fundamental? Is there something that we need to look into the fundamentals of the design procedures? So the reason that and one more thing before I go to the sufficiency of the rational method, what we have to see is with this rational method we get only the peak discharge. We don't get the complete hydrograph that is resulting from a specific storm or a design storm. To get this hydrograph or to understand the flooding nature at a specific location, we need to get the complete flood profile or discharge profile. For that, generally a design hydrograph is constructed, and there are several methods to construct the design hydrograph, such as Huff method, Chicago method, and SES dimensionless form method. And all these forms, the problem is with all these methods is that there is a lot of uncertainty associated. To briefly see that use of different methods are giving different shape of hydrograph, though there is a similar shape of hydrograph, different volume of runoff, different peak discharges, and there is an uncertainty associated with it. And at the same time, even though they gives a complete hydrograph, the problem that we are addressing here or trying to address here is only the failure probability, not the failure consequences. These methods tells whether a system fails or not, but it doesn't talk about what happens when there is a failure. But that is the very important thing that we need to look into when designing urban flood mitigation structures, because it's okay. We know that the system fails once in 2 years or 5 years based on our design. But if we don't know what happens when there is a failure, we cannot be better prepared for the failure consequences. So the basic methods, the methods that are used currently do not talk anything about the failure consequences. All they talk is failure return periods or failure probabilities. So to more in detail, to look into the problem more in detail, let's say we have in a hypothetical case, we have a time series of flood discharge. What we are getting from the rational method is that only these 4 values that are peak discharge values. And even with the design hydrograph approaches, we get a specific for different return periods of design storm, we get a design hydrograph that may work well for a design return period, but it may not give a complete picture of the hydrograph when there is a failure, in the sense that if I design my system for a 2-year return period, I know that the system fails once in 2 years, but I don't know what happens when there is a failure, because there are 2 failure events for a 2-year return period here in a hypothetical case. One, the first case may not lead to a serious or devastating flood, but the second one may gives rise to a higher floods of higher consequences, because it has higher volume, higher duration, and higher peak magnitude. And that's when a CFL approach comes into handy, when we really want to look into the failure consequences rather than only the failure probabilities. So the CFL approach acknowledges that failure is inevitable and tries to come up with a system that minimizes the failure consequences rather than the failure probabilities. So this is what we are going to look into in my presentation. And to do that, as I said earlier, we need a complete hydrograph to understand the flooding consequences. To do that, we need to able to find out a method that can characterize the complete behavior of a rainfall event. Because let's say I'm using 30 to 40 years of rainfall record to understand the flooding consequences. I cannot be doing a continuous simulation of 30 to 40 years. That is computationally intensive. And I should be able to come up with a procedure to pick up very handful of events that are really extreme, that are going to cause flood, and simulate the flooding consequences for only those events, and still be able to make designs or get enough knowledge about the flooding consequences or characteristics of the rainfall. So for that, we need to be able to characterize all these properties of the rainfall. And the case study I'm choosing here is a part of Chennai city, though I do not have a case study for Trivandrum or the Kerala cities from Kerala. This method works well for any part of the world. So in this case, to briefly look into the catchment properties or the steady area properties, we have a small area where we are concentrating only the floods due to overflowing of the storm sewers. So the floods that can be caused are or from overflowing of this river are due to the flooding properties or discharge properties from the rivers are not considered here. Only the catchment properties as well as the storm drainage failure properties are considered. Here we have two drainage networks, the one in the left and one in the right, and we have 23 subcatchments and 12 links draining into the river downstream, and the area is 0.36 kilometers square, and we have 46 years of hourly rainfall record for this specific area. And just to remind you that we have two drainage network and 23 subcatchments and 12 links that will be reciting them in multiple times in the future. One of the first challenges that we face is record. What we have is hourly rainfall data, but when we look into the time of concentration of many urbanized areas, small urbanized areas, they are on the order of 5 to 30 minutes, 5 minutes to 30 minutes. But what we have IMD rainfall data is 1 hour resolution. We cannot be using, or it's not a wise choice to use 1 hour rainfall record to make inferences about 15 minutes time of concentration, or to use that in a 15 minutes time of concentration catchment, because if we use 1 hour, it is uniform intensity. It shows uniform intensity, and we have seen that there are numerous, are like around 10 to 15% of the rainfall events that occurs in extreme rainfall events that occur in the urbanized areas are of only 1 hour or less. So when we have 1 hour or less events, they fluctuate in their intensities within 1 hour. It is not a wise choice to use 1 hour rainfall data. We need to be able to disaggregate them into a sub-hourly rainfall records. So that is one of the fundamental problem. That IDF relationships that are developed were used for them, for those IDF relationships. 1 hour rainfall records were used, and these rainfall IDF relationships were extrapolated. The curves were extrapolated to get the sub-hourly rainfall intensities, and that is causing that is giving a wrong impression or wrong inferences about the rainfall properties that I'll show towards the end. And here we have used a random cascade method to disaggregate from hourly to 30 minutes and 30 minutes to 50 minutes. And we the validation procedure, the validation produced a really good efficiency. And once we have, let's say, 15-minute rainfall records, the next challenge is identification of extreme rainfall events. As I said earlier, let's say I want to design my rainfall storm drainage network for 2-year or 5-year return period. If it is 2-year and I have 30 years of rainfall record, I'll be getting hardly 15 rainfall events that may cause flood. And 15 is a very small number to understand the flooding consequences in a broader perspective. So, and at the same time, I cannot be simulating entire time series. I need to pick only a handful of events that can cause flood and try to will be able to make inferences as it was a continuous simulation. And there are several methods to identify extreme rainfall events. Like most of them are univariate, like peak over threshold and annual maximum approaches. And here we develop a more reliable method based on the catchment properties, in the sense that, let's say I have 23 subcatchments here and 12 links. At each catchment outlet, I can estimate a time series of discharge. And in our procedure, what we do is first we identify peak discharge at each catchment outlet, or rather the inlet of storm network or storm sewer, and try to identify peak discharge events or peak discharge values or extreme peak discharge values for each of these inlets, and the rainfall event that led or that gives rise to that particular peak discharge event is termed as extreme rainfall event. In that way, if I want to identify extreme rainfall event, I need to consider multiple properties such as total volume, peak intensity, and total duration, and the time profile. All these things, it is difficult to identify a rainfall event in a multivariate sense, and it's easy to identify in a univariate sense. And the resultant of all these rainfall properties is the peak discharge. And we identify a peak discharge, extreme peak discharge events, and all the rainfall events of corresponding rainfall events are termed as extreme rainfall events. And we should note that a rainfall event that can give extreme peak discharge at a particular small subcatchment 1 will also be giving, most likely will also be giving extreme peak discharge events in other catchments as well. So there is an overlap. So in the sense that we here we used we developed a automated peak over threshold approach for identifying extreme peak discharge events, and corresponding rainfall events were identified as peak rainfall events. And we noted that in 46 years, 134 unique rainfall events that led to extreme peak discharge events. And here we know that there are 12 storm sewer links, and there are 12 storm sewer inlets, and there are 5 potential thresholds to identify extreme peak discharge events, and we selected the group 1 based on certain assumptions. So one observation is that a minimum of 1.65 threshold should be given to have a reliable results. And all these 3 groups led to a similar different number of rainfall events, but similar written levels. Hence, we choose group 1, and we noted that in 46 years there were 134 extreme rainfall events that were critical and that were sufficient enough to understand the complete behavior of extreme rainfall events. And the next step is, as I said earlier, if I use, let's say in my case, 46 years, if I design my system for 2-year return period, hardly I'll have 23 rainfall events that are causing flood. And that means 23 years of 23 events that are causing flood. And 23 is a very small number out of that 134 to understand the flooding consequences in a broader perspective. And if I want to do a 10-year or 40-year return period event, there will be hardly 1 or 2 rainfall event. And we will not be able to make any valuable extract any valuable information using 1 or 2 rainfall events. So what we did was we generated 1,000-year records of extreme rainfall event from these 46 years. And for that purpose, we used what is called as a Kapla-based multivariate approach. With this, the rainfall duration and the rainfall depth were modeled using generalized extreme value and Pearson type 3 distribution, and these distributions were selected based on the element ratio diagram, and 1,000 years of records were generated, in the sense that we know that if there are 134 events in 46 years, that is 2.914 event per year, and for 1,000 years we should be able to get 2,914, and these events were randomly generated based on these 2 properties, based on a Gumbel-Hogwarts coupler. And we also tested multiple couplers, and we noted that Gumbel-Hogwarts fits well, also given the fact that this is the only extreme value coupler among Archimedean family. And now we have modeled rainfall depth and duration. The next step is to model the rainfall time behavior, because for all the 1,000 years of record, we need time profile to calculate to extract the flood hydrograph. And here we used we modified an existing multi-state cluster Markov model to suit our needs. And here the rainfall properties were modeled in a dimensionless form to eliminate the randomness that is involved from rainfall duration and rainfall depth. And we noted that the basic criteria to model to calculate the efficiency or to come up with this method is that it should be able to reproduce multiple properties of the rainfall event, such as different quartile storms and really correlation with peak rainfall intensity. Correlation of peak rainfall intensity with other 2 properties, such as the duration and the total depth, and it was able to reproduce well. And this work is published in one of our works in SERA. And now we have modeled the rainfall properties, and these were the challenges that were involved in modeling the rainfall properties, and to eliminate the basic assumptions that were average recurrence interval neutrality and adequacy of single critical duration that were holding back the efficiency that was holding back the rational method to perform better in many cases. The next step is to do an initial based design. As I said earlier, to eliminate the risk, the frequency analysis on discharge events rather than the rainfall event, so that we get the accurate value of return periods. So what we are doing is we design this system for a 2-year in the phase 1. So let's say we take a 2-year failure return period, and these are the design values that we got, width and we assume a rectangular open channel for this design for the purpose of simplicity, and to model using a simple basic model rather than going to a complicated model. And here you can see the time of concentration were varying from 4 minutes to 16 minutes, and this is the value that we are looking in the small urban catchments. But what we have is hardly rainfall data, as I said earlier. And these are the dimensions for 2-year return period. Now we know that this is a safe fail approach, and this is a risk-based approach. We designed the system for 2-year, and the system fails once in 2-year. The system may fail once in 2-year, and we don't till now we do not know what happens when there is a failure. The next step is to find out what happens when there is a failure and how to minimize the failure consequences. In this step, what we did was we set up a HECRAS model and simulated urban flood consequences using all the 1,000 years of rainfall records that we generated, extreme rainfall records that we generated. And here, for this, we need 3 design parameters, and these 3 design parameters are flood depth, that is considered to be critical, flood duration, that is considered to be critical. And just to remind you, this is flood properties, not the rainfall properties and the discharge properties. These are the flooding properties, and return period of 15 years. And these 3 values are hypothetical in this case, and it can be any value depending upon the designer's need. And this needs to be supplied depending upon the criticality of the location. And let's choose a critical location here. A critical point called 1562. This is a computational point in HECRAS, and that is surrounded by link number 8 and link number 9. That means any possible floods in this location in the urbanized area is a resultant of overflow from these two links. And if we alter these 2 properties of these 2 links, we should be able to minimize or increase or decrease the flooding properties at the critical location. Now, since these 3 are our critical design parameters, we simulated all the 1,000 years of extreme floods using HECRAS and constructed or plotted what is called as a depth duration frequency curves. Here you can see the critical value point above 0.1 meter flood depth and below is a safer region, and a duration of 30 minutes or less is a safer region. Anything above is an unsafe region. And we also have the 3rd parameter, that is return period. That is return period of the flood. So that is 15 years in our case. And we can see there is a small portion where the 15-year curve is in an unsafe region. That means there is an unsafe failure that is happening based on my requirement or my needs. And our goal, our iterative optimization goal is to bring down this curve to a safer region. And it is done through an iterative procedure where the dimensions of the links are iteratively increased and simulated again. Flooding consequences are simulated again until the 15-year curve comes down to a safer region. And we noted that instead of 2-year as an initial return period, if we use 5-year, we should be able to bring down this curve to a safer region, and flooding consequences are minimal for that case. For that location, if we use 5-year return period for an initial design rather than 2-year. And to obtaining these magical values of 5-year instead of 2-year is the purpose of the safe fail approach. And this is just to demonstrate this is not a computationally intensive task, because as we can see, HECRAS takes time and we are doing thousands of simulations, but it's computationally less challenging task because we should be able to come up with some procedures to ignore many of the rainfall events that may not cause flood. And with 4 iterations, we were able to reduce the flooding properties, bring down the 15-year return period curve to safer region. And I would also like to show how these return periods will be in the future, considering the future. Now we know that to minimize flooding consequences, we need to use 5-year. To account for the future in different scenarios based on IPCC 6th assessment report, we used 4 scenarios, SSP 126 to SSP 585, and noted that a 6-year plus or minus 1.6 should be enough to have a safer failure at critical location for link number 8 and 9, such that the flooding consequences are minimal. And that's about the SAFEL approach under stationary and non-stationary climate scenarios. And I want to briefly show in a couple of minutes how it compares to the rational method, and what are the fundamental assumptions or what are the fundamental inferences we are inferring wrongly due to certain nature of the idea of relationships. So this is from Flood Estimation Handbook. As I said earlier, we need to use 6 years instead of 5 years, 6 or 5 years instead of 2 years. Here also we are getting this recommendation that because of average recurrence interval neutrality, the flood return period may not be equal to rainfall return period. In the sense that if I want to design my system for 30 years, I should be actually using 50-year return period because of the ARI assumption. And in the sense that it is saying that there's a general thought, that there's general inference that rational method underestimates, and this is the reason that we have to adopt these kind of conversions, because rational method generally underestimate the values. But in our case, we noticed something not strange, something different. To understand that we created 1,000 hypothetical catchments of certain nature similar to our observed catchment, and generated written level comparisons between rational method and risk-based method. And we noted that yes, rational method underestimates, but there is a pocket of there is a small pocket where the rational method is overestimating, and that may lead to a over-design problems rather than under-design problem using rational method that we are thinking that is generally known. And the reason for this is when we compare, when we check this method with different time of concentration to check how sensitive or why this is happening, we noted that until time of concentration 8 to 9 minutes, then rational method actually overestimates and do not underestimate at lower time of concentration. This is because of the extrapolation of this exponential curve. What we have here in the observation, what we have in the observation is hourly rainfall record, and we construct IDF relationships and we extrapolate the curve to a sub-hourly records. And since this is an exponential curve, power function, this usually gives rise to a very high magnitude of intensities, and that may lead to a overestimation problem in the rational method. And we should be really careful when we are using rational method for sub-hourly rainfall records, sub-hourly rainfall time of concentration, because of this nature. Either we have to construct the idea of relationships using actual sub-hourly rainfall records, or should not use idea of relationships that are extrapolated. To conclude, there is a necessity to revisit some of the statistical procedures and assumptions that are used in rational method, or general methods that are being used, and a SAFEL approach would give a reliable design such that the flooding consequences are minimal in urbanized areas, and care should be taken when extrapolating idea of relationships to a sub-hourly durations. So thank you very much. I'll leave you with my opening slide. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm happy to take any questions once all the presentations are done. Thank you.
Of urban flood mitigation structures, a risk-based approach has given a safe policy, and then given a idea connected with the design of storm sewers and comparing with the rational method. I think the presentation was focusing on stormwater systems. So the next presenter is Dr. Sujit Mangalatu from JP Morgan Chase, Georgia.
Dr. Sujit Mangalat, currently the Vice President of Data Science Department, JP Morgan Chase. He is graduated with a PhD in Structural Engineering from the Georgia Institute of Technology. He has 2 years as a postdoctoral research scholar at the University of California, Los Angeles. He is also a bronze medalist, winner of the first machine learning based image challenge competition. He has developed innovative methods for regional risk assessment using advanced statistical and machine learning techniques.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. So we hear the term machine learning because the moment we open our phone, machine learning is controlling us. And the moment we put on the phone, the machine learning is stop controlling us. So machine learning will give us an idea what news you would like to read, or what movies you would like to watch, or what news they recommend. So machine learning is having a control on our life these days. The question is, can we use this for disaster management? The answer is yes. So I am going to talk about the machine learning based damage assessment. So I will address this from an earthquake perspective first and from a flood perspective secondly. So what is machine learning? So how we are learning? So the fundamental aspect goes there. So we learn everything from experience. For example, if we want to teach child the difference between cat and dog, so we have to show a lot of cats and dogs to the child. So the child will develop some features that can distinguish what is a cat and what is a dog. So the first couple of attempts the child may fail, but if we show repeated real-time cat or dog, the child can learn. So that's how we learn. So if we show the large amount of data to a machine or to a computer, so they can also learn. So that is why the machine learning, the term comes. The fundamental aspect of machine learning is we have to have large amount of data. So once we have data, we can build a machine learning model. So once we have a model, whenever a new image or new scenario comes, the model can predict. For example, if we want to teach the difference between cat and dog, so if a new image of cat or dog comes, the machine learning can identify whether it is a cat or a dog. Let's look at this simple example, because here we have the image of a dog and the image of a cat. So if we want to train a machine learning model, we can see that if the image contains long hair with a black nose, potentially it is a dog. So this is what the machine learning fundamentally does. Machine learning identify what are the features that can distinguish the image. So here I am showing an example of an image processing. So similarly, we can do it for speech recognition. So whether the person is talking in a positive tone or mediocre tone or a negative tone. Or even we can use it to predict what is the expected rainfall. So when you check your phone, or when you check your Google Maps, what time it will take from here to somewhere in Trivandrum, machine learning model is the one that is giving you an answer. So whenever you are using any electronic device, whether it is a TV, whether it is a mobile, machine learning is the one that dictates the result, or that dictates what you want to do. So these are some of the well-known machine learning examples. For example, in Tesla, it's coming with a self-driving car. So in future, we don't need any drivers. Or if we see a couple of movies in a Netflix account, it can automatically recommend what are the next movies you want to see. Or if you search something on Google about one cricket player, so you will get a lot of news about that specific cricket player, because the Google can identify, or the machine learning algorithm can identify, this is the news that you would like to read, and this is where you spend your money or time. Time is essentially money in machine learning algorithm. So these are some of the things which we know about Facebook. So possibly who are in this hall, and if you log in Facebook today, so highly likely you will get a friend recommendation about the person sitting there. So that's how the machine learning algorithm works. The algorithm can identify who are all sitting in this specific place and who logged in Facebook at this time. So the question is, okay, machine learning is controlling us. So can we make use of it for the disaster management? So specifically, I talk about a specific earthquake in California. So California is a place in US which has highly susceptible to earthquake. So this is a specific earthquake that happened in California in 2014. So any earthquake intensity is expressed using the peak ground acceleration. So if we think from an earthquake engineering perspective, it's not a great earthquake because the magnitude is only 0.61 G. It's a medium earthquake. But if we look at the economic loss, it's between $500 million US dollar to $1 billion US dollar. So during any disaster, what we have to do is we have to evacuate the people living in that houses. So how we can evacuate? We have to send the emergency responders. To send the emergency responders, we want to identify what are the buildings in the collapse state or what are the buildings that are ready to occupy. So here on the left side, I am showing a disaster map. So this is the buildings that damaged during earthquake. The red category or the red dot indicates that the building is collapsed. The green means the building is safe, and the yellow means we are not sure whether the building is on a highly damaged state or a green damaged state. After any disaster, we have to prepare some maps like this. Then we can say that, okay, these are the area that is likely to be affected, and the emergency team has to go to this area. So how can we use machine learning to achieve this? Because in order to prepare this map, in a developed country like US, it took around 3 to 4 months. So the question is, can we prepare some map like this within 5 minutes or within a minute after an earthquake? So one way we can address it through 3 different ways. Let me explain the first way. So here we are showing some plots regarding the damage category, whether the building is in a collapse state or whether the building is not having any damage as a function of some parameters. The PGA here represents how strong the ground motion is, and the age represents whether it is an old building or whether it is a new building. Our common notion is, okay, if the building is old and if it is subject to a heavy earthquake, it will collapse. That may not be true, because there are some other factors like how tall the building is, what type of construction material it is. So we can characterize this using how far the building is from the earthquake location, what is the soil condition, and what is the building condition. So these are the parameters that can quantify how far the building is, what is the soil that the building is located, and what are the building characteristics, whether it is a old building, whether it is a new building, or what value the building has, how many stories the building have. So if we use machine learning algorithm to identify this, so here I am showing how the machine learning algorithm can predict the damage, and I am plotting the actual prediction on the top of that. So no algorithm can have 100% accuracy. So sometimes a green category building may be predicted as red, or a red category building. Red category here means the building is collapsed. So that can be predicted as yellow or not. So we will express the accuracy using the classification matrix. So what we do in machine learning is we divide the data into training and test. So we build a machine learning model with the training set, and we evaluate the performance using test set. The assumption here is if the model performs well on the test set, it can be implemented for production. So our primary focus is we have to implement this model in production. So we can see that the accuracy is shown in a blue rectangle area. For the training, we have around 99% accuracy, and for testing, we have around 64% accuracy. So what it essentially says is we can prepare disaster map with 64% accuracy using this feature. So the other is the social media. So we are living in a social media era, and we would like to post everything on the social media, either through Facebook, Twitter, or whatever platforms we have. So the question is, there is some valuable information in this post, and we can convert this into the damaged state of the building. For example, if we see some words like collapse or something like a chimney through roof, because in California, a lot of the buildings are with chimney. So we can see that that is a high danger alerts building, and we can put it in the red category. Or if we see some words like a good minor condition, it is going to a green category building. So here I am showing what are the frequent words that are appearing in social media after the earthquake. In US, most of the buildings are with chimney, so that's the reason why chimney is appearing here. So if we categorize the building into 3 different areas, so if we see some words like collapse, foundation, that is belong to the damaged building, or if we see some good minor cracks, that belongs to the good category. So if we use the social media, we can get an accuracy of around 86%. So in the earlier case, we have an accuracy of 64, and we are improving it to 86. Here also the fundamental concept is same. We divide the data into 2 sets. On one set, we will build the machine learning model, and we will evaluate the performance on the next set. The other area is through image. For example, we can look at an image visually and see whether the building is in a collapse state or whether the building is ready to occupy. So machine learning algorithm can also be trained to predict something like that. Because after any disaster, we can fly a drone over an area and collect the required image. And from that image, we can directly convert it into the damage category. For example, there is a feature extraction process that is underlying with the image. So you can think about how you are identifying cat or dog. based on some specific features. So here you can categorize the building into based on the feature, and you can develop the map. And if a new image comes, you can easily identify the features, and you can easily predict whether the building is in a collapse state, or whether the building is ready to occupy, or whether the building is in a yellow category. So here the accuracy is around 62%, because the building images are very difficult to recognize. So the accuracy is around 62% for the unknown data. So here I explained three different approaches. One is using some feature, other is some social media post, and the last one is through image. So these are the potential of the machine learning model, and these models are ready to implement in production because it won't take much time to predict when a new data comes. So now I tailor to the vulnerability assessment of buildings due to flood. So we collected some data from the Kerala flood in 2018. So this is done in collaboration with the NIT Calicut. So in the Kerala flood, yeah, as we know, it is under heavy rain than usual. So 42% higher than the average rain we got during that year. So now we have some image of that Kerala flood, and we can easily identify whether the building is in a collapse or whether the building is unsafe to occupy. So the primary objective of this study is to explore the machine learning model for the damage assessment. So we have to implement a quick and dirty solution. How can we predict the damage due to flood? And can we use it for a scenario-based risk assessment? So to get the data, we did a survey on the four different states. One is Malappuram, Kozhikode, Kottayam, and Alappuzha. So instead of, we went a different route. So what we did is we prepared a questionnaire. So we directly called the owner of the building and say, what was the damage to your building during that flood? So we asked some specific features like how high the flood was, what was the duration of the rainfall. So we collected the data from owners, and we got the contact details of the owners from government agencies. So we manually collected the data through our survey. So the survey was during phone, and we interviewed more than 270 households from various districts of Alappi, Kottayam, Malappuram, and Calicut. So these are the features that we collected. So what was the flood depth at that building? So how many days was the duration of the rainfall? What is the floor area of your building? So how old the house is? What type of construction material, and what type of roofing material you use? So these are the features that we can directly extract from the owners. That's why we went with these features. And we want to know what we want to predict. So we want to see whether the building should be damaged or whether the building can be repaired. So our damage measure is whether replacement is better or whether the repair is better. So if the building is on heavy collapse, so we are saying that the building is completely damaged. Or if there is only minor damage, we say that the damage state is mild. So here also the fundamental concept is same. So we collected the data. So we build the machine learning model. So once we build the machine learning model, we have a logical model. And when a new data comes, we can predict the output. So here also we are evaluating the performance of the different methods. The key takeaways with this approach, we have an 84% accuracy in predicting the damage state of building. So if we know the flood depth, the duration of the rainfall, the building characteristics, we would be able to predict the damage of the building or prepare the damage maps within minutes after the flood. So here I am identifying some of the parameters. There might be many parameters that can improve the result, but these are the only parameters that collected because of the limitations in our survey. So we see that the duration of the rainfall is the most critical parameter that affects the damage state of the building. So that is obvious to us. The other important parameter is the floor area of the building. So what is the age of the house, flood depth. So these are the parameters in the order that can cause to the damage of the building. So in machine learning, we can easily identify why certain prediction is made. For example, we want to know why this building is in a damaged state for this particular amount of rainfall. So here the high means, the red line means, or the red dot means that is the parameter that is pushing the value to a high damage state. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions at the end.
Hello.
The presentation was by Dr. Sujit Mangalat. He has given a presentation on AI-based damage assessment, AI as well as machine learning-based damage assessment for earthquake and Kerala floods. So now it is the time for all the three presentations were good, and now it is the time for discussions. So I invite Dr. Thanya. I think Dr. Rohit will be joining. You can ask him, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So the audience, you can ask a couple of questions on any of the topics which the presenters are given their their three presentations. We have the three presenters are also on the dais.
My question is to Dhanya madam. Have you ever noticed the increase of constructional activities? Means the built-in terrain, increase of built-in terrain is contributing more to the flood scenario, especially when the topography of Kerala is concerned. One side, the steepness of the terrain is more, and at the same time we are constructing more and making no interaction with the atmosphere. Have you ever noticed this scenario? Means the increase of built-in terrain is contributing more to the flood scenario of Kerala.
Am I audible? So certainly this is one of the reasons which I have cited in one of the slide. I haven't specified it from the Kerala perspective, but this is true in all the places wherever the flood susceptibility is more. And also the one thing which we have noticed, that is certainly there is an increase in the built infrastructure. I have shown in one of the slide how the urban agglomerations are mushrooming up across the world even, and how more and more population is moving towards that urban agglomerations. And even if we are assuming that the weather is remaining the same, not the extremes are increasing, then also we are making ourselves more susceptible to these kind of extremes. Assuming that the extremes are not increasing, it was the same. Even then, the damage will be more. Adding the issue of climate change or global warming, that will even be multiple fold increase in the flood damage. One thing, so the answer is of course in yes. More and more important built infrastructure is moving towards the flood zones. In addition, the one thing which we have found out in a recent study, and in the global literature also it was highlighted, when we built a kind of these flood protection structures, so the flood protection structures, the main aim is to protect us from the flood, protect the community from the flood. But if you analyze the land use land cover before the FPS construction, and probably after some 5 years the FPS construction, the land use land cover imageries, it will make us clear that how these kind of urban agglomerations are cocooning in and around the FPS. That zone is being converted to all these kind of business activity, agricultural activity more. So as I mentioned in that, so we did this analysis over Ganga and Brahmaputra, where a lot of FPS structures are there. Not on Kerala, of course, that can be taken up. But the message, the bottom line will be the same, that after the construction of FPS, these kind of urban structures or built infrastructure are more increasingly being constructed in these particular zones, which effectively will increase the flood damages. And
as I mentioned, adding the layer of global warming, that will be even more dangerous. Yes.
My question is to ma'am. Ma'am, you had shown a picture for wherein the model for Delhi. Is it possible to do the same for Kerala, considering the floods which we had in 2018 as plus 19?
So the answer is very simple, yes, but we need to have the data. So let me explain the one slide, the last slide in fact of a presentation. That was a model built to simulate the urban flood condition of Delhi. So we should know that the floods when we deal with that, though that is classified into 4 types: coastal, flash flood, urban, and riverine. The mechanism that we use to model these 3-4 floods are different. So for example, when I model the urban flood, the difference is that rainfall is falling over an urban area. It is no more a natural area. The rainfall will be carried through the so-called stormwater sewers, right? Stormwater channels. So the flow is channelized. Whereas in a riverine flooding, it will causes of a natural terrain, it will flow over the land. So the hydrology, that is a natural hydrological cycle, is translated to so-called an urban hydrological cycle. So essentially, the model to simulate that is of course going to be different. The model which we have used to simulate the urban floods in NCT Delhi, National Capital Territory of Delhi, is something called SWMM, Stormwater Management Model. And for riverine floods, we normally use models like HECRAS or Mike Flood, or if you go for an openware software, we will go for list flood kind of system. So, but to specifically answer your question, yes, it is possible to model even the urban floods over Kerala. But in Delhi, what the advantage was, they say that Delhi is the first city to be digitized. But digitized in the sense we have the GIS maps of the stormwater network. We have the digitized map of the ponds and the lakes over Delhi, parks over Delhi. So the whole of the city of Delhi is digitized by one company called GSDL India, and that has costed them around 100 crores or so. So that data was made available to us. I am not commenting here about the quality of that data. The quality of that data was in fact very poor, but that data was with us, and that helped us to do this kind of modeling. So if at all we are focusing on any urban city, urban region in Kerala, we need to have that kind of data to be inputted to the model. Since your question was very general, can we develop a model for Kerala? Kerala is divided into many catchments. So we may have to focus, when we develop these kind of models, we may have to focus on these different catchments separately. And inside the catchment itself, probably if you want to focus on a particular city, we have to develop a model for that city separately. But again, the answer is very simple. Yes, it is possible. And the only thing is that we need to have reliable data. The modeling frameworks, of course, we can develop. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to add on to that. What about places which are below the mean sea level, like Kuttanad and all, because there may be tidal activities, right?
Yes.
So in those regions, how do we drain off? Because that's a major problem we are finding, right? One side we have water coming from the dams, and the other side we have tidal activities and the sea. So it's difficult to drain off the water, right? Because the gradient also is not.
Yeah, now we are talking about not the modeling, but the further mitigation activities of that. Right. So it's not, is it about draining of the water? If you're draining off the water, then to where? So here actually I would like to take the term sustainability also. So when we find a solution, we have to keep the signature of that particular region. So if that region is susceptible to these kind of multiple exposures, then of course the solutions we can come up with, some artificial engineering solutions, but then we have to think about the sustainability of those solutions also. Now, when we talk about the modeling of this, yes, we have modeling frameworks capable enough to simulate the aspects of these two. That means the coming from the rainfall, what is the input from the rainfall, and what is the backflow from these tidal activities. So a very simple hydrological model or hydrodynamical model rather would serve our purpose. And there we can probably run different scenarios. That is what we normally do, before coming out with a picking up out a particular solution. So we normally simulate the system first with these hydrodynamical model, which of course takes into account the tidal effect also. And then we run different kind of scenarios. What is going to be the response of system for these kind of various plausible scenarios, and then one of those scenarios or a couple of those scenarios can be made as a policy even. But for specifically for this one, to answer your question, how we can drain off the water, because when we talk about draining off the water, you are talking about a raise to sea level already. Where to drain off this water to? But then how we can prevent or mitigate these damages, that is something plausible we can discuss about probably. Thank you.
So regarding the application of artificial intelligence for assessment of damages, you have already talked about, and I would like to know how this could be used for assessing the resilience of structures, or how the structures could be brought in resilient to different damages. Whether any such work has been done, that is application of AI in making structures more resilient to damages. And the other thing, how this could be used for the listing out or bringing out a strategy for evacuation during the disasters, the application of artificial intelligence.
Okay, let me answer the first question about resiliency. I think what you meant is to bring back the structure to the original position or to a living condition after a disaster. So it turns out to be a problem like what damage the structure would have during the disaster. So there are a lot of works on that area, like a machine learning model to predict the damage state of a structure for disasters such as earthquake, flood, hurricane, tornado. So once we predict the damage of a structure, we can easily see whether it can, how long it can take to bring back to the normal position. So a lot of works are there in that area. So what was your second question? I forgot. Or whether we can use it for
a quick response in evacuation strategy during the...
Yes. So it also boils down to the prediction of damage state. For example, if we can predict which buildings are damaged after any disaster, then we can know where should we send the emergency responders. So then we can have a evacuation strategy.
Is there any operational model in practice anywhere where this has been used in evacuation or in bringing back structures to use again, that is making them more resilient?
So there is a California Transportation Network model that is called TRANS. So they have a model in operation.
A question to Dr. Sujit, since you are working in US for quite a long time. So my question is like how the research is getting translated into the actual practice in US, and how do you feel how it is faster than in India, and what's the mechanism that you follow there?
So any model that can be implemented without much effort, that will go to production, or production means actual decision making. The question is, if we have the data, so the machine learning model works on the data or some specific feature. If that features are readily available, we can implement this model in production. In US, getting the data is much easier because these data are well documented, or the government authorities or the disaster management authorities have this data. So in US, it's very easy to implement these models in actual practice. But in India, even if we make changes to our residential building, we don't inform anyone. So the building characteristics are often changing without notifying the authorities. So here it is much more complex.
Question to Dr. Sujit regarding the earthquake and its prediction using the machine language. My question is, like in India, the Himalayan region we know is susceptible to earthquake, and we have an earthquake map across the globe also, in US also, the California region and in the Japan. So we generally know where it's going to happen. But in 1993, actually we got a surprise in the Latur and Usmanabad. And in 2002, we got again a surprise in Bhuj. Probably after 2002 only, we made a detailed analysis and even our earthquake maps or zones were bifurcated and a detailed design criteria were added in our codes. So can this machine learning be used to at least not to get surprised in future?
Yeah, the answer is yes, because if we know these features, we can predict the damage and we can easily implement this model in production. So the question is, who will take the responsibility to build the model, collect the data and implement it in production? So that's a long way to go. So, sorry, are you asking about the prediction of earthquakes or the prediction of damage to the building?
No, actually, before 2002, actually, we had no data where it's going to hit. And after 2002, our map has entirely got changed. We got added to the IS codes. Now we have a proper map where the zones are, where the building codes are revised. So I remember in '93, actually, there was we were surprised. So these kind of surprises, maybe lack of data again, then probably US is having the data, the mechanism to collect the ground motions across the globe. So even the sharing of data may be done, not sure. But can these kind of earthquakes like surprise us again at unknown places other than the which is mapped?
Okay. So let's look into our weather forecasting model. So we can check the weather forecasting on our apps, right? So 5 years back, we don't have a reliable prediction. But look at the current scenario, because we have collected enough data and right now we can predict with much accuracy whether it is going to rain or whether it is not going to rain or what is the expected temperature at midnight. And we can even predict the unknown scenarios with a fair amount of accuracy. No model should be 100% accuracy, there should be some gray area. But with the past earthquake, we can even predict when the future earthquake can happen. But be careful, these are some prediction model and this should be taken with a pinch of salt. So with that pinch of salt, we can even predict where or when should the new earthquake can happen. It may or may not happen, but we would be able to predict with a fair amount of accuracy.
Hello. I hope there are no more questions from the audience because we are running out of schedule. So we had a nice and interesting session by three eminent persons who are working in the field. The first one was Dr. Tanya, who was mentioning on or discussing on the development of flood frequency system. He has given an elaborate discussion on flood, on a Indian scenario, on extreme precipitation characteristics and flood forecasting approaches. And the second presenter was Dr. Rohit, who has been focusing on the urban flood mitigation structures, and he was illustrating the safe fail policy and comparison with rational method. And the third speaker, Dr. Sujit Mangalathu, who was mentioning on good information on artificial intelligence and machine learning approaches for damage assessment, especially on earthquake as well as Kerala floods. He has also given an overview how it can be implemented. So all the speakers receive appreciation in giving their ideas and to the present conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we have cultural night and dinner network at 6:30 to 9 p.m. We have arranged a lot of entertaining programs. Please be here at 6:30. And there is a traveler arranged for those participants who wants to go home. It will leave shortly, and the stop will be at Tambanur, Eastport, and PMG. Thank you.
പിന്നെ എന്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി 6:30 പറയാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലേ